Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting has been called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications can view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission, as well as other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Saturday of the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Here.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Commissioner Roush.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. There's agendas on each side of the podium here for you to pick up. There might be some left. Please read this carefully. If you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. This is very important to us tonight. There's a lot of people here for some items, so we please ask that you adhere to them so we can get through our agenda in a timely manner. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Yes.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Wade Wagner. 4618 Meadows Lane is where my business is located. I reside at 240 Kipling Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I cannot be here later when this item comes up, so I'm here to speak on item 55 through 59, where the applicants are seeking some zone variances and want to put in an apartment complex right there west of Valley View on Meadows Lane. I'm a longtime resident of Las Vegas. I grew up, went to Western High School right across the street, grew up about a mile from there, and my business is currently located in the Loma Vista Shopping Center, which is right there. And I've been staring at that blank piece of desert for over 40 years, right between the Meadows Mall and my shopping center where my business is located. And I am ecstatic, I want you to know, about this project that Silverstein has presented. I met with the developers today, looked over the project, and I tell you, I could not be more happy. That part of Las Vegas and that area is just declining, and you know, shops have left, and I would really love to see an upscale apartment complex like they're wanting to put in there. So I hope that, I see staff has done their job. They have recommended denial for all of the variances, but that's what they do. And I'm here to say I support every single one of those variances that is being recommended. I would really like to see this area, I know it's part of the redevelopment plan eventually, but I would like to see this area bring back a little higher, you know, clientele, I guess you could say, and it might keep the Meadows Mall viable for years to come, and plus the businesses that are around there. So I
noted, Wade. Thank you for
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming
All right.
down. Okay. Moving on for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of August 14th, 2018. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, the Planning Commission minutes?
Thank you. Through you, Chairman Cherry, I'm going to pass it on to Lou DeSalvio this evening because I was not there.
I would like to make a motion for approval of the previous minutes.
And as a note, I believe it's the meeting of September 11th, 2018. There's a misprint in our agenda here.
Well, through you then, I will make a motion for approval on those minutes.
All right, motion's on the floor for approval of September 11, 2018 minutes. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Let's move on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Does anyone wish to speak on any of these items? If yes, please come forward. I do know we have some items that staff would like to discuss. Director?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 13 and 14 to the November 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for abeyance for these items. The applicant is requesting to table items 19 and 20. Staff is requesting an abeyance for item 23 to the October 23rd Planning Commission meeting to allow the item to be renoticed. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 25 to the January 8th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting to allow the item to be renoticed. This is the second request for this item. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 26 to the November 13th Planning Commission meeting. This is the third request for abeyance on that item. The applicant is requesting to withdraw item 32 without prejudice. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 46 through 49 to the December 11th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for these items. And staff is requesting that item 79 be stricken to allow a GLVAR study on the impact of short-term rentals to be completed and to allow staff to correct the agenda information when and if the item is brought back, since the proposal changed after it was originally placed on an agenda back in August.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Quinn, can we have a motion on the housekeeping?
I make a
item?
motion for approval on the housekeeping items.
I'm
this
sorry,
evening.
with regard to the item that had its third abeyance, do you want to see if there's good cause to hold that particular item? Maybe Mr. Gettleman.
And I'll go back to staff, but I believe one of them was a re-notification. Is that? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Could you comment on 26, please?
Mr. Chairman, through you. Item 26, the applicant is requesting abeyance, and it is the third request for abeyance.
Chair, do we have the applicant, and if they can possibly...
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the applicant's abeyance request form states that they're suggesting the abeyance because the city is working to resolve the short-term rental ordinance, and they are requesting the abeyance based on that.
Give me one second here. Yep. Okay, on item number 26, we are going to hear that tonight. So the housekeeping will be amended to have that pulled off the housekeeping to be heard. Vice Chair Quinn?
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion for approval on the housekeeping items, leaving out item number 26, which we will hear tonight as it is its third abeyance. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Hope so. That motion carries. Okay, moving on to the consent items. We don't have any consent items. So we will go to the one motion, one vote, and I'll turn it over to staff to add in a condition, I believe, on one of the applications.
Mr. Chairman, there is one minor correction for the following item. It's item number 7, TMP 74114. There is a blue sheet item in your packet there that shows a phasing plan for off-street improvements. And condition number 7 should be replaced with the following. Incomplete half-street improvements on Rancho Drive must be completed in 2 phases. Phase 1 must be bonded in an amount reasonably estimated by the applicant's engineer with a 25% contingency and applicable to Public Works prior to the recordation of the final map for this site. Phase 1 improvements as shown on the phasing plan, date stamp 10/8/18, to include incomplete half-street improvements north of driveway B on Rancho Drive, dual left turn lanes onto Craig Road from Jones Boulevard, and bus turnout on Jones Boulevard. Final inspections or certificates of occupancy for any building within each phase shall not be issued unless the applicant has received approval of construction drawings for the off-site improvements associated with the respective phase. Phase 2 improvements as shown on the phasing plan to include completion of incomplete half-street improvements on Rancho Drive, south of driveway B, and bus turnout near the corner of Rancho Drive and Jones Boulevard.
Thank you. Okay, the following items that may be considered one motion, one vote, they are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Is the applicant here for item number 7? I'm going to read it in. It's item number 7, abeyance TMP 74114, applicant owner Pre-Rancho Craig LLC, for possible action on request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision on 23.05 acres in the northeast corner of Rancho Drive and Jones Boulevard, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Do you agree with the condition that was read?
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing the applicant. Yes, we do agree with the condition, and we thank staff for working with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to read the rest of them in. Item number 8, abeyance WVR 74211, applicant DF Durango LLC, owner Hancock Property LLC, for possible action request for a waiver to allow a reader board where such is not allowed for proposed monument sign on 1.03 acres at 7709 North El Capitan Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 9, abeyance MSP 74070, for possible action request for a major amendment of an approved master sign plan for an existing shopping center to incorporate signage for an approved convenience store that is incompatible with the approved master sign plan. Staff recommends approval. Item number 10, MOD 74264, applicant owner MF Land LLC, for possible action request for a major modification to the Grand Canyon Village master plan area to remove .99 acres from the Grand Canyon Village plan area, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 11, GPA 74262, for possible action request for a general plan amendment from PCD to TND. Staff recommends approval. Related item 12, ZON 74263, for possible action request for rezoning from PD to TD. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SUP 74321, applicant owner Remington Sky LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 5,500 square foot liquor establishment use on Pad L of an existing shopping center at the northeast corner of Sky Park Drive and West Sky Canyon Park Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 16, SDR 74322, for possible action request for a site development plan review for 8 proposed retail pad sites within an existing shopping center. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, VAC 74260, applicant owner MEQ Wallapai LLC, for possible action on a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located on Deer Springs Way, east of Wallapai Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 18, ROC 74246, applicant Olympia Companies, owner Section 12 LLC, for possible action request for review of condition of an approved tentative map to amend condition 21, which which states a drainage plan and technical drainage study must be submitted to and be approved by the Department of Public Works prior to the recordation of each final map, which creates individual POD developments, or the submittal of any construction drawings proposing to the Construct Village Street, whichever may occur first. Provide and improve all drainage ways recommended in the approved drainage plan studies. The master plan developer of this site shall be responsible to construct such neighborhood or local drainage facility improvements are recommended by the City of Las Vegas, neighborhood drainage studies and approved drainage plan studies concurrent with development of this site on 1,502 acres at the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Pulley Drive. Ward 6, staff recommends approval. Can we get a motion on the one motion? Oh, I'm sorry. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one on the public hearing portion, I will close it. Turn over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. I make a motion this evening for approval on the one motion, one vote.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Oh, with the amendment to number 7.
With the amendment to number 7. Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 7 is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days. Items 8, 9, and 15 through 18 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. And items 10 through 12 will move on to city council and be heard at the November 21st city council meeting.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the public hearing items. I'm pulling some items forward. We're going to hear 54, 80, 81 through 85, and 78, and then we'll continue on to the regular agenda items. So item number 54, GPA 73548, General Plan Amendment, public hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request for a general plan amendment to amend portions of the southeast sector land use map of the general plan from C, LIR, LVMD, M, MXU, and SC to FBC, form-based code, on approximately 307 acres in the Las Vegas Medical District, generally located south of US 95, west of Interstate 15, north of Charleston Boulevard, and east of Rancho Drive, Ward 1 and 5. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, before we go to the staff report, when we voted on the one motion, one vote items, that did not include item number 14, did it? Because that was not clarified.
Mr. Chairman, through you, 13 and 14 were taken care of during housekeeping items. They were abeyance requests.
Yes, but the chairman asked me if I wanted to hear this item because there was no justification for item number 14.
It was 26.
26?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I apologize. Let's proceed.
All right. Good staff report, please.
Good evening, Chairman. Esteemed Planning Commissioners, my name is Michael Howe, I'm Long Range Planning Section Manager, and with me I have Lorenzo Mastino. With your permission, I'd like to give a really quick run-through on this request out of consideration for the full House, full agenda. It's a rather simple procedure. I just want everyone to be clear that what this step is, it's neither the adoption of the form-based code, nor is it the rezoning request. It's just a crucial step that allows that next step for the rezoning to occur. So with that, I'll have Lorenzo go through it rather quickly.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Lorenzo Mastino, City of Las Vegas Planning Department. And before you tonight is a GPA 73548 that, as Mike mentioned, is related to the Las Vegas Medical District Form-Based Code Pilot Project. And as mentioned before in front of this body, the initiative, this project, takes 3 separate steps to be completed. And last month, you had in front of you the text amendment that now has been forwarded in ordinance form to City Council. Right now, we are presenting in front of you the general plan land use amendment that will change the general plan land use from the current designations to the FBC, or form-based code land use designation. And after that, there is still going to be a required rezoning to the different transit zones or form-based zoning districts that were drafted. And that will actually complete the cycle, and the form-based code would be adopted and effective within the pilot area of the Las Vegas Medical District. Now here's a map of the current and proposed land uses. On the left, you can see the current land use and the general plan, and on the right, the proposed FBC designation. I also want to mention that we've had several outreach opportunities. We did reach out to neighbors and did send the notification for this general plan amendment with a letter with certified return receipt, because we really did want to make sure that everybody, property owners and neighbors in the neighborhood, adjacent neighborhoods, had the chance to actually know what is going on, what this project is, and contribute as much as they could to make the code and its adoption effective. And those are some of the initiatives that we carried on. This concludes my presentation. I will open it up for questions or discussion if you want. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just had a quick question. Oh, sorry.
You know, I didn't open up the public hearing. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on from the public on this item? I have one person.
Good evening, Rick Truesdale, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85. I just wanted to raise one question. I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Scott, city attorney, and we're going to meet with, hopefully meet with planning staff. But in some of the last meetings when this plan was modified to take out property south of Charleston, there were a lot of questions raised, and we're not sure we got the right answers. But we're really concerned that we're going to go back in time. This will move forward, but the properties on the south side of Charleston will be stuck with development standards, development codes that are back in the early 80s that were approved, and thus all the work that we've spent, countless thousands of dollars on architectural, engineering, planning, will wind up being a wasted effort, because we tried to work with staff at the commissioner's, or the councilwoman's office request to try and work within the form-based code, and now this property, this area's been stricken from the code, or not part of the code, and we're afraid that as this goes through and gets passed, we'll be left in limbo waiting for this pilot program to go through, and then somebody will take the time to let us bring our projects through without putting undue burdens on us. So I want to raise that, because we did raise it at the last Planning Commission meeting when the code portion went forward and it's going through. And we're very concerned that the best intentions of moving that portion forward is going to drop a phenomenal burden on the properties on the south side of Charleston, delaying their ability, impacting their financial net worth, and impacting the overall developable portion of the medical district. And we're not saying it's anybody's fault. We just don't want to be caught in that gap that sometimes gets created when a lot of people want to do good things and they don't all get on the same page with good things. So those are my comments. I would recommend that, at least I would ask that you make this a part of your record. If you're going to pass this tonight, I would hope you'd move to include the south side of Charleston. It's 30-plus acres, and it would solve this problem going forward and save a lot of dollars in expense and confusion. Otherwise, this plan will get recommended to go forward, and at that point, they'll go, well, we can't talk about south of Charleston because it wasn't on our original application. So I'm saying you have an opportunity tonight to put it as part of that application, so everything goes to council and let the council divide the baby up the way they'd like to. That's why they get the big bucks. Thank you very much. You didn't have to give me the hook tonight.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing portion, and I'm going to ask the director to give a little clarity.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, unfortunately, the request that was made by Mr. Truesdale is not something we can actually take up tonight. This item is only headed for the properties that are within the scope of the area that has been identified for the pilot implementation of the form-based code, excuse me. And so we can't add any land to that. However, again, part of the reason this is being a pilot is it's supposed to be the test bed, so that if we're successful in that, that pilot area that's been agreed to by the council for wards 1 and 5, then we can begin to expand it to the rest of the medical district, as well as we continue to work with the other districts within the downtown master plan area to update their code to be reflective of these form-based code standards that will be at council next week. Thank you.
Okay, so a question I'll throw out there. So if a person has a piece of property on the south side of Charleston, they can still come forward with an application based not on the form-based codes, but what's existing today in the code, and could be maybe greater in size possibly than what the form-based code is allowed, or not in tune with it, that maybe causes it to not be in sync with the rest of it?
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Because the scope of implementation at this time has been limited to the pilot area, the land use rights for those properties on the south exist under their current zoning, and so an applicant can move forward with bringing applications to the Planning Commission and to the City Council based on that zoning that they have right now. So, and those could be in keeping or not in keeping with the fundamentals of the form-based code and the master plan, but they do have their existing zoning, and that entitles them to certain development requests of the Planning Commission and the Council. So yes, so those properties that are in the medical district that are not a part of the pilot have the right to come in and request under their current zoning, or if they change, if they would request to rezone under the normal rezoning protocols to a different base zoning district in the city, they could rezone to provide for whatever development requests that they wanted to bring forward.
Well, I will say, if a developer, or property owner, I look at the south side of Charleston, which, while the medical district on the north is going to thrive and do well, it would be nice for the city and Charleston and the neighbors that are even farther south to have clarity on what they can or can't do. And it just feels like if there's a project brought forward in the future in that area, that they would want to be more in sync with what's happening across the street for form-based code, which I can tell you for me personally makes it difficult to, if it's a big change from what they currently are sitting on, it's hard to say no when they're trying to make something in sync. It doesn't have clear, there's not clarity with it. It's clear what you're asking today, but I can see stuff coming forward to our commission that we're going to have to decide on how to proceed on. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I understand former Commissioner Rick Truesdale and his comments, and I think when this come before us previously, I might be mistaken, but I think we voted against this because they didn't include the south side in Charleston. And the way that I look at this is if you're going to approve a form-based code on one side of Las Vegas Boulevard but not on the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard, or if you're going to approve it on one side of Fremont but not on the other side of Fremont, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of like Charleston. How do you have the medical district with Charleston Boulevard going down? You have UMC and UNLV and all these other people up and down Charleston within this medical district, And I know this isn't what we're here to talk about tonight, but how do you approve it on one side of the street but not on the other side of the street? It makes no sense to me. I see Director Summerfield getting a little uncomfortable right now with my comments, but it really makes no sense. So it is a pilot study. You know, I can support this going forward because as former Commissioner Truesdale, myself, Steve Evans, and a lot of us, I mean, what was it, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that we started like going to the Fifth Street School, learning about the form-based code. We didn't even know what a form-based code was. And now we're talking about Transect 1, Transect 2, Transect 3. What are all these terms? And then now the planning department's now starting to explain what these terms are, and we're starting to understand it. And I think the form-based code is the way of the future to make our medical district and Fremont East a better area. You know, the whole downtown area, you know, better. But, you know, I want to go ahead and pass this, move it forward. I gave a presentation a couple of years ago at State APA. I also gave a presentation this past week at in the city of Las Vegas to a whole bunch of city planners, and I think there's still a lot of education that needs to go out to builders, developers, and people that want to build projects within the medical district and within the entire downtown area that the form-based code is going to meet, or where it's going to affect. Anyways, I encourage you to go forward with the pilot program, but let's not forget about the other side in Charleston. Let's not forget about the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard or the other side of Fremont Street, and let's see what we can do to expedite that. So if there's a motion tonight to approve this, I'd like the comments of including the south side in Charleston in the form-based code for the medical district. I'd like that to be a recommendation to City Council, to get City Council to consider adding that to the form-based code. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, my comments are not dissimilar to what you've said and to what Commissioner Schlottman has said. I don't want to pile on, but I do want to make the point that I think it is a mistake to orphan one side of the street while having a different standard just across the street. I think it's going to make for a terrible development pattern, and I think that we really should rethink this. I am not in favor of going forward with approval on something that's a half-baked plan. I don't want to approve something for the sake of approving something and it's broken. I don't want my vote to be yes on something that's broken. And the way I look at this is that the way you've proposed it to us, you put us in a situation where we have to accept something as a pilot, and yet we've watched our recommendations go on to City Council and be turned down, thumbed down, you know, and they thumb their nose at us sometimes. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully, I'm just saying it matter-of-factly. And so the reality is even though we can make that recommendation, I don't think I'm inclined to go along and vote with this tonight because I don't like the broken nature of the fact that Charleston Boulevard is going to be fractured down the middle. And you're going to have one side that's going to be a form-based code policy, and just across the street, you're going to have something that is based on Title 19. And that's very confusing to folks that want to come here and redevelop in our city. I think it sends a terrible message. And I'd like to see Charleston be the centerpiece of the medical district that it should be. I mean, I know that's what the councilwoman would want. That's what I want. I think that's what everyone on this commission wants. So you can vote however you'd like tonight, but I'm not going to be supporting this. I think it's the wrong thing to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Schlottman, you had additional comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, one last comment based on Commissioner Roush's comments. I can support this based on the recommendation of it going forward if we make a recommendation they include the south side in Charleston, or I could also vote against this item if there's no recommendation to not include the south side in Charleston. So that's how my decision would be made tonight. So thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, Vice Chair Quinn.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Mr. Lorenzo. I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I wanted to ask you something about eminent domain on the north side of Charleston. Would you know the answer to that? It would be regarding, for instance, the Omelet House sign, being that the property is going to be taken right up to that property line. I've had a call from Mr. Mills, and he wonders what's going to happen to his sign that's on the street, being that it's been there 39 years. So I don't know if you're the right person to ask that, but...
Madam Vice Chair, so I'm going to jump in there. That is, unfortunately, it's not part of this agenda item, but also that is not something we're addressing in the Planning Department. I believe Public Works is looking at some planning with regard to some improvements along Charleston that may involve some properties, but to the extent that they are, and what I think that's all very preliminary at this moment, so I don't know that we have, as a city, the answer to that question at this time.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Rausch?
I failed to disclose at the beginning of the item that I do own property in and around the area. I don't think it will affect my vote to a greater or lesser degree, so I will be voting on this item tonight, but I will not be making the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, would anyone like to make a motion on the item?
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 54 GPA 735548 with the recommendation, and I'm making the recommendation for approval based on staff's recommendation for approval, plus everything that I read and everything that I know, and I think it's going to be great for the medical district. However, I will preface this with saying Director Summerfield needs to tell City Council that we want the south side of Charleston to not be divided. We want the south side in Charleston to be part of the form-based code and the medical district. So, Director Summerfield, please relay that. Thank you. So my motion is for approval based on that recommendation.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council on the November 21st City Council meeting date. And just for the record, Commissioner, I will make sure that the sentiment is passed along and that is mentioned during briefing. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need you to go back to item number 5. There was an error in your script. You actually had 2 sets of minutes that the commission needed to vote on. The one was the one that you did vote on the September 11th meeting, but there was also the minutes from the August 14th special meeting that needed to be voted on. So if I could ask that the commission vote to approve those minutes from the special meeting of August 14th, that would be appreciated.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on the August 14th special meeting Planning Commission agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. We'll move on to item number 80 and then 81 through 85. Item number 80, TXT 74457, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend LVMC Title 19.12, permissible uses, and 19.16, applications and procedures to allow the breeding of domestic dogs and cats as a home occupation and to provide for other related matters. Staff has no recommendation. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this text amendment will allow the breeding of domestic dogs and cats as a home occupation. It will remove the activity from the animal keeping and husbandry use, which is limited to commercial zoning districts and larger lot single-family residential districts. Title VII of the Municipal Code dealing with animals already provides definitions and regulations regarding breeding activities and licensing of dogs and cat fanciers. This amendment would allow the activity as a home-based business subject to the restrictions of Title VII and a limit of no more than 2 customers at the home at any one time. Staff has no recommendation regarding the amendment. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Item number 80. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Rausch?
A question for either the author or staff, it's in terms of intent. How many animals are allowed to be bred in a residence at a time? Do we know? Has anyone addressed that? Everyone's looking the other way.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Levitt, and they can have up to 6 dogs. It could be male or female for the purposes of breeding.
6 breeding animals, 6 mature animals, and then however many puppies or kittens come from that, correct?
They can have 2 litters per female. They only can breed 2 females at a time per 18 months.
Okay, thank you.
And I just heard a good question. How do we police that? And I'm guessing that's just based on complaint.
They have to have a business license first, and then they're actually going to have a breeder's permit with us. So they have to list every single animal, and they have to be licensed. So they can't be switching animals out. So the 6 animals, up to 6 animals is what they're going to have, and they can't change them out. And they have to report the breeding, the litters to business licensing.
Okay, so I guess, Commissioner DeSalvio, you had a question?
The question I had for this item is now, if this text amendment, if I understand it correctly, passes, this would now make this situation a home-based business. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, that would be correct.
Okay, and with that said, now, if the people apply the proper way and do the proper documentation through business license, does now that involve animal control to the point where they make periodic visits like they do as if somebody was having horses on their property and renting out stalls? Would they be subjected to that same thing?
We already had breeder permits on the books anyway, so they could have been breeding all along. They're adding the business license portion to it. And they have to pay a yearly fee, and that yearly fee includes an inspection from us. And if there are any complaints that comes in for the citizens, we will handle every single complaint in addition to our yearly inspection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for adding the clarity to that. Commissioner Toussaint?
Does this include apartments, condos, and single-family residents?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlaven?
Yes, Chairman, through you, how many animals could be on site at any one point?
For breeders' permits, they can have 6 intact animals. There's different permits that they can obtain. If all the animals are fixed, they can have a pet fancier permit. And they can have no more, no matter which permit they apply for, they can have no more than 6 dogs. But let's say they wanted to have 12 cats. The cats on a pet fancier, they'd all have to be fixed, licensed, and current on their rabies shots. So there's different ways that you can mix up the animals, but no more than 6 dogs.
And what if they have quintuplets?
I'm sorry?
What if they have quintuplets?
Well, the puppies aren't included. So if you have 6 intact animals and you have a litter of 9 puppies, the 9 puppies are not included in the number. They can be adopted out at 8 weeks old, and once they are 4 months old, they're considered an adult and they'd have to be removed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I have a question regarding whether the residents would be applicable to an apartment complex. Would not the dog owners have to have the permission of the complex in order to be breeding? It's not a home. It's not a residence.
That would be up to the apartment complex, but we don't get involved in tenant as a renter. We just handle an apartment would be a single-family dwelling, not a separate home, but it would be a home that somebody would reside in, and we don't get involved between tenants and landlords.
That's
And to add to that, Commissioner Williams, and I think the city attorney could tell us, even like a homeowners association with CC&Rs, they might have tight restrictions, so it could get tighter and tighter.
Sometimes, Chairman, and Donna can probably attest to this, that sometimes the CC&Rs prohibit you from using your home as a business, and that may prohibit that. But again, that's something that they'd have to address with the HOA and the homeowner themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Can we get a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 80, TXT 74457, move to approve based on staff's conditions, or whatever.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. Moving on to items number 81 through 85, I'm going to read them all in, and then we'll vote on them individually. 81 DAR 74354, applicant Olympia Companies LLC, owner MF Land LLC et al., for possible action request regarding the adoption of a telecommunication facility map for the Third Amendment and restatement of the Sky Canyon Development Agreement on approximately 1,664 acres at the northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Grand Canyon Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 82, DAR 74292, applicant Olympia Companies, owner MF Land LLC et al., for possible action request regarding the adoption of the Fourth Amendment and restatement of the Sky Canyon Development Agreement on approximately 1,070 acres at the northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Grand Canyon Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 83, DIR 74293, for possible action request regarding the adoption of the Parks Agreement as included within the Fourth Amendment and restatement of the Sky Canyon Development Agreement. Staff recommends approval. Item number 84, DIR 74289, applicant Greystone, Nevada, owner Eastland LLC et al., for possible action and request regarding the adoption of the Eastland Development Agreement on approximately 598 acres at the southwest corner of the North Sky Canyon Park Drive and Moccasin Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And related item number 85, DAR 74290, for possible action and request regarding the adoption of the Parks Agreement as included within the Eastland Development Agreement. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff reports, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Planning Director Peter Lowenstein. Before the Planning Commission are 5 interrelated items. The first item being the telecommunications plan that is required by the current adopted Sky Canyon Development Agreement. The plan indicates the proposed sites, the siting of telecommunication facilities within the master plan community. Staff finds the plan to be acceptable and is recommending approval of it. The next 4 items represent the splitting of the current Sky Canyon Development Agreement into 2 separate development agreements. The proposed development agreements and parks agreements successfully split the roles and responsibilities between the 2 agreements while maintaining the commitment levels and assurances of the previous agreement. To emphasize that point, the master developer has posted bonds to guarantee the construction of regional flood control facilities critical to these developments and to the benefit of the region. Furthermore, the master developer and the Clark County School District have agreed to additional language pertaining to the commitment of the master developer to schools, which can be found in your backup materials. Staff finds the agreements to be in order and is recommending approval of all items. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicants for what is known as the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. Before I get into the details of the application, I would like to very much thank your staff, Peter Lowenstein, Fred Solis, Lucian, and all the other staff members that have been meeting with us on a weekly basis to split these development agreements. This is a very, very exciting community that's under construction and under development. The purpose of tonight is simply to split the development agreement into 2. I won't take too much of your time because we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, but Lennar Homes bought the 600 acres that's east of the 95, and so the purpose of the applications tonight is simply to split the existing development agreement into 2 separate agreements, and moving forward there'll be 2 separate master planned communities and separate master developers for each one of those communities. Olympia Group on the west side and Lennar Homes on the east side. So again, we very much appreciate Peter and his staff's hard work and dedication and recommendation of approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Did you want to speak on these items?
I do.
Can you get your name and address for the record?
But I'm looking about all these developments.
I need your name and address for the record, please.
It's Suzanne Emerson, 7801 Dana Point Court. And I guess my one major concern when we get into all this development of thousands of acres, looks like a beautiful plan, water. Has that all come into consideration when you're making all these plans?
It always does.
And that we absolutely have enough water and everything else will be fine.
Well, there are mechanisms in place when you're doing development with the city, especially where it's here, that before they move forward with their development, that they have an application with the water district, and then they would deem it available or
And
not.
and it's all been complied with that. Boy, we certainly have enough water for these new developments.
Specific to this development, yes.
And yet, okay. Just checking.
Thank you for checking.
Thank you for your time.
It's going to be a fun night. Okay, anyone else from the public like to be heard in this? No one from the public? I will close the public hearing. Turn over to the commission. Commissioner Salvio?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Allen pretty much said exactly what I was going to say. This basically conforms with the development agreement. It's something that needs to happen in order to develop this property. So if no other commissioner has any other comment, for just the abundance of time, I'd like to make a motion for approval of items number 81.
There's a motion on the floor for item 81 for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
I would also like to make a motion for item number 82 for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Motion for approval on item number 83.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Motion for approval on number 84.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And motion for approval of number 85.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 78, abeyance text 73681, applicant City of Las Vegas for possible action to amend LVMC Title 19, the Unified Development Code of the City of Las Vegas, to make the short-term residential rental use prohibited by repealing all provisions for the use and to provide for other related matters. I'll ask the director, had a comment, I believe, that they wanted to add.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'll have staff give the presentation, and then I'll provide the clarification.
Please.
Excuse me, Chair, before we do that, the clerk's office asked me if we needed to note the dispositions for items number 80 through 85. Did we need to say when those were going forward, Robert?
Thank you. I apologize. From the clerk's office. So all of those items will move forward to City Council and be heard at the November 21st City Council date. My apologies. So items 81 through 85.
Thank you. And now to staff on item number 78, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment proposes the elimination of the short-term residential rental use from the permissible use table, thereby making the use prohibited in the City of Las Vegas. Subsequently, the amendment would create a number of non-conforming short-term rental uses where an entitlement or business license has been established. Staff has no recommendation on the proposed amendment, but would like to clarify a number of points so as to address possible questions related to the proposed amendment. First, any application in the land use entitlement process is subject to the ordinance in effect at the time of the application submittal and can continue through the process if the repeal is adopted. Second, any short-term rental use that has a special use permit and an existing business license will become a non-conforming use and will be subject to the provisions of Title 19.14. Third, any property with an approved special use permit but no business license will be able to obtain a business license after the repeal as long as the special use permit has not expired. And fourth, any short-term rental use that has an existing business license and that does not have an approved special use permit by the end of June of 2019 will cease its ability to operate and cannot be reestablished. This point is subject to future amendments to the proposed ordinance, wherein the provision of Title VI may be removed, thereby allowing all short-term rental uses approved either by business license or special use permit to continue to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Director?
So, Mr. Chairman, just earlier today, there was a further clarification that the requester of this amendment had asked me to make clear to the commission as a part of their deliberations. So between now and when this bill will be introduced at City Council, the bill requester is going to be looking at, instead of a complete ban on short-term rentals, that they may make some allowance for short-term rentals within mixed-use or multifamily residential developments. Additionally, as a part of this repeal, when we made the most recent changes to the code regarding short-term rentals, we folded the concept of bed and breakfast into short-term rentals. As a part of the repeal, the bill requester may also look to reintroduce that concept of bed and breakfast, but updated to reflect, essentially, I think the council's been referring to them as owner-occupied units, so that provides some relief for people who actually live in the unit who want to rent a room on a short-term basis. So those are things that are going to be examined between Planning Commission and when a bill is introduced at City Council, and the bill requester just wanted me to make sure that the commission was aware of that.
So for clarity, Director, that should be taken into consideration tonight as we vote.
It's not in the scope of the bill that's before you. However, she did ask that I make sure that you were aware that that is some narrowing of the current request that may occur between now and council.
Thank you.
And Chair, just for the record, even though you're aware of that particular item, you're only agendaed to hear with regard to a prohibition of the short-term rental use.
Of the short-term rental.
So that's all you're considering tonight.
Thank you for the clarity. Okay, this is noticed as a public hearing. There are a lot of people here to either support or oppose this. And so I'm going to ask everybody to come up timely. And just so you know, this commission has heard for the last year every reason from opposition or for a short-term rental, traffic, potential crime, impact to a school, why it's bringing tax revenue. Both sides we've heard a lot. So if someone has something new, I'll let you speak for a minute to add something more. But otherwise, I'd like you to come up, state your name, if you're for or against, and then please let's move through it. We have 3 lines, and we don't want to be our line. Thank you for coming up quickly. We're going to need a minute timer, yeah.
Sure.
So folks, don't be frustrated if I cut you off. We have to get through this meeting, and I just need for or against if there's something very specific. And please don't take offense. I realize a lot of people have a lot of history in Vegas and might have a specialty and lived here for a long time. I need to get right through this. So I will start with you, with your name and address, please.
Doctora Olivia Novello Abreu. Dr. Olivia Novello Abreu. Honorable
Excuse me, could you
Chairperson,
please
Honorable Commissioners.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
could you-
11700
excuse me,
St. Croix
could you
Green.
please spell your last name for the clerk?
Novello, N-O-V as in Victor, E-L-O.
Thank you.
And although I am not a resident of Las Vegas, I'm not a vegan, I'm a vegan, and I have been coming to your city for many, many, many years, many more than you have been alive. So I am not in favor or against. I just want to read to you, and I hope I can be very brief. And I've heard you, and it's
You
great.
have 40 more seconds to present.
40 more seconds. Okay. Las Vegas Sun, Monday, October the 8th, 2018. Travel, Europe, Amsterdam, plea to tourists. Visit but behave. Airbnb, driver of the problem. It's not the tourists, it's how they behave. And then, of course, the new mayor goes on and on and on, saying it's all about education. They are going to have rigorous street cleaning. They're going to hire additional hosts and security workers so they can educate people because they're urinating in the streets. They're doing all kinds of wrong things. Educate the tourists. Why don't we educate the vegans, I would say. So again, it is about not having enough police officers. Thank you very much.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Bo Theodore, 4504 San Juan Avenue. Commissioners,
I've been licensed in the city for 3.5 years in Ward 1, Lois Tarkanian's ward. Earlier this year, I was approved for an SUP, and after my presentation to the council, Mayor Goodman and also Councilwoman Tarkanian commented that I was a good operator. In fact, one of them asked me if they could clone me. The other one asked me if I could live to be 95 years old. I know it was in jest, but I am a good operator. And so are 99% of all of the STR operators, okay?
Thank you both.
So my question is easy. It's a very simple one. Why would you consider banning STRs at all when 99% of all the operators are good, reasonable operators?
Thank you for your comments. Folks, please. Please, we have to get through this tonight. We got to get through this tonight, folks. I mean, we could sit here till 4 in the morning. We don't want to do that. We want to get through this, so please hold your applause. Let us get through this so we can have some good discussion and try to have some good feedback for everybody. Can I get your name and address for the police?
Donald Mosley, 1127 Westland Drive. I think I can answer the question that was just asked. I think there's not a person in this room, if they want to be honest with themselves, that they can say that they think commercializing neighborhoods with these short-term rentals is a good thing. In Ward 1, it's an epidemic. To tell you just an example of how prolific it is, and you know this as well, as I do, certainly, your agenda the 14th of August, we had 18 applications on for short-term rentals. 10 were suggested for approval. On the 11th of September, 12 applications. 8 were suggested for approval. With the 660-foot rule in my neighborhood, west of the McNeil neighborhood, that's every 7th house. Every 7th house could be motel or a party venue. That's not a neighborhood. They're fighting this from New York to San Diego, from San Francisco to Miami, all over this nation. They're fighting these things to try to maintain their homes and their relationships with their family.
I'm sorry to cut you off, sir, but we need to keep going. We've gone past the minute.
I understand.
Thank you for the comments.
Please pass this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm an historian for a 24-year-old 720-acre rural preservation overlay district with 732 homes. We had a RPN in our area. It's now for sale, thank goodness. It didn't belong there. It was in compliance with the neighborhood. This is a land use issue. Rural preservation, 1910-180 at present is basically a deference ordinance. It has no teeth. However, as an overlay district, 1910-010, the ordinance defines RNPs as special. That's a quote. And above the generic Title 19 criteria with special characteristics that require special zoning regulations to establish and maintain the character of these areas. For the record, for all rural preservation communities in regards to land use, we're asking the DAES and planning if in fact RPNs can deny short-term rental businesses using the UDC overlay district status and the style and character to be in compliance with the original ordinance and purpose when it was created in 2006. Thank you.
If you'd like to submit it for the record, you're welcome to. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Whistler Kid Rizard. I'm a former UNLV Rebel football player. And I want to take you back to exactly what, if you did pass this ban, could happen to someone else that happened to me. In 2006, summer of 2006, as an athlete coming from Florida, when you are required to be here to work out, you are required to be here, but there's not funding. Me and my 2 best friends, all the way from Florida, was stuck here in the summer of 2006 without any money, without any credit, without any residency established. We were basically left out to find a place to stay. If it wasn't for a woman who worked at a motel that extended a room for 30 days, we would have been a statistic on the street as a homeless individual pursuing a higher education because they lack funding. Short-term rentals opportunity give individuals like myself the opportunity to graduate, to be successful and contribute to Las Vegas since 2005. So therefore, I ask to we oppose the ban on short-term rentals.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record? Please, folks. This is all night. Please.
My name's Annette Fiala. I'm with the Vegas Vacation Rental Association. Good evening,
Address.
Commissioners. I appreciate your patience as we go through this
Can I
tonight.
get your address, please, quickly?
208 East Levi Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89183.
Thank you.
I would like to offer an olive branch to everyone here tonight. Our association advocates for licensing short-term rentals with reasonable regulations. For tonight, I'm asking both sides to please be patient and truly listen to the concerns of the other side. We have a goal. Our goal is to mutually agree upon an ordinance that would allow the city to get the much-needed revenue of over $10 million annually in licensing fees and taxes. We also want to shut down all the bad operators while allowing visitors from all over the world to come with their families, business associates, sports teams, conventioneers, and everyone else who wants to enjoy our beautiful city. We believe we will address most of your concerns tonight, and we are happy to meet with you and work together so we can avoid disrupting the neighborhoods, spreading fear, which has occurred with the current short-term rental or license process. You've probably never heard that the best short-term rental is one that nobody knows about.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
No, you-
Folks, the clapping, we got to get through this.
I'll go, sure.
Thank you.
Hi, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. If you don't already know it, there is a ban in the city on short-term rentals. In Summerlin, Sun City Summerlin, Town Center, Sky Canyon, Cliffs Edge, Grand Canyon Village, the Las Vegas Medical District, and Providence Square. That's built into the code. Apparently, those communities have better juice than Wards 1 and 3, who bear the brunt of all the short-term rentals. You have a number of ordinances that are unenforceable. You have a number that have unintended consequences, and staff has admitted at the last Planning Commission meeting that there's a gray area which will allow parting houses if somebody claims to be owner-occupied. This is the new panacea for someone who wants to get in without adequate regulations. So if you want to do good regulations, if you want to pass reasonable restrictions, put the moratorium in place and work it all out with all the parties. Have open hall meetings for everyone to put in their input. If you continue to do this piecemeal, you're going to have unintended consequences. They're going to be ensconced in the code. Please vote for the ban now. There's enough. It's saturated.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Carrie Stratton, 1305 Phillips Avenue.
Mary Margaret Stratton, 1305 Phillips Avenue. We are owner-occupied, so I will address my remarks specifically to that. We are opposed to a ban and hope that the commissioners will work towards owner-occupied friendly. We personally have struggled financially since the real estate crash of 2008-9, and we look to Airbnb. We've been hosting since 2010. We've hosted people from all over the world, authors in our historic home. We're proud to show off Vegas. And ultimately, what we do as homeowners in the privacy of our own home with 1 or 2 guests at a time, very quiet, we feel that this is within the realms of what should be acceptable in this city. We contribute to our neighborhood, we help our neighbors, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for being brief, Mary. Can I get your name
Julie
and address?
Davies, that's D-A-V-I-E-S.
Folks, please, the clapping. I can't hear the comments, and I have to hear the comments. The commission has to. I don't want to be put in a position that I have to stop this, have everybody raise their hand if you're for or against, and just not get good comments. So that was one option that we had tonight. I wanted to hear some good comments. So please hold your applause. I realize there's people for it. I realize there's people against it, but we have to get through the meeting, please. Your name and address again for the record.
Julie Davies, D-A-V-I-E-S, 6074 Gordon Creek Avenue. And I am the instructor. I wrote the textbook and curriculum for the CSN-hosted course on short-term rental management. Now, in order to get this course into an accredited setting, I had to go through a lot of studies. I looked at regulations all across the nation. I looked at quantitative, qualitative studies, statistics, legislation, trends, and lawsuits. One thing I did learn, or many things I did learn, but short-term rentals are a product of a societal change. It's a change in the way people are traveling. So people will be doing short-term rentals. In areas where they've had the bans, we've just had more unlicensed operators like we're having here, causing chaos in the neighborhoods. That isn't good. It's something that we can control better through
licensing short-term rentals through reasonable regulations, a way to be educated, because educated hosts will know what to do with the garbage and the cars and all of this,
Thank
and
you,
they will
Julie.
vet their guests. So please vote no on the ban.
Thank you for your comments. Can you name and address, please, for the record?
Jackie Flores, 1024 Padre Island. I'm here in support of short-term rentals. How many people here tonight live in an HOA or are representing an HOA? We just want to share with everyone here tonight that we are against STRs in any HOA, unless your HOA's CCNRs specifically allow it. We just want you to know we are on the same side of this issue. We are not asking for you to approve STRs in any HOA. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Yes, my name is Ed Uhling, U-E-H-L-I-N-G. Most people think that everything is okay with tourism here in Las Vegas. In fact, tourism here has only increased 10% in the last dozen years. Macau, during the same period, grew from $7 billion to $40 billion in gaming revenues alone. That's the equivalent of 5 strips. The gap between our actual income and the income we would have if we merely kept pace in the number of tourists with the rest of the world is $40 billion. $40 billion are being left on the table. The people in this room have the solution right in their hands. Rather than fighting with each other, we should be working together. How can any homeowner object to a property value increase? How many Tesla factories would we need in order to create $40 billion per year? That's the amount that 40 million more tourists per year would create. Since the hotels can't build that many rooms that quickly, all of us will be helping the resorts.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Ryan
Can you name and
Schlosser,
address?
4300 Fulton Place, Las Vegas, Nevada. I support licensing short-term rentals with reasonable regulations. I've worked in IT and technology for 25 years. There's solutions that can help manage this from a operator and government perspective. One of those devices is a party squasher. It's a product that will be at the house, providing the number of connected cell phone devices that are at the house. If the house is only rated to have 10 guests, the operator can know how many people are actually at the house and self-regulate the people at the party if it goes above the limit. It's privacy-friendly and designed for detached homes. This is just one technology solution that could be used. Again, I support licensing short-term rentals with reasonable regulations.
Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, Marco Magdaleno, 2000 Collins Avenue. I support alternative lodging options such as Airbnb short-term rentals because of the benefits to both the city and, more importantly, the local entrepreneurs who are willing to share their homes with much valued visitors to Las Vegas. Alternative lodging financially benefit tourists, local hosts, and has been proven to be a very broad economic impact to the city. The alternative lodging effect, whether people like it or not, generate more tourists to be able to find affordable room accommodations through STRs with diverse options, through local hosts providing authentic local experience, and are result in longer stays and more vibrant commerce for tourists purchasing goods, services in the local economy. This equals to more money in people's pockets, which is a win-win situation. This is a win for both local hosts and the hospitality industry in Las Vegas because alternative lodging helped the hotels by easing the capacity of restraints during peak tourist season and conventions. One last point. My last point is when there are no rooms in the city during major home games for the Raiders, or the inevitable when a major sport event like the Super Bowl, which Las Vegas will host one day, guess who the city will turn to? The hosts of Airbnb and other alternative lodging in the city. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sean Kiss, 7712 Four Seasons Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. So I'd like to be here to tell you today that in January 2018, City Council celebrated $1.8 million from income to the city for marijuana use taxes. The state of Nevada collected $70 million in use tax for marijuana in 2017. Yet all of Clark County was on target in 2018 to gross over $500 million from STRs, which would have resulted in $65+ million of room taxes. Clark County could and should have received that $65 million from taxes paid by STR owners. STRs are in existing businesses that could easily be licensed and paying taxes. Code enforcement in this city and Clark County are working. The updated projections revenue for 2018 have been lowered to $350 million, down from over $500 million. But owners cannot collect and pay tax if they are not licenses. I support licensing STRs with reasonable regulations, and I strongly oppose the privilege license requirement and the 1,000-foot radius notification. Lastly, I would like to second what the gentleman said before me, that if you think about Macau, we've lost a lot of money from the whales that go to Macau.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Chris Davies, 6074 Gordon Creek Avenue, Las Vegas. I'll be very brief.
Thank you, Chris.
STRs can be very family-friendly, and there's not anything else. The hotels, you can't be there with your children and your grandchildren. So I'm very much opposed to banning.
Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Kevin Tyler, 5207 Wilbur Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119. As a student at UNLV, I feel like I need to have the choice to use the sharing economy. When it comes to short-term rentals, like through Airbnb, sometimes, in fact, many times, that is the most cost-effective way to secure lodging when going on the very few vacations I can afford or going to further my education by attending conferences. I don't believe that we should be forced to sign on to costly long-term rental agreements when only a month or a few days or a week are called for. So I don't believe that anyone should support this, and I strongly oppose this ban.
Thank you for being brief. And if anyone has, if they can't get through their notes, they can leave them with staff, and it can be part of the record so everyone knows. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Norman Zing, 115 Crooked Powder Drive, 89148.
Could you spell me your last name for me, please?
Z-H-E-N-G.
Thank you.
If you go online and look at the requirements for the privilege license, it requires a 1 FBI background investigation, Metro Police investigation, tax returns, bank statements, driver's license, birth certificates, proof of where the funds came from, personal history, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, the fees total about $450 for just one person, and additional for more owners. And an additional, on top of that, $500 for operating during the 10 to 12-month investigation period. That is on top of the requirements in order to get a house in order to pass these inspections. The SUP application was a lengthy process. This will prove to be a labor-intensive paperwork review, filing, logistics nightmare. And just like the SUP, if the licenses are not granted, then again, the city will not even cover the expenses. How many city employees would it take to process the privilege license? I'm very extremely uncomfortable with such sensitive information being out there to the workers and people.
Thank you, Mr. Zing.
Right.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Joseph Turley, 1055 Bonita Avenue, 89104. I oppose the ban. I just feel that it's more of the operator's issue when it comes to Airbnb. I feel that you need to make a connection with your guests when they get there and be like, listen, I have neighbors, you know, if you have a loud noise complaint, I'm coming to you, and you know, you're gonna lose your deposit, and I'm gonna kick you out that night. You just gotta be more proactive, because your neighbors are the one that are kind of supporting what you're doing. I mean, everybody wants to make a little money. I feel that we should just watch it. Just whoever checks in, just be like, listen, I have neighbors. If you make noise, you're out. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Tom with an H, Madro, M-A-D-R-O. I live at 4037 Mountain View Boulevard, 89102. I strongly oppose the ban to STRs, and on top of that, while I'm standing here, I'm thinking, you know, because I've been to several of these meetings listening, and even in one of my applications, and I'm wondering if it should not be a special use permit. The Planning Commission hears much of your time devoted to the applications. Perhaps there should be a smaller panel dedicated strictly to it, because it's a business, basically. And so it's licensing and regulation, and perhaps, like most, I don't know many businesses that have to come before planning and the city council in order to operate, or to get the permit to operate. So maybe special use permit's not the way to go, but they can be run really well. And like they said, 99% are run excellently. So anyway, I'm here to do my opposition to the ban.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the
Christian Cardenas, 2086 Medica Avenue. And I oppose the ban because 10 years ago, my family lost our home, and we were homeless for a time. And in the meantime, to get back on our feet, we stayed in a very cramped motel. And if we had known like Airbnb existed, we could have stayed in the comfort of an actual home. And I was around 9 or 10, and being in a cramped motel was really not that great. And so I oppose this ban, especially when it furthers special interests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Olive Knaus, Knaus, 1709 Kasabian Avenue. I strongly oppose this ban because there's been a huge societal change that's created an immense demand for alternative lodging in a home-like setting. And if the city doesn't allow good operators to fill this demand, then the bad hosts are going to continue to disrupt the neighborhoods, and this isn't going to be positive for anyone. And the city, we need to get up to speed on reasonable regulations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Malie Simpson, 8938 Rice Peak Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148. I oppose the ban. I am a 40-year resident, small business owner for 30 years. I've met many tourists and also out-of-towners over the years in my business who only use Airbnb as their choice for accommodations, whether it is for health or safety reasons, or even a large family or a family reunion to be able to stay together in a home while still taking advantage of all that Las Vegas has to offer. I met one woman who came here to testify in court because her mother was killed in an auto accident, and she broke down crying at the thought of staying in a hotel. Another woman I met had severe chemical allergies, could not stay in a hotel. When she found an Airbnb, she was thankful for her health. My neighbor, actually, who is a homeowner, just 2 nights ago had a loud party with over 40 people at her house till 4 in the morning, and she was a homeowner. So, you know, it's not Airbnbs that just have loud parties.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Cameron Dudley, 8541 Bellaterra Court. I'm a STR owner for the past 2 years. We've heard over many presentations the anti-STR playbook contains the words of pedophiles, of drug dealers, and of dangers to the schools, to churches. And I found that this is just a tactic to cause fear in our neighbors. I've had a neighborhood meeting where they brought forth these things, and it was just to cause my neighbors to be nervous about vacation rentals. It's our desire that individuals that bring forth these charges would provide some documentation that shows that vacation rentals attract these kind of people. I definitely do not support this ban, and I support the reasonable licensing of STRs.
Thank you, Cameron. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
Ted Finkelman, 6948 Blacksmith Court, 89145. We've heard a lot of rumblings from opposed STR neighborhood meetings about STRs not paying taxes. We have heard at many planning commission and city council meetings that short-term rentals are not paying room taxes or use taxes, and some people have even said the owners do not pay property taxes. We'd like to make it clear that all property owners pay property taxes. As far as the room taxes or the proposed, in quotes, revenue license fee, unquote, goes, all STR owners would be happy to pay the taxes or fees if, in quotes, they could just get licensed. Without a license, it's illegal to collect room tax. On June 21st, 2017, the city adopted an ordinance requiring all STRs to apply for a SUP special use permit. That process has been grueling, to say the least, while disrupting neighborhoods during the process. 12 months after that ordinance was adopted, less than 32 special use permits had been issued, and only 16 of them were active. The other 16 owners were fearful from threats.
Thank you, Ted.
I support licensing STRs with reasonable regulations, and I strongly oppose the privilege license requirement and the 1,000-foot radius.
Thank you. You can turn that into if you have additional notes you'd like to submit.
Hi, I'm
Please.
Cheryl Woods. I was just here in August. You guys approved me for the short-term stay, and I'm just wondering what's happening. I've done everything that you guys are requiring. I've had the inspections, I put in the fire extinguishers, I've made the gates safe. So what's this about taking it away? I've put a lot of money into this. What's going to happen? I'm just really concerned about where you guys are going with this and the money that I put out. I've done everything that you guys have asked me. I'm at the end of the process now, and you guys are going to ban short-term rentals? I don't get that. Will I get my money back, or is it just lost?
Cheryl, I'll quickly answer for you. You would continue to operate as an STR. You would become a non-conforming short-term rental, and so you would still have the ability to operate as a short-term rental until you sell your property or have a change of ownership. So if it is repealed, you'd still be able to your grandfathered in, basically.
Oh, that's great. I do support short-term rentals, and I do believe in some regulations. Thank you
Cheryl,
so much.
let me, City Attorney can just chime in quickly.
Yes, that's going to be up to the council, Chairman, with regard to the
Ultimately
ability
up to the
for
council.
them to be grandfathered in. They could amortize them out at a certain point as well. So again, it's going to be up to the council to make that ultimate determination.
Correct. So we are a recommending body to the city council, so you can be at the city council meeting for the final decision to understand, but if it does pass as it's existing, you would be grandfathered in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to give my notes.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Anastasia Chibotareva, 401 Lorenzi, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Could you spell your last name for me, please?
Chebotareva.
Thank you.
Yes, by my last name you can tell I'm not born here. I come from Russia. So I understand it from some different point of view. When I came in this country, I was shocked at how friendly and welcome people are. And I want to tell that Airbnb to help us have that bond from foreign people and from people in this country too. Because who is that guests we're talking about? They don't want to stay in a hotel because they want to know people of Las Vegas, to know culture, to learn all the wonderful things we have here. They want to bond. They become part of the family of some hosts.
Thank you.
So basically, they want to stay in Airbnb.
I have
Yes.
to move on, so
Okay,
thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Good evening. My name is Lee Zucker, 828 Vegas Valley Drive, Las Vegas 89109. I've lived here since 2005 and have been a City of Las Vegas licensed short-term vacation rental host for over 2 years, and I truly love it. I love being a part of this city, and I love participating in that. I've had 0 complaints hosting dozens and dozens of families and groups since I've started. I strongly oppose an outright ban on short-term rentals for many reasons, but I will keep it brief. Vacationing families that come here need to have a place to stay other than hotels. They deserve that. My previous guest just over the weekend came together with a group of 8 people, and they spent a wonderful time together. They had not been together for 10 years under one roof, swimming, barbecuing, having a good time together. The city obviously is going to lose a huge amount of money if this goes forward.
Lee, we have to move on.
Okay.
Would you like to turn in your notes?
Yes, I would. But one last thing, the key to this is just proper rules and education.
Thank you.
To allow this
We
to
have to
go
move
forward.
on.
Thank
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioners, for letting me speak. My name, for the record, is Kenneth Teacher. I'm an adult with a vision impairment. My address is 4321 Mountain View Boulevard. I walk down the Mountain View area. I am strongly opposed to this party house because it would jeopardize and create a domino effect and with a peaceful neighborhood and provide chaos with the traffic and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Ray Lathrop, 1302 South 6th Street. I support a ban on short-term rental ordinance for a number of reasons, one of which I do not believe the city has put enough resources into code enforcement related to the current ordinance as it stands. We have made multiple complaints in our neighborhood that have not been followed up in a timely manner, and we would really like the investment to follow the ordinance. I also believe that there is a lack of long-term rentals and home ownership possibilities for neighbors and families here in the Las Vegas Valley, and I do believe that the short-term rental market is affecting the availability and affordability of home ownership here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Jack Valero, and
I oppose the ban, and I want to direct my comments to the young lady's discussion about enforcement. The proposed ordinance will require all properties, not just 5 bedrooms more, to have a 24-hour security response company contract. At present, most cannot guarantee more than a 2-hour response time, and the proposed ordinance is requiring a 1-hour response time.
This is for a repeal of the short-term rentals, item number 78.
I'm sorry?
This is item number 78, a repeal.
Right, I don't want to have a repeal. I agree.
Okay, but you're talking about something...
I'm talking about response time for enforcement.
But what you're talking about...
For the existing ordinance.
...is item number 79, which was stricken.
Oh.
So this is specific to item number 78, which is for, against, repeal, and why.
Thank you.
Yep. But Jack, for the record, you're saying you're opposed to a...
Opposed, yes.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Heather Wyatt. I live at 1321 North Mallard Street. I'm opposed to this ban, and my husband, Tom, works construction, and without the income of our rental, we would lose our home. Since you have essentially fired me, we are losing about $1,000 a month. Because of this, I have had to borrow money from my father. We have a converted garage with all the amenities. 2 doors and a laundry room divide the studio from our home. I have a 5-star rating on Airbnb. I have, at a meeting, I was told you could come into my home and search any time you want. That's a violation of my privacy. I was also told that you could have people watching me 24 hours a day, and that is stalking. I oppose this ban, and I believe that you should allow short-term rental. If problems arise, then there should be a fine imposed. My property rights, my privacy rights, and the right to work are being violated. This makes this ban criminal in my eyes. I am prepared to take this all the way to the Supreme Court if I have to.
Thank you.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Heather, what was your address, please, for the record?
1321 North Mallard Street, and I sent you all an email.
Yes, you did.
Thank you very much.
A few. Thank you.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Beth Blackwood, 34 Jade Circle. I value my neighborhood, and I support this proposal.
Thank you for your comments and being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Brittany Biggs, 5236 Madison Stone Street. I am in opposition of this ban, and the arguments for banning short-term rentals or placing strict regulations on them are based on a more emotional level. The main arguments for these STRs is that these rentals can potentially disrupt neighborhoods, lower property values, and lead to a decrease in long-term housing. And while these are all valid arguments, the rebuttal on why short-term rentals should stay is the main 3 points that I have, is that it's flexibility for scheduling, potential for more property earnings, and for more earnings for the person, and it would be less wear and tear on the property, which would increase the value of the home. Also, every Airbnb host have a code of conduct that the guests must abide to, and STRs have also been shown to be cheaper than Vegas hotels as they do not incorporate resort fees, but Vegas has always adapted to tourists and fellow citizens, so I infringe their rights on the rights to choose an STR.
Thank you, Brittany. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Karen Crotty, 3752 Mount Crest Drive, 89121.
Was it Sharon?
Karen.
Karen, excuse me, Karen. Thank you.
I oppose the STR ban, and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority invites everyone in the world to come to Vegas. Gambling and alcohol are the main source of revenue for the Strip casinos. Guests booking a short-term rental house don't come to Vegas to hang out in the backyard. They require the benefits a house offers, but they spend their time and money contributing to the local economy by attending any of our professional sports, hockey, boxing, baseball, basketball, soccer, and soon enough the Raiders. Eating at our incredible restaurants, gambling shows, clubs, tours, spas, pool parties, concerts, limos, Uber, Lyft, airport. The Vegas economy is 95% based on tourism. Every guest booking a short-term rental house contributes to the local economy.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Lance, 11700 West Charleston Boulevard. I'll make this less than 40 seconds. So I'll start with saying Simon Sinek once said that you should be able to have the right to get what you want as long as it doesn't prevent someone else from getting what they want. As a Las Vegas resident and Airbnb customer, I believe Airbnb and short-term rentals offer a valuable service to the local economy through lower prices, a kitchen to cook in, and the privacy of a home with people that I can match a name with a face with. In closing, I'm for short-term rentals staying in Las Vegas, oppose the ban, and believe a use tax, third-party security company for noise complaints and code enforcement, and a quick and easy registration process for hosts are three possible win-win solutions. Thank you.
Excuse me, Lance,
Yes.
could you spell your last name for the
Yes.
clerk, please?
McGowan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you your name and address, please, for the record?
Hello, my name is Marcos Lopez. I live in 7744 Wedlock Lane, that's in Starvo Anthony's ward. I don't know why Las Vegas has such a strained history with the sharing economy. Whether it's Airbnb or Uber, we've always been resisting change and innovation as a city. The sharing economy has proven to be immensely successful, especially for younger people like me who value flexibility and choice. We have a lot of Nevadan politicians that talk about making us a new hub for technologies and entrepreneurs, but why are we then considering this banned? These peer-to-peer tech companies provide great economic growth in our city. I do have to wonder about the timing. Does this have to do anything with the fact that the average rate for a nightly hotel room in Vegas is near all-time highs, while the revenue per available room has been decreasing? There's a working paper published by the National Bureau of Economic Research that finds that the presence of alternative lodging options financially benefits travelers, hosts, and the broader local economy. This study was conducted by an economist from the Harvard Business School and the MIT Sloan School of Management to determine the aspect of peer-supplied short-term rentals on the economy. It shows that there is an Airbnb effect. In cities where Airbnb is an option, travelers are able to find more affordable room accommodations throughout the city. And on top of that, the research indicates that the average consumer has a surplus of $41 per night, which then they can spend on our local businesses or our local economy.
Thank you, Marcos.
So I oppose this.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Judith Cruz, 8491 Kentshire. I oppose this ban on STRs.
Thank you, Judith. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Patrick Leahy, 8194 Kentshire Drive, 89117, and I strongly oppose the ban.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you both for being brief. Can I get your name and
Good
address?
evening, Renee Page. My address is 3357 Remuda Trail, Las Vegas. I am a short-term rental owner and operator. I am opposed to this ban. I do host families. I do host corporate conventions, and I don't have a party house. I am opposed to this. Please reconsider the ban.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the record.
Jessica Cruz, 7712 Four Seasons Drive, 89129. I am opposed to the ban. May I yield my 40 seconds?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sean Kiss again, 7712 Four Seasons Drive. My family used to own Kiss Cabinets, Inc., a local custom cabinet shop, and in 2008, the worst financial crisis happened to Las Vegas out of any other city in the U.S. Our savings and many other friends had their money tied up in property-related investments. Finally, after 10 years, there's been some financial economic growth.
I'm not hearing
People are
anything
still
new.
hurting. Huh?
I'm not hearing anything new.
All right, well, I guess a vote yes just helps people out of poverty.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Alex San, that's spelled S as in soccer, A as in apple, N as in Nancy.
Thank you.
And I live near Westcliff in Buffalo. I'm reading this on behalf of my parents. We would like to express our support for the short-term rentals. Our neighbor who live and operate an STR have really made their STR and personal home one of the nicest homes on our block. We are able to reach them if there's any issues, but there have not been any problems as they are very particular who they rent to. Typically, families stay at the home and guests are courteous and pleasure to have in the neighborhood during their short stays. In addition to being a plus in our neighborhood, the STR serves as our spare bedroom when our family members come to visit. They stay at the STR free of charge. This enables our family to spend time together annually. Because of costs, this would not happen if we did not have an STR near us. The SUP process seems invasive, unjust, and difficult to achieve in a timely manner. Please make it easier for them to get a license so they can pay their taxes.
Thank you, Alex. If you'd like to turn any notes, you can to the staff there. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Ingrid Morgan, Morgan, and I live at 34 Onyx Way. And I would just like to speak about, I am a STR owner, and I just want to talk about the noise that people are complaining about. We actually have Noise Aware in our home, and not only do we have it inside the home, we have it on the patio as well. It's set to certain decibel levels. if it goes above that level, we get a text on our cell phones. We can call the people and let them know. But since we put that in, we have not had any problems with it going above a certain level, because what we do is actually have the guest sign a statement that we wrote telling them they're in the home, the noise awares are there, and they need to abide by it. And if they go above a level, they will be asked to leave.
Thank you,
So
Ingrid.
I am totally in support of licensing STRs with reasonable regulations, and I think having noise awares in the home is a
Thank you for your
regulation.
comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Saba Taylor Akbar, 150.
Could you give me your first name again?
Sure, Saba, S-A-B-A.
Saba. Thank you, Saba.
Last name's Taylor-Akbar. My address is 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1013. I oppose the STR ban because I'm also in process applicant, and also I use Airbnb throughout the world. I've used it France, Italy, Turkey, Spain, anywhere I've been, I've used Airbnb. It's just more convenient and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Saba. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Zanus Morgan, and my address is 34 Onyx Way.
What was the first name?
Zanus, with a Z.
Thank you.
Morgan, and I'm at 34 Onyx Way. And I want to just say straight off that I am opposed to this ban. I'm a supporter for licensed STRs with reasonable regulation, and I strongly oppose the privilege license requirements and 1,000-foot radius notification. I think as STR operators, we should be responsible citizens, and that we should put into place things like my wife was just mentioning, like noise aware. But also I want to add to that another layer, which is we should have some security cameras as well, just to ensure.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address.
I'm
for the record.
Georgia Roberts, ROBERTS. I strongly oppose the ban on STRs. I think we can work this out. They're not all party houses. We have one in our neighborhood that is actually the nicest, most maintained, best-looking house on our street. And the people are never there. They're up on the strip. They don't come here to hang out in the house. They're gone. So I oppose it.
Thank you, Georgia Roberts. Thank you for your comments. Name and address.
Hello, Venza Bracken, that's V-E-N-Z-A Bracken, 309 Arnold Street. My husband and I are special use permit holders. We are not in support of the item number 78, but we are in support of having the short-term rental current holders transfer over to having special use permits. We do feel like regulation is important, and right now we've got a lot of illegal operators out there, and it's not really fair to the people or the citizens that are going through the process to have the special use permits if it's not being regulated through the other people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can you name and address for the
Hello,
record?
Carol Fada, 2000 Diamond Bar Drive, 89117. Guess you figured out I'm in favor of the ban. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas has been a highly successful campaign, and on the Strip where there's enhanced police presence, it's working for the city. In my neighborhood where I bought a residential home in a residential neighborhood, there's many people tonight have said this is a business. The business isn't zoned in my residential area. The Marriott, the Hyatt, and the Accord hotels are looking for property to operate Airbnbs now as well. So now they're going to be getting it. It's cheaper for them. They don't have to go through and do the disability compliance. So they're saving money that way. That's another issue. But I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Jody Jacobson, 2264 Laurel Heights Lane, Henderson. I've been living here for about 20 years, and I oppose the ban. I think that short-term rentals are a necessity for people like me who travel and do business. I'm away 60-70% of my time here, so the use of short-term rentals is really important to me for me to continue doing what I do for my career, and I also think it's important for other people who do work similar to me who travel a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Dylan Bracken, 309 Arnold Street. I am a proud Airbnb owner with a short-term special use permit. I am also a consultant for people that are looking to get the permit legally, and I work in partnership with Lux Home Pro. The problem is not the permits, it's the lack of enforcement. There are 3,000 Airbnbs in Vegas, and only about 160 of them have the SUP. That's only 5% that are properly licensed. The solution is getting operators to be in partnership with the city, and for the city to properly crack down on the illegal operators. Please oppose the ban.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you for your comments. Can you just your name and address for the record?
Hi, Sarah Theo, 4530 Paseo El Rio Drive, 89121. I'm not going to go on and on because he said a great bit of what I was going to say, but across from my house there was an Airbnb operating for approximately 6 years that my husband and I didn't find out about until they were shut down because of an angry neighbor. But my other neighbor, who lives 2 houses down the street from me, bumps his music at all hours of the night, and the police will not help me shut him down. So I really think it's more about taking care of the regulations and the ordinances than it is about the actual properties themselves. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your
Sarah.
time.
Thank you for being brief. Can you your name and address for the record?
I'm Michael Lopez, 4530 Paseo El Rio Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89121. I just want to say I've really worked hard to make a beautiful contribution to my neighborhood. We do have a short-term rental, and I strongly oppose this ban.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Deborah Bienick, 8621 Dollhouse Drive.
Deborah, could you spell your last name, please?
B as in boy, I-E, N as in Nancy, I-E-K.
Thank you.
As a 22-year Las Vegas resident, I own a home to be part of a neighborhood where neighbors know each other and help each other, to help watch out for each other, and to build a community together. Short-term rentals are not part of that. I ask that you vote for the ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Michael McElroy, 200 West Sahara, Unit 3103, Las Vegas. I'm a UNLV grad. I'm also an executive for a tech company based in Las Vegas. I think for Las Vegas to grow, we need to be competitive with other markets. And, Airbnb is a reality now that we have to embrace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
AJ Modig, 4120 El Camino Avenue. I've been an operator since before the 2014 regulations requiring permits. I've had the support of all my neighbors. I've been interviewed by news channels, and so much of what has already been said is true, that the 99% of the operators are good operators. What she just said about enforcement and stuff is also extremely true, and I hope that you guys will oppose the ban and support better enforcement, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the record.
Corey Johnston, 8117 Donati's Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. I would like to go on record. I am strongly opposing this ban.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Tom Dudas. That's D-U-D-A-S. I'm at 1917 Verdinal Drive. And Miss Vice Chairman Vicki Quinn is familiar with me for the whole time that I've been in Las Vegas. And my background is being a hotel manager, and don't understand why these people want to deal with renters because it's a major headache. I had also a stint as an apartment manager. I want to enlighten the point of timeshares are also there and maybe greatly underutilized. As a hotel manager, I filled many a convention obligation with timeshares. And I've been a short-term renter, not owning a short-term rental. I've rented in Napa, Michigan, Florida, vacation locations.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Tom, but I got to keep rolling.
The point is, could we have some legislation regarding the marijuana smoking lounges?
Thank you, Tom.
Not in the short-term rentals.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Name's Richard Pierce. Address is 10067 Stampede Canyon Court, Las Vegas, 89147. I've been in Vegas since 1980. I strongly oppose the ban. I think there is a big need of reasonable licensing and regulation, that is for sure, but I heard the figure 3,000. That's way low. I've seen figures on what is already in Vegas. You're just missing out on a lot of income that could be used to do the regulation, do other improvements of things, but license the people and then follow it up.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
to the party
Pierce.
houses, have the regular stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, sir, for the record. please.
Lawrence Love Life, 301 Vandalia Street. I've successfully hosted 120 reservations at 301 Vandalia Street, which is a family-oriented community. No complaints, and I'm strongly against this ban.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Deirdre Felgar, 7219 West Sahara, Suite 120. I think if people want to be a motel, they should have a front desk, they should employ people, pay taxes into the system, give jobs to people, they should have security, concierge services, maid services, they should function like a motel. They should not have the 3% cap on their taxes, they should pay the 8% cap on their taxes, they should be ADA compliant. As a real estate broker, I cannot have my office in my home because of the number of people that could be coming back and forth. But if I have 8 people staying in a 3-bedroom house, that's too much traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
Anybody can turn the camera on? Just to make it easier.
Is there an overhead that we can look at? I need your name and address for the record.
It's Hal Jones, 7811 Dana Point Court. I'm here representing the Buffalo Coalition Neighborhood Association, the Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association, and another association that's being created. I don't know if they've registered yet, but they're being created. This spans from Charleston to Sahara, from Durango over to Jones. It's probably about 1,500 homes at least, maybe more. I honestly haven't been able to count them.
Hal, you got 20 more seconds.
Okay, so I pulled data from a public site called Inside Airbnb. They scraped the data out of the public site of Airbnb. And the numbers are for Vegas. They had 910 listings on August 6th. 2008, and I have all this information I'll pass on and register. I broke it down between 2 different types of hosts with 1 listing versus hosts with multiple listings. And I also
I have to move on.
Real quick, I'll get to it. All right. There's multiple listing hosts. 2 more points. Just 2 more points. They're really important points for you to understand.
Please tell me your points.
Okay, 20 hosts that live in the valley represent 86 of the 178 listings.
I read that in your email. Yep.
9 hosts represent 54 of the 118.
Read that in your email too. Thank you.
Okay.
I have to move on.
And so-
Please turn it in for the record. I have your email. I went
Okay.
through all your slides, looked at how the money is gone, and appreciate it. I want you to know that. But I
Okay.
have to keep going.
Well, like I say, I'm representing about 1,500 homes. I think I would get more than 1 minute.
Well,
but thank
sorry,
you.
Hal. We have to move on. Name and address for the record, please.
Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. I support this ordinance. Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian has said on numerous occasions she values people over profits, and this ordinance proves that she means it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Nancy Samers, Unit 1903, The Ogden. I just want to say that I support the ban on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Nancy. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Dina Cianchetti, D-I-N-A, Cianchetti, C-I-A-N-C-H-E-T-T-I.
Thank you.
2241 Diamond Bar Drive. I'll try to be fast, but I'm Italian, so it might take a minute. So I just want to know why we have zoning laws and why, we have single-family residents with, now we've got hotels in our neighborhoods. I mean, does that mean I can have a shoe store, shut off my garage and put a beauty store in there? I mean, where do we draw the line of what's coming down the road? I mean, do what? I mean, it's just, I don't know if you guys have seen this, have the cameras on. This is something new starting in San Diego called Swimply, where you can rent your pool, your swimming pool, and have parties. And it's going to be just like Airbnb with your swimming pool. So that's starting in San Diego right now. I'll show it to you if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it. It's called Swimply. So now is that coming down the road with us also? So we got to get this under control because we're going to start having people having different other businesses because my neighborhood's zoned for single family, not to have a hotel, not commercial.
Thank you, Dina. If you'd like
Thank
to turn
you.
that in,
Yes,
we will
thank you
take
so
it for
much.
the record, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jonas Wolverton. I'm at the Ogden, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1011. And I just wanted to express the Ogden is Home homeowners group. We support the ban on all short-term rentals in Las Vegas, and I'd like to submit my some comments for the record. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you could write your name on what you're turning in so we have it, that would help us for what you turn in. So can you get your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Eddie Diaz, 2733 Cathedral Lane. As a new homeowner, I understand what it's like paying a mortgage, and I understand why would people look into STRs. Putting restrictions on what we can and can't do with our property takes away from our opportunity to make extra income. As a Latino, home sharing is a valuable tool to help Latino families and others build and save for a better future. By offering a valuable service to tourists who support the local economy with their dollars, homeowners can earn and fund their priorities, be it education, healthcare, or something else. This helps the homeowners, Las Vegas tourists, and our local economy. It supports Las Vegas jobs. Home sharing is already heavily restricted. To roll it back further would be a tremendous barrier that limits opportunity. I oppose it.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please.
Hi, Laura Eisenberg, 860 Pantera Place. I am a licensed and permitted STR owner. As an owner, we have missed one thing, and I want to address it because it has not been discussed tonight. We have to have empathy towards our neighbors. After I got approved, I went door to door, and I'm friends with our neighbors now who originally came here and spoke out against us. I was asked to be on the board of the new association forming with 1,500 homes in our STR neighborhood. They have my back because I've put them first. If we work together, our neighbors win and we all win. We just need to address their fears. The last comment I have is I've been approached by 2 neighbors in our neighborhoods to purchase the homes that have gone next door for sale. A well-ran STR is a huge asset to these neighborhoods. They are beautiful, and there are some amazing STR owners in this room who run them the way I have. So somewhere, the board, all of us just have to find the balance to make everybody happy. Thank you so much, and of course, I oppose this ban.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Eric Ostromecki, 8920 West Russell Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148.
Could you spell your last name, please?
A-S-T-R-A-M-E-C-K-I.
Thank you.
I support licensing short-term rentals for reasonable regulations. I'm a small business owner. At one point, I started my first business and almost lost it. I didn't know Airbnb was legal at the time, but I rented out a home for 3 months, and it allowed me to move into a crappy little 800-square-foot apartment across from a trailer park and save that business after 4 months. I then sold that home and used that money to start a second startup. I actually currently help licensed hosts file their license and tax registrations with the city and keep them in compliance to make sure that they're in compliance with everything that the city has put into effect. I think that if we can find regulation that actually helps these things grow, that there's ways we can reasonably manage it. I oppose this ban.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Jordy Mayer. My address is 3518 Simmons Street of North Las Vegas. I strongly oppose the ban of Airbnb. More people will thrive with modern economy. We make it easier, not harder, for would be entrepreneurs with a good idea or product to compete. In a community that embraces entrepreneurship, we start business at nearly twice the national average. The City Council shouldn't strip citizens or opportunities to improve their lives or support their families. This ordinance erects barriers to opportunity for Nevadans looking to earn a few extra bucks. It would also restrict visitors' access to competitively priced accommodations. Thank you, and I oppose the ban of Airbnb.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for being brief. Can you get your name and address for the record, please? Either one.
Hi, my name is Rob Storter. I live at 801 Vantage Lane, 89145, and I am in favor of the ban. 77% of the people in our neighborhood, that encompasses 273 homes, have voiced their displeasure and signed petitions and submitted postcards against this application. All rental situations come with risks, no matter how stringent the regulations, and we don't want those risks present in our neighborhood. There's more than 1,500 hotel rooms located within 1 mile of this property, and we would much prefer that tourists stay in the hotels, which have systems in place for safety, security, sanitation, and crisis management. There are a lot of children in our neighborhood. We don't want an unnecessary flow of strangers drifting through when our children are playing outside and walking to and from school. And I represent West Mesa Estates with these ladies as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Can you just name and address for the
My
record,
name
please?
is Teresa Gurr, G-U-R-R. I'm at 621 Ampere Lane, 89145, and I am in favor of the ban. Everybody that's talking in favor for these short-term rentals, they're all talking about money, money, money. The commission should be considering quality of life. The residential residents do not want these in their residential neighborhoods. No one person said they respect the neighborhood. Please vote to ban these. We don't want hotels in our neighborhoods.
Thank you for being brief. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Douglas.
Oh, sorry. Whoever would like to go. Douglas?
Douglas Graff, 3700 Briar Glen Lane, president also of the Woodland Hills Community Group and owner of 2 short-term rentals in my neighborhood. I have been in Vegas for 10 years, and when I started the short-term rentals, I also started a neighborhood organization to help people get educated about that. And what I found was that they were coming to me saying, please buy more of the houses in our beautiful neighborhood because they're turning into slums. And so that's one of the things I was able to do was to save 4 houses in the neighborhood from becoming slum houses. And it's the noise aware thing has me scared because I'm afraid my neighbors across the street will set it off on Saturday mornings. It's that bad. But the short-term rentals, I've been licensed for 3 years. I have a conditional use permit. I've had no issues. If they're going to be grandfathered, I guess I'd be for the ban because then I would, still be around. But I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Laura Kohlberg, Kolberg, 612 Ampere Lane. I am in favor of the ban. Our neighborhood is a major target because we're not in a master plan community, we don't have an HOA, and we have large, well-maintained homes. We do not believe it is fair that our type of neighborhood has to deal with the short-term rental issues while neighborhoods in planned communities are immune. Neighborhoods derive no benefit from short-term rentals operating in our midst. All we get is the consequences and additional responsibilities when things go wrong. We're looking to you for your help in protecting our vested interest in our homes and our neighborhoods. We urge you to vote for the best interest of the people who live in our neighborhoods rather than the bottom line of business owners who are trying to operate in residential neighborhoods.
Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
Brad Jowers at 1305 Sandcastle Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm a recently returned combat veteran from 2016. And one of the things is Airbnbs allowed my family to travel together and stay together. Military families are on fixed incomes, and this allows us to have vacations in places. This is why I oppose this ban.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for being brief, too. Name and address for the record.
Thank you. Kimberly Phillips, 2240 Jamaica Court. I'm the HOA president of Belcastro Estates, which is a cul-de-sac. We are within the 660, and I have 2 in my neighborhood. Somebody screwed up. I never got a notice. I really want you to pass this ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Julie Christensen, 2000 Homeview Court. I know short-term rentals are big business, but I'm asking you to please protect our neighborhoods. We have 18 short-term rentals within 2 miles. We live in a half-acre residential area, so I think it's a main target. I want to show you what's been happening in my neighborhood. These are the 2 within 600 feet of my neighborhood. One night we had a bachelor party. There were 10 Australian young men who were racing these exotic cars. They'd each rented their own. And they were racing through our neighborhoods, running through stop signs, stoplights. We didn't even know there was a short-term rental there until we heard this ruckus. Everybody was calling the police. 2 police cars came. The man who owns it will still say there was no party in his home. And this is what he told his neighbors. In the unlikely event that you reject my application for short-term rental, our target market will be 18 to 21-year-old college students who will put up 4 tenants per room and would have up to 24 people living in the house.
Thank you, Julie.
Tenants will probably move in and out each month. Now, I know some may care about their neighbors, some don't, and they cannot control what happens there.
Thank
Can
you,
I show
Julie.
you one more picture?
We have seen those pictures in the past.
Village Shangri-La, have you seen this one? This is within 600 feet of us.
Julie, we have to keep going. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I had to cut off Hal Jones.
This shouldn't be happening in our neighborhood. This is a business.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Sigrid Marman, 8900 Silk Bonnet Court.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Marman, M-A-R-M-A-N-N.
Thank you.
And I'm a very happy short-term rental owner. I screen my guests before they come. No parties, no smoking, no drinking. And they're very happy and come. I have repeated customers always coming back. So I do support a short-term rental.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Name and address. for the record.
Zan Hyer, H-Y-E-R, 2001 Homeview Court. Short-term rentals are destroying our neighborhood, and we are not opposed to people wanting to earn extra money, but they don't really have the right to destroy our neighborhood in the meantime. And the people that say that licensing is solving the problem probably don't realize that there's no such thing in any city or county office that has the manpower to officially monitor these. It's impossible to effectively monitor these and keep them from destroying our neighborhoods. And I support the ban.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Diane Harrington, 2020 Homeview Court. I support the ban on short-term rental for all the reasons that have been previously discussed. Mainly, I don't want it ruining the integrity of my neighborhood. I've been there for 20-plus years and want to keep it as a residential neighborhood, not as a business with short-term rentals.
Thank you for being brief, Diane. Name and address.
Robert Gilmer, 4009 Del Monte Avenue. I'm taking this personal because we keep putting more and more and more of the short-term rental units out there. It's becoming a direct result that the revenues on the strip, for whatever reason, are dropping, okay? If you have more and more and more people not using the resources that are on the strip and are using resources out there, that eliminates potential for jobs for people like me. And because of the downfall in the revenue, I am having my hours cut back. So it's personal for me. No to short-term rentals now or ever.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the record.
Janet Perry, P-A-R-R-Y, 7521 Curlin's Cove Drive. I support the ban on short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Hello, greetings to each of you. My name is Janelle Mazza. I'm at 1301 South 6th Street. I'm opposed to the ban on short-term rentals. I think we all can agree that we don't embrace progress by avoiding it. Thanks.
Thank you, Janelle. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Doug Williams, 1633 Palme. I am opposed to the short-term rental ban. I currently have a licensed short-term rental up near Summerlin, not in Summerlin. We host everything from BMX racers to the Olympic synchro swimming team. The beauty of the short-term rental, it allows teams to be together and not have to walk through casinos. I know you guys have heard this all before, but it really is important that teams can get together and not have to be subject to what we see on Fremont Street these days. I am a lifelong Nevadan, and I'm not happy with the direction my town is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for your comments and being brief. Name and address, please.
Hello, my name is B.I.R. Beer. Last name is A.Z.A.M. My address is 7905 Del Rey Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89117. I am a licensed realtor. As my profession, my job is to show homes to the local community. When I'm going to show homes, because of the short-term rental, we have a lot of investors coming out of town, buying homes here, reducing the opportunity for the locals to afford their home or to buy their home. And when we have all these investors coming over here, they're just thinking of money. They're thinking of making money out of the short-term rentals, not about the families who could afford their home and stay in those homes as the family. So I strongly support the ban on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Dudley Sondeno. My address is 2111 America's Cup Circle, and that's S-O-N-D-E-N-O. I am in support of the ban for a number of reasons, but I will be brief and try to give you something that maybe hasn't been said here tonight, and that is why reinvent the wheel here. Cities like Anaheim, California have tried STRs and ended up banning them. The city of Las Vegas should take a hard look at the experience of other cities and not duplicate the pain and disruption to residential neighborhoods they endured with STRs. Please learn from their experience. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and raise my hand and say, please prohibit STRs in Las Vegas. We have the best hotels and resorts in the world for visitors to use. Let's keep our neighborhoods for our families.
Thank you, Dudley. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ed Williams, 8025
Could you say your first name again? I couldn't hear
Ed
the clapping.
Williams.
Ed, thank you.
8025 West Russell Road, 89113. I own a small technology business here in Las Vegas, and short-term rentals make it possible for my company to bring people to Las Vegas to train from all over the country. And the increased competition and lower price that result from a healthy economy are essential to making that economically feasible for my company. As a technology person, I think it's been illustrated by others before, the sharing economy is not shrinking, it is growing. And I think over the next decade, you'll see that things like renting out pools and who knows what other business models that will be proposed are going to be more and more common. I would encourage you to support the good operators, punish the bad operators, and I oppose this ban on short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Ryko Campbell, 613 Starks Drive. I am legally licensed and I oppose the ban, and I'll leave the rest of my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Jones. I'm at 7811 Dana Point Court. I oppose having STRs, so I support the ban. 2 points. First point, I am a technologist. I've been in technology for over 36 years in the Bay Area. I've worked for Google, Amazon, Hewlett-Packard, and a number of other startups. So to say that Las Vegas is not technology friendly is a misstatement. My neighborhood, we talk, and everybody knows about technology. We don't need to be educated about what startups are and what the sharing economy equals. So thanks for that. The second point is that you may not realize, but many of the streets in which my neighbors live and I live are private. Private. Private means we own the streets. What that means from a liability standpoint is, if we have a short-term renter and they fall down for whatever reason, good or bad, we are held liable for that.
Thank you, Chris.
I just want to point out, our homeowners insurance companies will cancel our homeowner policies if you're not. So just be aware of that you could actually cause due harm to us.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Terry Curtis, 5270 Mustang Street, and I'm a licensed Airbnb host. I'm one of those that nobody knows it's in the neighborhood except for I've told them all, and they have included them in parties that we've had, whoever has been staying with me. I'm a little shocked when I find out, of course, that there's 10 times as many people that aren't licensed, and my concern is kind of for the guests, as I think if the streamlining of going ahead and licensing these people would work out, then they would maybe have those fire extinguishers, those smoke detectors, the floor plans, everything that should be in place that a lot of them might not have. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Stephen Goldman, 8550 West Charleston, number 102, Las Vegas, 89117. I'm in favor of the ban, and the reason is I'll provide you some new information. My community at West Mesa has deed restrictions forbidding this particular usage. When we went to the City Council with two proposals, the City Council informed us that it's a civil matter and we need to take it up in the court system. So why do we have to be in the position of providing the burden of suing my neighbor because he's violating a deed restriction? So as a result, some neighborhoods have deed restrictions in them like mine, but I was told by the City Council I have to hire an attorney and I have to go to court to enforce a deed restriction for the short-term rentals. Fortunately, when we notified the short-term rental operators about this, they both decided that they weren't going to go to our neighborhood. They were going to go into somebody else's that doesn't have a deed restriction. And please follow the quality of life in the neighborhoods instead of following the money. It's all about money. And unfortunately, the people that are here don't live in the neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, thank you. Ed Smith, 2101 Grand Island Court. The STR in our little cul-de-sac, they advertise 6 bedrooms will sleep 20 people in our neighborhood in one house. Why do we have zoning laws? We have a civil society. We all agree to live in the same areas by rules, and the rules are no businesses in our residences.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please.
My name is Ron Chen. I live in the 4771 Torrance Drive.
What's the last name, Chen? I'm sorry.
Ron Chen.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm the host. I host so many happy family and also so many business people. Without they're happy with rent our homes. They even, in my neighbor, they even didn't know we are doing a host this business, and we have the house rule. So I actually host so many business people. Is not a part. We are never has a party homes, and I opposed the ban.
Thank you.
Excuse me, what was your address again? What was?
Ms. Chen?
Ms. Chen, what was your address, please?
4771 Torrance Drive.
Torrance Drive?
Torrance Drive.
Torrance, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Floyd Ellis, 2125 Glen Heather Way. I support licensing STRs with reasonable regulations, and I strongly oppose the privilege license requirement and the 1,000-foot radius notification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record.
Doveberry, 2757 Promontory Vista. Firstly, I support licensing STRs with reasonable regulations. I strongly oppose the privilege license requirement and the 1,000-foot radius notification. I think that all rental houses are essentially a form of a business. Long-term rentals are a business. They're accepted, and there are a lot of problems with long-term rentals. You can't get rid of the people once they sign their leases. Short-term rentals, you can get rid of them within a day, two, usually 1 day, so I'm much more in favor of that. Regarding HOAs, I think an HOA should make their own decision whether or not to allow short-term rentals. It should be an HOA issue if there's an HOA, not a city issue. And then regarding the money available, if everybody was to pay taxes and get licensed properly, more than $10 million would come into the city, which could be utilized for other programs that the city needs money for. And using just a simple licensing fee, that would bring in over $750,000 based on 1,500 STRs.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Where can I hand this in?
Please do. Please do. Name your name and address for the record, please.
Brittany Pinckney, 3810 Tundra Swan.
What was last? I'm sorry. What was the last name again?
Pinckney, P-I-N-C-K-N-E-Y.
Thank you.
I'm in support of short-term rentals with reasonable regulations, and I oppose the privilege license requirement and a 1,000-feet radius notification. We've watched the city council meetings and listened to the budgets. Let's discuss hypothetically if the city needed funds for budgets or special programs. The revenue that can be collected from short-term rentals will strongly assist that.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Rochelle Reed, R-E-A-D. I live at 1704A Ivanhoe Way, Las Vegas, and I live next door to a short-term rental, and I have no problems with the people that come in. It's very quiet, and then when I happen to see them, we have a pleasant conversation. It's kind of neat to meet different people from different places, so I oppose the ban.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the record.
Brian Griffiths, 2125 Glen Heather Way in Las Vegas. I oppose the ban on short-term rentals. I'm a licensed short-term rental operator myself, had over 180 stays with no problems, familiar with all of my neighbors, and it really comes down to education and enforcement of it. But in order to enforce it, I didn't realize you need money to do that. So if you license and tax, you'll have money to enforce these things. As simple as that.
Excuse me, Brian, what was your address?
2125 Glen Heather Way.
Thank you.
Mr. Vanis?
My name is Joey Vanis, 1301 South 6th Street. I am a short-term rental license holder for 2.5 years. I oppose this ban. Everybody's talking about money today. Seems to be the motivating force for most things. I think we're missing the point in a big way. The sharing economy is here to stay. I personally started doing this because I believe if we're going to survive as a species, we need to learn how to share. There's no better way to learn that than to share really as your own home, your own space. One of the greatest things about Las Vegas is the people who live here, and all of the guests. I've hosted over 500 guests. The vast majority want to meet the people who live here. They want to learn about the city. They want to engage with, make friends with the people that live here. So it's a great tool for all of those reasons. I also don't think I know anyone who doesn't use Airbnb when they travel these days. It's here to stay. I think we should regulate it. I think we should be on top of it. We should operate efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanis. Name and address, please, for the record.
Wendy Sue, 8234 Parting Clouds. Clearly, we have a broken system. You have a room full of people here asking for your help, but if you ban it, nothing changed. I oppose the ban and all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. Let me just first say I oppose the ban on short-term rentals.
Okay.
I want to make that clear. I wasn't going to get up here tonight, but I listened to all these people speak tonight, and I just wanted to bring up one thing. I'm going to be very brief. All these people that got up here and said that commercial businesses are not allowed in residential areas, just want to name a few for the commission. Horse boarding facilities, daycare centers, senior care facilities, rehab facilities, group homes, convalescent care, and I could go on and on and on. So I just want everyone to know that there are commercial businesses that are legally regulated by the city, just like this industry should be regulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you for being brief. Sorry. We'll wait till later. Name and address, please, for the record.
Craig Vanis, 241 Moose Lane. I've been approved for a special use permit. Just want to say, my children have recently been to Vegas. They all live out of state. My children, my grandchildren, they all stayed at short-term rentals. They brought their dogs. They, brought my grandchildren. This is really something that's needed, and I just want to go on record saying that I'm in favor of short-term vacation rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please.
Tara Anderson, 2104 Frontier Avenue, near the Rancho Alta area. I struggle with this issue as a proponent of personal property rights, but the issue that I have and the support of this ban is driven by the fact that our neighborhood associations in the downtown area have strived incredibly hard to foster social capital, a sense of connectedness and community with one another, which is something that often people in Southern Nevada complain about not having. Transiency within residential neighborhoods does not foster that, regardless of how well behaved the tenants are. People's comments obviously notice and acknowledge the market demand for different product offerings outside of traditional gaming hotels. I support that. However, I don't believe the encroachment in residential neighborhoods is that solution. So please support this ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Please, folks, please. Name and address, please, for the record.
Helen Sori.
What was your last name?
Helen Sori, S-O-R-I.
Thank you.
7009 Powderhorn Circle. I oppose the ban. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for being brief. Thank you. Well, there's 3 microphones, folks, so if there's anyone else, please come on up. That was very good. Name and address.
My name is Terry, T-E-R-R-Y, last name Lawrence, L-A-W-R-E-N-C-E, 2241 Diamond Bar Drive. I strongly support the ban in my neighborhood. We live on 3/4 acre lots. I think there needs to be, we need to look at that in some degree and make sure that we don't have 20, 30, 40 people in homes that were designed for 10 people. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for coming up. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Sandra De Montano, D-E-M-O-N-T-A-N-O. I am the broker-owner of Avenue West Las Vegas at 400 South 4th Street, Suite 500, 89101. I'm here to oppose the ban on short-term rentals and to keep one other industry sector in front of you. There's the corporate housing sector that is impacted by your decisions on short-term rentals. Already, with the 30-day, with your 31-day minimum for short-term rentals, that directly impacts short-term corporate housing because our minimum in industry-wide is 30 days. So I have to explain to other corporate housing providers, I have to explain to insurance companies that have people that need to, whose houses burned or flooded. I have to explain to them that the rule is 31 days or longer. So please keep that in mind as you deliberate.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, thank you. My name is Parker Philpott, 3149 East Desert Inn Road. And I, first of all, heard nothing but solutions tonight, more so than problems. I think every solution I heard coming from one group to the other, and I want to thank you all. I'm here to talk about health. 70% of most people in the United States do not smoke. I've been here for 40-some years, and I fought against tobacco for health reasons. Remember that families who come here don't want to bring their children into environments that we have failed to control the health issue. So for that reason, I would certainly oppose a ban. But I do believe that all points should be taken into view. I don't want a hotel in my neighborhood either because they smoke there. And I just feel that we need to remember that it's not about money, it's about livelihoods, it's about civil rights, it's about property rights, and I really think that there's more common ground in this room than there is opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Parker. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Beatrice Turner, homeless. I want to say this. I used to take care of a man that was a high roller that come here to gamble. He would come every other month. You know, the hotels wasn't equipped for him because he had to have a Hoyer lift and different stuff. And then we started renting a house that he would go in it every other month, and he'll stay here 2 months. So when y'all look at this, y'all look at the people who are elderly, disabled, that really can't go in them hotels because them bathrooms wasn't, if he didn't rent a suite, the bathrooms wasn't equipped for him. So it was equipped for him to go into a rental house, to take care of him so we can have all his supplies delivered to the house, and they could be there, and while he was there, then he would leave and he'd come back. So for y'all do a ban on that, y'all need to look at that, because you got some people that cannot go into them hotels and them bathrooms, because he weighs 600 pounds, and he had to have a lift.
Thank
and
you.
he couldn't go in the bathroom.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for coming up. Name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll follow that somehow. Mike Brown Cestero, BROWN -CESTERO, 1411 South 9th Street. And if we are to believe the numbers we heard earlier, and I tend to believe that probably better than 90% of the short-term rental operators in town, of the licensed ones, are probably good people and have good intentions and don't want their homes trashed either, and to them it's an investment. But if we're to believe the numbers we heard earlier, that's only 5% of all the short-term rental properties in town. So unfortunately, this already got away from us by a long shot. And there is no way code enforcement will ever be ramped up enough to police 3,000 properties that currently exist, plus whatever is added, if this ban doesn't go into place. The boat sailed, unfortunately, and I think it's time to just slam the door, nail it shut, throw a dresser in front of it, and we can revisit this as bed and breakfast or whatever at some other point. But the STR thing just hasn't worked. There are over 160,000 hotel rooms in Las Vegas currently, and that's before Fontainebleau, Resorts World, the Boyd announcement, and the Peters property come online. There are plenty of hotel rooms. We don't need to move hotels into the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mike was our last person, so we will close the public hearing. Do you want a break? No. Do you want a break? After decide? Okay. We will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Get off, buddy.
Clearly, there's a lot of passion on both sides of this. I can see how neighborhoods, especially in wards 1, 3, and 5, have been, I don't want to say disproportionately affected, but there's a lot more applications. On one street, we have 40 million visitors a year. So these homes, people want to be in those homes. And that's really, that's affected the neighborhoods because there have been party homes. And that's affected way of life. There are some great operators out there that you wouldn't know exist, and I can see how it fits from a standpoint of people coming to town. They're with their children, they're with their family. They don't want to be in a casino. I have a couple questions as you sit there. I'm going to ask for a show of hands. How many people were contacted by Airbnb to come out for this meeting today? 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. Yeah, and see, and that's what's disappointing, because we received the thousands of emails that came through, and I received the ones from Airbnb telling them, pushing them, please come oppose what you're hearing today. And I can tell you it was really, really disappointing that a company with an estimated value of $31 billion doesn't come to the meeting, doesn't do anything but push out, hey, come in opposition, has never reached out to the mayor's office to sit down for discussion, has never reached out to the planning director to reach out for discussion. I certainly haven't heard from them until yesterday, or 2 days ago, I got an email saying, we oppose this. It's a $31 billion company. And so what have they done for you, these Airbnb operators in the past, to say, hey, we want to integrate into this community. This is a model that's working somewhere else. Las Vegas is unique. We have 140,000 hotel rooms here. What have they done to come through and help? It doesn't seem like much. All they've said is come out and be against this ban. And so that burns me. That really bugs me that company isn't talking about it, isn't meeting with the city officials. And, you know, we can go through and we can ban, we can not ban, it can go through city council, but at some point, a $31 billion company is going to lobby the state, and at that point, it could get overturned, and we have to adhere to what can happen in the future. That's happened with Uber in the past. City Attorney, am I correct in that statement? That's correct. So it's disappointing that they've used you guys as an army to come out. I saw 3 hands, but let me finish, please. And so it's disappointing that they're not here at the table to help find a solution. And I keep picking on them because they were picking on us by what they put out there to do. But with that said, I can see, we're a recommending board. I have to make a recommendation for city council. I can see myself saying, let's ban it, and we're a city that's stuck in an age that isn't going to move forward with what's happening across the country, and we don't get our bite of the apple of what the city can get from these large platforms, not from you, but from these large platforms that are making millions of dollars, pushing you to come out here and fight for this cause, and not having a seat at the table to help us. And it's really disappointing. But please, nothing from the audience, please. So the public hearing portion I'll have to ask you to leave.
Excuse me.
Folks, I'll have to, please.
Leave.
I'm going to have to remove you if you keep going. I'm sorry. The public hearing portion is closed. And so I sit here and I have to make a vote to repeal it or to not repeal it. And I can tell you, I don't want our city to be stuck in the Stone Ages, but I don't want to just sit here and vote no and keep continuing to get run over and hearing from our neighbors the impact, the hardships that they've had in their lives, and not seeing the one elephant that's not in the room is Airbnb, the multi-billion-dollar company, to come talk about this. They've put the burden on you for the people that want it, and ultimately the hardship in the community, and that hurts. And so you see, I heard 3,000 is a number of Airbnbs in the city. Well, that's the Golden Nugget Tower that's right down the street. If there's 6,000 of them in the county, that's the MGM that's floating out there. And so there has to be a point where they're going to start getting involved in this as well. Maybe that's our if it does get to the state level, maybe that's our horse in the race that helps us, the casinos, that say, hey, we got to put an end to this or put a cap on this or find some regulation with this. So as I sit here right now, I can tell you, I feel like we need to have a moratorium on what's happening. I feel that we do need regulation. I do feel that there is a fit in some areas for Airbnb. I feel that in some mixed-use properties it can work, in some commercial areas, in downtown it's working, and I've seen right down the street where it's not working. I live next to an approved project of 27 STRs. Don't have a problem, they haven't moved in yet. But if I go catty-corner to John S. Park, there's a lot of problems that happen over there. And there's some good operators too. I will say that. I don't want to just discount everybody. So for me, my recommendation is not to repeal, but to say, hey, let's have a moratorium. Let's get the Airbnb to the table to talk to the city, to find out solutions that can help us. And I would implore all of you that have talked to Airbnb that said come out here to go back to them and say, how are you going to help me in my community? We want to operate. There's a possibility we can work, and get them back to the table. Get them out here so we can talk. Get them to the planning director. Get them to the mayor. None of that's happened, and it's really disappointing. So that's where I sit at the moment. I'm going to pass it to Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm not going to waste a lot of time here because I think Chairman Cherry has spelled it out perfectly. I have sat on the Planning Commission for over 11 years, and in the last 2 years, no one can ever say that I've not met with every short-term applicant that has called me to talk about having a short-term rental. And in my mind, I never associated them with Airbnb. I just thought they were nice people trying to do a little business in a neighborhood. But I didn't get it with the Airbnb until my personal email got 906 emails as of Wednesday, because I don't have a city email. I have a personal email. I got 906 form letters with names on them, not even signatures, from people. So I looked up a couple of them, and this one lady, Diana, whatever her last name is, I only got 30 from her because the machine must have stuck. So, you know, I find it very disrespectful that when any short-term rental operator in this room, from Nathan Taylor to Mr. and Mrs. Raper to the nice lady over here, I have met with every one of you. I never heard from Airbnb, but damn it, you had my email, and you sent me 906 of the same letters. So at about email 80, you lost me. Because had you called me, I would have met with you and I would have helped you figure it out. I'm not the mayor, I'm not the planning director, but I'm a damn good planning commissioner. The other thing I want to say is, I had one other comment. My comment is this, that fortunately we have a lot of good operators that have their special use permit, looking forward to however the council incorporates keeping them or not keeping them. I will say this to you, we've had far more worse operators, and you can ask Mary Macklone over there how many code enforcement calls her office alone goes out on a week. And it's not to knock on your door, Airbnb, short-term rentals, to tell you you're doing a good job. So if you look at her statistics, I can guarantee you they're far superiorly worse than to the good operator. I will not be supporting keeping the short-term rentals this evening, simply because it was my councilwoman that wrote the ordinance for all of you to have a chance to have a short-term rental within 660 feet. And shame on any and all of you that ruined it for everybody else. And Mr. and Mrs. Raper, good evening. So that's my comment for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, this is a really interesting issue. I mean, I've actually lost sleep over it, and I probably could have argued either side of the issue. When people come in with short-term rentals, the good operators, they fix up the property, the curb appeal is beautiful, and you can't deny that, and they fix up the inside of the house, and that's really great. On the other hand, when someone buys a home, they have a reasonable expectation of living in a community, not living next to a short-term rental or living next to a motel or a hotel. And I can tell you, someone who grew up in Las Vegas, who's been here for almost longer than these people are old on this panel. Short-term rentals, I think, in Las Vegas, in neighborhoods, just doesn't work. I have had more people stop me in the grocery store, every place I go, say, please, please, please. Now, you can have a long-term renter who's a bad character. Of course you can. There's nothing we can do about that. There's no perfect system. I think right now, I believe that having short-term rentals in neighborhoods, you know, it's kind of like everyone wants to go to Hawaii and have a short-term rental and bring their kids and their grandkids, but they don't want one next door to them. And that's what we're facing right here. And my heart is with homeowners. My heart is with the people that live in this community. And I feel really bad for people who are applying right now for a short-term rental. I know that this is a good business opportunity for you. but my heart is with the homeowners, the people that bought these properties thinking they're going to live in a community and not live next to a hotel. So I will be supporting the ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep it brief, but I do have a few important things I'd like to say. Some things that might surprise you. I have been on both sides of this argument, this equation. I own a home in California that I rented as a short-term rental in a beach community. I did that for 2 years, so I know exactly what the experience is all about. I think I was a good operator. I did a very good job of it, and then we decided to sell the home because the tide had turned and the neighborhood decided that they didn't really want to see that kind of operation anymore. We never had any complaints. We never had one single problem. We did have some renters that got out of hand, and we took care of them immediately, but our neighbors never complained to us. We never had complaints from the city. The city started an ordinance where they didn't want to have short-term rentals anymore, and we were fine with that. That said, I have sat on this planning commission for a little over a year now, and I have listened to all of the applicants that have come for and against. You've heard me vacillate back and forth in the beginning and then start to firm up my opinions about the neighbors and the way that I really want to see this shape up. I have a few comments that I'm going to make, and I'll make them as brief as I can. The short-term rentals are probably, in my opinion, more appropriate in commercial areas, especially those that are zoned commercial and adjacent to the resort corridor. Owner-occupied short-term rentals are very unique in that they bear a very strong burden compared to other non-owner-occupied short-term rentals. That owner is usually renting a room, and it's usually a situation where they pay the ultimate price in terms of sharing a home, policing its use, managing the property, and essentially taking on a stranger as a roommate. So I think that those are probably two situations that I might be able to make an exception for short-term rentals. However, as a governing body, as a planning commission, our history with short-term rentals and prior meetings reflect this. Most owners do not follow codes or conduct. They don't operate the property well, and if they did, we wouldn't be having so much opposition, as my fellow commissioners have also said. To the point that was made here earlier by a gentleman, a business within a neighborhood, yes, some businesses are allowed, some are not approved. It's a compatibility issue. If something's not compatible in a neighborhood, then we need to be mindful of that. As far as Airbnb goes, is a business in my mind, and it does not belong in a neighborhood. The residents of these neighborhoods and the neighbors within them were there first. So why should they bear the burden of what is primarily a profit-driven model, in my mind? You know, that's something that I really have a hard time getting past. I'm not opposed to the technology evolution that's happening. The sharing economy is here. I get it. And I'd just like to make sure that it causes no harm. So yes, we are going to evolve as a city, and no, we don't have our head in the sand, but I really have to make sure that I don't cause harm. There are just not enough conscientious operators, and I cannot turn my back on the constituents from my ward and others that count on me to protect their interests. There's a couple things I know for sure in my background in real estate. One is that short-term rentals that are poorly operated do negatively affect property values in neighborhoods. Even well-operated short-term rentals cause issues of traffic and transient occupancy that cause buyers to pause, that cause them to hesitate and not want to buy in that neighborhood. Some short-term rentals are well-maintained, but many are not. Many are owned by out-of-town owners, and that seems to compound the issues greatly. I've heard a lot of arguments tonight about smoke, about kids, about sports teams, all very valid, but it is important to remember we do have non-gaming hotels in this town too. Hampton Inn and many other alternatives are available. So, you know, I don't really buy that argument that we need to provide hotel space for people. That is not something that this commission is here to do. We're here to protect neighborhoods. So whether you're for it or against it, I consider it my job to protect our neighborhoods, not to continue to use them as a test tube to trial a concept that I feel has failed. And just the sheer number of the applications that we have has made it overwhelming for the city to police and enforce. And I know a lot of you came down here and said, well, we should just police it better. It's just simply something that's gotten out of hand. So for those reasons and more, I'm not going to be able to support this tonight in its current, support continuation of the short-term rentals, and I will be supporting the ban, and I'll be voting for that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, a few comments. When it comes down to short-term rentals, I pretty much voted the same way all the way through this entire process over the past couple of years. You know, I've always said if it's between Charleston, Fremont, even up to the 95, down to Las Vegas Boulevard, even areas in the Arts District where there's new apartments being built, owned by one entity, this being rented out. I didn't have an issue with approving short-term rentals in a situation like that. However, when it comes down to the Ogden or Newport Lofts or Jewel, we have typically voted against those applications because the buildings weren't constructed to handle the short-term rental renters that were going in and out on a daily basis. One of the biggest issues that we've had has been enforcement, and we don't have the budget for enforcement. Hopefully the director is making notes of everything that we're saying so he can talk to City Council about this. But, I mean, double the fees, the licensing fee, not the taxes, but the licensing fees, so we can actually hire more code enforcement officers to go out and manage all the short-term rentals that we have. For me to say that I do not want short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas, I mean, I would be a hypocrite because every time I go out in town, I take a short-term or I rent a short-term rental. I've been out in town about 8 times this year, and at least 6 of those times I've been in a short-term rental. I prefer to stay in a home or a loft or a condo versus staying in a hotel room. That's my personal preference. I don't bring 10, 15 people over to my short-term rental and throw a big party. I'll be in Maria in a couple of weeks, and I have 2 short-term rentals lined up for 16 days. And it's a way for me to get away, relax, put my computer on top of the table, and throw all my paperwork out and wake up and have cooked breakfast and everything else. So there's a place for short-term rentals. One of the biggest issues is when we start looking at cities such as Las Vegas. We look at areas like, where do we go to the APA this year? New Orleans. I was in short-term rental, and there are certain areas where they're party towns, and there might be areas where a short-term rental is not appropriate. So I don't believe that we should just say, hey, short-term rentals are allowed everywhere. I think the other text amendment, which we weren't able to look at tonight, which would allow business licensing to say, yes, it either fits or it doesn't fit. And, the 660, feet or foot distance separation is non-waivable. I think that's kind of important. I live across the street, or in my community, there's 3 short-term rentals and 3 illegal short-term rentals. And none of them have been an issue to me. One of them is about 30 feet away from where I live. So I think short-term rentals, have a place. And I also think that in other areas, certain gated communities and things of such, they don't have a place. And I want everybody to know, if you have an HOA, and even if the Planning Commission or business licensing approves a short-term rental, if you have an HOA, the HOA overrides whatever we say. So you can always go back to your HOA. So even though I could almost be in support of, a moratorium on short-term rentals, I don't support just banning them outright, because I think there is a specific place where they could be regulated, and so those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Your microphone, Commissioner.
Sorry,
Thank
as
you.
a long-time Las Vegan, and actually the other night I pulled out some paperwork and found my real estate license number 0070. So that could tell you how long ago and how long I sold real estate. And I tell you the people that bought from me, and there were quite a few, their main concern in purchasing a house was pride of ownership. They wanted a place that they could call their own, a space that was in a community where they could enjoy a peaceful time in their community and safe. Short-term rentals don't necessarily bring us that quiet and peaceful and safe place. In my community, we have teenagers that walk the streets and stuff, and it's just unfathomable that we would have some stranger in the neighborhood. And these children don't know who they are. We know who our neighbors are, and I think that's one of the good things about home ownership. I'm not going to belabor the point. My point is simply that I support the ban on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be honest with everybody in this room and this council, I'm literally torn. I feel for the people that invested all their time and their money into their vision and their passion. They took it to the level that, hasn't been done before, and we are the only municipality that I know of that allow it. I think that it was rushed in the beginning. And now these text amendments are coming down to try to circumvent the rushness. I don't even know if tonight's motion, whether we agree to a ban or not, where it's going to lie when it goes to City Council, as described by Mr. Summerfield. So I'm kind of torn. Now, I do want to say that I'm worried to the point to where if we say we're going to vote tonight for this ban and City Council gets their hands on it, what guarantee the people in this room that invested all their time and money into these properties don't get told, hey, 6 months, it's going to be abolished, so you got 6 months to try to make your money back. I think, to me, that's an injustice. I think you guys were filled with a bunch of false hopes, and I would be just as aggravated. So I, tonight, don't know whether we vote for or against, where it lies. But I can tell you, I do believe it has its place in this community. Like people said, they come here, groups of family. Can you imagine what it would cost to have 8 people in a hotel suite on the Strip? I can imagine that. And I think it does have its place. Certain wards are inundated. I get it. It's the ones that are closest to the Strip that are going to be inundated. I'm in Ward 6. I'm out where you got to pack a lunch to come out to my place. So I might not see as many as 1, 3, and 5, but I do take every vote and every consideration into my fellow commissioners' areas, because I know the effects. We sit a year and a half, almost, maybe a little over that, I've been sitting here as a planning commissioner, and I have heard everything, and I think I've heard it all tonight. So, I'm honestly, unless somebody twists my mind, I'm really torn on how I would vote, because I do believe it has a place in our community, a place somewhere. Doesn't say it belongs everywhere, and as you know, and it was described in testimony tonight, 8 out of 15 were in favor. There was some that was shot down because it really, truly does not fit into a community. Does it fit along Jones and 95, where you got all the commercial properties that went from homes into lawyers' office and chiropractors? Absolutely, it has its place. Does it have a place in a cul-de-sac with 20 kids running around? Absolutely not. And I don't think there would be a commissioner on this board that would stand in support of something like that. But it does have a place. And that's where I'm torn. So unless somebody else has got something, I don't really have anything else to say on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I can see how you're torn. I'm in the same feeling. For a repeal, then I feel like we're kind of stuck in the Stone Ages as a city. But if I was to vote for it, or to be able to have it, that we continue to get run over. And that's why I really feel I'm going to land at not repealing it, but adding in what I would say, that we should have a moratorium and stopping applications, getting the platform to the table, which is, in my mind, the big one, Airbnb. And there's others. I'm picking on Airbnb, but there's others. It's not just Airbnb, but they're the biggest. I mean, it's a $31 billion company, billion.
Mr. Chairman, Lou DeSalvio, I could support something to that nature to where allow it to stay functioning, however, maybe just put a halt until we can really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, because it seems like every time this comes up, we have this long discussion, all these people are drug out to all hours of the night, and we wind up in the exact same place with another text amendment thrown down our throat, only to be told that, well, what you do tonight might really not matter by the time it goes to city council. But go ahead and play with it anyway. I think that's not right, and there's got to be a stop to it.
And I'll add to that, Commissioner, that, again, we can go through our process, we can go through the city process. A company that large in the next session is going to lobby at the state level. They're just a big, huge company. They're going to do what Uber did, and they're going to find a way to roll back what we're doing. So if we don't have a chance to get to be at the table and get a bite at it, like what's the point? Like it just doesn't make any sense, and that's why it's disappointing that they haven't reached out at all. It really burns me. It's I don't know. It's bugged me all day. I'm not the one making the motion tonight, but I'll pass it on to anyone that would like to. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, I'll make a motion on item 78 for not to support the ban. However, with the recommendation of a moratorium until we can get a better grasp on exactly what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
Since you're not agendized for a moratorium, I guess you can kind of make that suggestion to the staff that they recommend to council that they consider a moratorium.
It's a recommendation.
But we're just going to be voting on up or down, yes or no on the prohibition.
I will say it's a recommendation, and there's other things that we heard at the beginning of this by the director that wasn't agendized and is going to change it again, right? So
I think he was just giving you that for just informational purposes.
Which is fair, yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that he did that, because it is a surprise when we wake up and things have changed drastically as it goes through the process. So there's a motion on the floor.
So what's a yes vote?
My motion would be to not support the ban, and with the recommendation of a moratorium to city council.
So a yes vote.
So if you're
So the
voting
motion would be
yes,
to
you're voting
deny the
not
ban.
to have the ban.
Okay. The yes motion would be for the denial.
Correct.
You're denying the prohibition.
A yes is for denial, a no is not for denial,
Correct.
along with his recommendation. Okay.
So if you agree that you are not going to ban, that's a yes. It's a yes vote. Because yeah, it's for possible action to amend LVMC Title 19, the Unified Code, to make the short-term residential rental use prohibited. He's saying no to that.
Okay.
So a yes would be that you're agreeing with him.
To follow him, yes.
Correct.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor?
And to be clear, while it's clearly, as the city attorney's office has said, not a part of the action, as in all things with text amendments, any recommendation of this body that's a part of the motion will be forwarded as a comment to the sponsor for their consideration in the final bill drafting.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast
I'm
your
still
vote.
confused by the motion. So
The motion is,
so if I vote yes, then I'm saying no to the ban. If I vote no, I'm saying yes to the ban. It's like a double
the item
negative.
is agendized to amend LVMC Title 19 to prohibit. He's saying no, that he does not want to amend Title 19 to prohibit. You're saying, yes, I agree with him that I do not want to prohibit short-term rentals. So a yes would be voting with Lou that he wants to do, not to ban short-term rentals. A no means that you would like to ban short-term rentals.
Yep. Okay. Please cast your votes. Yeah. And that motion doesn't pass, so we need another motion. Vice Chair Quinn.
I'm going to make a motion to, on number 78, to ban all short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, as mentioned, that will go forward to the sponsor. They will have a record of this entire meeting to help draft what the bill that will go forward to City Council in ordinance form will look like.
Thank you. And we are going to take a break. Thank you.
Oh, all right, we got through it. Sorry, guys, I tried my best.
You're voting not to ban, which they go, yes, I voted with Lou, I do not want to ban.
All right, folks, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We are on item number 21. Abeyance renotification VAR 72894. Applicant My Development Corporation, owner SkyPoint 95 LLC, for possible action on a request for variance to allow 108 parking spaces where 132 are required on 3.78 acres on the east side of SkyPoint Drive, approximately 1,350 feet south of Elkhorn Road. Staff recommends denial. Related item 22, abeyance SDR 72896 for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 82-unit multifamily apartment development with waivers to allow 3- and 4-story buildings where 2 stories are allowed and 14 parking lot trees where 19 are required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development is not compatible with the existing development in the area and fails to meet the minimum requirements of the town center development standards pertaining to the building height and parking. Therefore, staff recommends denial. If approved, condition of approval number 3 shall read, all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan date stamped 8/23/18, building elevations date stamped 8/23/18, and garage elevations date stamped 9/25/18. Except as amended by conditions herein. Please note, additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for allowing us to hold this last meeting so we could change our plans a bit per Commissioner DeSalvio's recommendation. This property is the triangular piece, just under 4 acres, just east of, or along SkyPoint, just east of the 95. We have a charter school to our north and some condos to our east here. Could I direct your attention to the overhead, please?
Hold on. Check this up here.
There we go.
Thank you. So over here is SkyPoint. Again, north is the charter school, and to the east are the condos. Our original plan showed 3 buildings, a multifamily, 82 units. We had a 4-story building directly adjacent to the condos. Working with the commissioner, we have since rotated these buildings. We now are requesting 80-unit multifamily development, 3 buildings along SkyPoint, and we have reduced the building closest to the residential down to 2 stories as our parking garage and our clubhouse. We've also added a wall, a 6-foot block wall with wrought iron along our eastern and northern property lines, as well as landscaping. We have a neighbor just here on the corner who's been having some issues with children jumping over his wall. We believe that will assist with that some. We are requesting a parking waiver. However, to mitigate that, we are allowing only 1 and 2 bedrooms in this community. With that said, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Can you get your name and address, please, sir, for the record?
My name is Jeff Mitchell. I live at 6868 SkyPoint Drive. I understand that the property is going to be developed at some point along the way. I understand that it's private property and it will be developed. It's been a vacant piece of property for a considerable amount of time. My objection to the project is that 2 of the buildings are going to be 4 stories tall. When I live in the condominium complex to the east, and we're a 2-story complex, so those 2 4-story buildings are going to be towering over our community, and it's right at the entrance to our condominium. I don't believe that it's compatible to our community and the surrounding community. The 2 4-story buildings would be the tallest buildings on the east side of the US 95 in our general neighborhood there. I respectfully ask the commission to please deny the variances and deny this project until they can reconfigure the whole project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. If you'd like a minute for a quick rebuttal, or we can turn it over to Commissioner. Okay.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Thank you.
21.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. we've went round and round, numerous abeyances, working on the best plan we can come up with for this unusual piece of property. We took every bit of consideration for those that came up before and testified against with their concerns and what they asked for. They didn't want to have the intrusion of a 4-story or a 3-story backing up to the residential. So what we did is we choked it back and brought the taller buildings more towards Sky Point to act as a buffer to where it'd be less intrusive. It does conform and fit. I mean, like I said, it's an unusual piece of property. It's surrounded by a school. It only backs up to the east a little bit to these existing residents. And like I said, we did work with the landscaping. We worked with the lowering of the buildings and moving things around. And, you know, I appreciate the developer hearing the voice of the people of the community. And unless anybody else has anything to say, this has been something well vetted, and I would like to make a motion for approval on item 21.
Please do. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
And I would like to make a motion for approval for item 22.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, that's with the amended condition.
With the amended conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. We are going to go to 26, which was in our housekeeping. Item number 26, abeyance item SUP 73268, applicant owner Saba Taylor Akbar for possible action request for special use permits for proposed short-term residential rental use with waiver to allow 0-foot distance separation for single use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1013, Ward 3, Coffin. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is one of the items that I didn't feel had any justification for a abeyance. However, during the break, I was able to speak to the applicant, and they stated they wanted to see how the text amendments were going to go forward, and so they have agreed to a 90-day abeyance. This will be the last abeyance that we would be willing to give to them. And I informed them 30 days or 60 days wouldn't be enough time. So if the applicant would come forward and agree to that through you, Mr. Chair.
And Chairman, just to make sure that, you know, since the City Council passed that ordinance with regard to the 30-day abeyance ability, this is the applicant's request to hold this for 90 days. Is that
Correct, it is. Yeah,
Okay.
it was. Yeah. I need your name and address for the record, please.
Saba Taylor Akbar, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1013.
Thank you. And do you agree to the abeyance for 90 days?
Yes, please.
She's requesting the
Or
abeyance.
she's requesting?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for requesting that.
And, Mr. Chairman, so I would move to hold this item 26 abeyance SUP 73268 to January 8th, 2019.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. 24. We're on to item number 24. I will have to abstain from this. This is a cannabis dispensary, which my family is involved in, and I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Good evening. Abeyance item number 24, SUP 73826, applicant Nevada Medical Group, owner SSG Properties, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,646 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1591 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 130. Councilman Soroka's ward. Staff is recommending approval. Staff report, please.
And, Ms. Vice Chair, just want to make a disclosure that I've constructed multiple dispensaries, cultivation facilities, and a medical marijuana testing facility and a medical marijuana production facility. And however, I've voted on all items in the past, and and independence of judgment will not be affected by those items. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. Name and or staff report, sorry.
Mrs. Commissioner, on October 29, 2014, the City Council approved special use permit 55284 to operate a proposed medical marijuana dispensary within Suite 130 of the subject site. However, the previous entitlement was allowed to expire April 29th of 2016 as no business license was issued within 18 months of the previous approval. The applicant has requested to reestablish the previous land use approval for a marijuana dispensary within the subject suite. The subject site complies with all minimum distance separation requirements as set forth by Title 1912 and therefore can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Name and address, please, sir, for the record.
Robert Hasman, 628 Sherville Valley Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. Can you give us a little briefing on your project, please?
Yes, so this is a site on Buffalo and Vegas Drive. Our proposed use is a dispensary, retail dispensary. The site was previously approved several years ago. However, we didn't receive a state license, so that SUP was, it expired. And we've been holding the site for the last 3 years. Waiting for the state to allow us to apply again. So we're back to the council looking to reapply for our dispensary license here.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody here that would like to speak for or against this project? If so, please come forward. Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address, please, for the record.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name's Heidi DiCristoforo. My last name is spelled D-E-C-R-I-S-T-O-F-O-R-O. I live at 2224 Fierro Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. The reason that I'm here today is because I own a business in the complex that's proposed site of this dispensary. I have no issue with the fact that it's a dispensary. My issue is with the location. We're located on 1591 North Buffalo Drive. It's a corner of Vegas and Buffalo, and it has a convenience store and a gas station located within it, which isn't shown in the picture. It received a variance when it was built, so it only has 36 parking spaces. It currently has 5 running businesses. This would make the 6th business. So just with employees alone that work there right now, that's 22 parking spaces if all our employees drive. That leaves 14 parking spaces for customers. In the storefront that they're proposing that they use, the dispensary has, they actually have no parking spaces in front of their own storefront. It is 2 handicap parking spaces because they're in the corner. One of the issues that we face now, because it is a convenience store and it is a gas station, is deliveries. We have deliveries all day long. The block 4 or 5 or 6 parking spaces at a time while the gas trucks come in, the Budweiser trucks come in, the Pepsi trucks come in. We're already dealing with all of those parking spaces. Most of my customers come from Sun City, Summerlin, and so I have mobility issues that I deal with in my my dog grooming shop, and that other businesses there. The dog grooming shop is one that people come in and out quite quickly. We're in there for maybe 10, 15 minutes. But we have a hair salon that they're in there for an hour to 2 hours at a time. And so having 36 parking spaces is a huge issue. Traffic accidents on the corner of Vegas and Buffalo, there's constantly accidents there to try to get into our complex because it's not directly from all sides. You have to flip a U-turn on Buffalo to turn in to get around, and there's traffic accidents there all the time. I wish I would have had time because I would have looked up the number. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of that. I also have a safety issue with my dogs, as owners are bringing the dogs into my dog grooming shop, and they're going across this super busy parking lot where people are coming in and out. When I went to the informational meeting that the dispensary provided, they estimated 200 to 400 customers a day with 36 parking spaces. So I went ahead and looked up the statistics, and Walmart has 571 average customers a day. 200 to 400 with 36 parking spaces.
Thanks a lot,
So I'm
Heidi.
asking that you deny this today, because I don't mind the dispensary. There's a ton of empty buildings in our area.
Right.
There's a Blockbuster building. There's an empty place next to Lowe's. There's all these other places that could be appropriate, but 36 parking spaces with that kind of volume doesn't work for me, the other 4 businesses, and it wouldn't, I don't see why a business would even think about doing it.
Thanks
So
a lot,
thank you
Heidi.
so much for listening to me
We appreciate you
today.
coming out tonight. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Mike McClary, M-C-C-L-A-R-Y. I live at 11327 Corsica Mist Avenue.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, and I'm a customer of Barks and Bubbles, and one of the issues that I've encountered every single time we've been there is the parking issue.
Right.
And with only 2 spaces there in front of the store, you eventually end up going down to the convenience store, and this has happened to a number of other people who I know who take their dogs there. As soon as you park in front of the convenience store, if you get out with a dog, somebody from the convenience store, justifiably so, is coming out and saying, move your vehicle.
Right.
And as the owner indicated, once you get delivery vehicles in there, and I don't know how many delivery vehicles this business will be using, but there's virtually no place to park. And many, as she indicated, many of her customers, because I've helped them out many times, if they have to park down on the east side of the convenience store, they can't walk that far.
Right.
And so I end up carrying their dogs there.
Thanks,
So
Mike.
I just think it's a poor decision to allow that kind of congestion in an area like that. Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming down this evening. Thank you very much. Do you have anything to say in rebuttal, sir, to these people regarding the parking issue?
I do. So regarding parking, our plan with this project is to receive the entitlements from the state and the city, purchase the property, and manage the parking better. We may not extend some of the leases.
Right.
So that is something that we've addressed, and that's what we would do.
Thank you very much. If there's nobody else here to speak, I'm going to open it up to the Planning Commission this evening, starting with Lou. You're up to bat.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Oh, you're good?
Defer to
Okay.
Councilman Roush, so she can make a motion.
All right,
Commissioner Roush?
Happy to go first. Mr. Hasman, you and I have talked before. We know each other. You contacted me, I think, about 3 months ago on this, and I know you've been trying to reach out to me. I apologize. My current work schedule is quite extreme. I have a new job, and I'm traveling extensively, and I've also been sick for the past week. Probably one begets the other, right? But I do have some very specific comments for you and for the neighborhood and for the record and for those that are watching this that aren't here tonight. Marijuana dispensaries are very controversial, and they're almost second in popularity to short-term rentals. So we're kind of in a juncture where we're trying to be good stewards of the neighborhood. You're in commercial real estate, I'm in commercial real estate. There are plenty of locations that you could find for this. There are reasons, I'm sure, why you have hung on to this location for 3 years, although I don't understand why you would have. From my point of view, it's like 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. I mean, when you didn't get your state approval, you probably should have started looking for another location, except maybe you felt that because you had a prior approval, you'd just get it extended here. The challenge that we're faced with as a board is that our predecessors made a huge mistake on this property, as far as I'm concerned. In reading the history, I look at what's been done and how the parking has been compromised, and then how a cell tower was put on and it was further compromised, and it's just bad on top of bad on top of bad. We have a situation where not only does the neighborhood not want it, and many people have reached out to me, not just the folks that spoke tonight, but the fact that you are bordering just on the boundary line, a church that has a private school and daycare that's within walking distance of this. That's a problem for me. In addition to the parking problems where you have 36 spaces where 59 are required originally and somehow got a variance on this property. A convenience store with gas requires much more parking than this property currently can sustain. And the traffic is really a problem. I spoke to this the last time you came before me. When we originally spoke, and this is nothing personal and no offense, I originally thought, okay, I'll take a look at it, I'll be open-minded, but that was before I went to look at the property. And then when I went to look at the property, I was shocked that there's no access to your premises except within a very tight corner. You're in the elbow, as I call it, politically correct. And there's no parking in front of it, as the other neighbor stated, or a business owner rather, and there's no access to the back, and that concerns me greatly, because you're going to have deliveries, and you're going to be taking cash in and out of this space, and taking marijuana in and out of this space from the front door only. So I don't know what your method is, if you have a Brinks truck or if you have unmarked personnel in a van or what it is, but how are they even going to park in the front when there's no place for other people to park in the front? There's just no way to conduct business in this space. So I would suggest to you that for those reasons and more, not only can I not support you tonight, but I'm going to have to say I'd recommend you find a better location if you want to come back before us that can meet some more of these requirements, because this is just not going to cut it, and unfortunately, staff's got this one wrong. Apologize, guys, but this is one of those instances where we just have to say, maybe it checked your boxes, but it doesn't check any of mine, so sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through you, go ahead, Trinity, I'm sorry.
Yes, Vice Chair, just a quick comment, just to go on the record. I really didn't see that big of an issue with it previously when we've seen over the past couple of months. But however, looking at some of the aerial photos and how much of the parking is actually taken up, and hearing some of the concerns tonight from the public and from Commissioner Roush, that, I mean, I have seen a lot of these dispensaries, and I think we've all learned from what we've seen in the past and the parking demand that requires. So, I mean, just purely based on a planning perspective and the amount of parking, and seeing that it is underparked and there was a variance in the past, I think it's going to put a burden on this on this whole shopping center if you're successful, which we hope that you're successful with anything that you do. But due to that reason, that would be the reason why I couldn't support it.
Thank you. With that, is that a motion?
In downtown, no, that's not a motion.
Oh.
I'll let Commissioner Roush make a motion. And one of the differences when we're looking at downtown, a lot of the businesses, there's a lot of surrounding businesses and side streets, but we're on two major streets right there with no parking on the side of the road, where you would have that in the downtown area. So I'm a little bit more lenient when it comes to downtown. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
I just have a quick comment. Not that I'm familiar with this type of business, but I do know that if people don't have a place to park, they're going to go somewhere else. So with that, I'll look for Commissioner Roush to make a motion.
Before I make my motion, I just had a question of staff very politely. How is it that we recommend for approval on something that's so parking impaired?
Steve, I'll go ahead and answer. So, Commissioner, as indicated, the City Council has approved a variance, which has set a new standard at this location. So when they approved that variance and the subsequent cell tower was approved, they set a standard. It's a retail use. Unfortunately, while it may be cramped, any retail operator that wants to come in and use this space that doesn't require a special use permit will get approved over the counter, and the concerns about parking will exist. I do want to make one thing clear for the record. The variance on this site, this parking lot is for all customers of the shopping center. So the convenience store cannot restrict customers of the shopping center from parking in spaces that are near the convenience store, and vice versa. This is the parking for the entire shopping center.
Right.
So it's not, spaces aren't limited to those that are in front of a tenant space. And that's why you have our recommendation for approval, because technically, when they approved the variance, they set a new parking standard for this particular site, less than what you would otherwise require.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I just completely disagree with it. But that being the case, I would like code enforcement to please send somebody out there, because I think they do have signs up even that says no parking except for convenience store, blah, 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 blah. They do hassle people. You might want to let the manager of the store or the shopping center owner know that they can no longer do that. Per Mr. Summerfield's remarks. And with that, my motion will be for denial of item number 24.
Thank you. That motion passes with the no vote, so thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their meeting on November 21st, 2018.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 27, abeyance SUP 73445, applicant owner 4301 Nolan Lane LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 516-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 4301 Nolan Lane, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use at the subject site that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within 660 feet separation radius. There have been no recent code enforcement actions associated with this site. However, due to the required waiver, staff recommends denial of the use as it is incompatible with the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight? Yes. Can you please come to the podium? Need your name and address for the record.
My name is Amichai Haddad. My address is 3003 La Mesa Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89014.
Thanks, Amihai. How do you spell your last name?
You can just call me Ami. My last name is H-A-D-A-D.
H-A-D-A-D. Thank you. Could you please tell us about your application?
So I'm a local operator. We bought a house, me and my partner, like 6 months ago. We're trying to rent it on Airbnb. We improved the neighborhood. We invested more than $250,000 into the neighborhood. We have the nicest house in the neighborhood when you go there and see. So we fixed the front yard, we fixed the back. We made it all look nice. Before it was a big mess. It was like a sore in the neighborhood. We made it look really, really nice. We have all the technology that support Airbnb. That means we have security cameras. We have cameras every time when someone walk in and walk out, so we know exactly how many people come in and come out. We control the amount of people. We control the noise, and we control if there's more than like 10 people in a room. I talked to all the neighbors myself, so I went room by neighbor and talked to everyone, gave them my business card. I told them if there's any issue, they can contact me. I informed them of what we're going to do. Everybody was okay with that. So all the immediate neighbor was completely fine with that, and they had no issue, and they didn't say anything to me. Nobody never called about anything or any issue about it. We didn't get any code violation or anything like that. I'm a local operator, so I'll be a good operator. I'm always on my phone. I contact the people, and I'm able to assist, or I live only 20 minutes away, so I'm able to be there anytime when there's someone around. And that's it. You guys have any questions?
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and turn it over to the Planning Commission. Vice Chair Quinn.
Hi there, sir. Did you say you've had no code violations?
Yes.
So, on this house here?
Yes.
So you've been operating, but you're here to
There's the
ask us
same
if you
tenant.
can operate? I'm confused.
There's the same tenant for like 6 months already. So it's an Airbnb, but with the same person for 6 months.
So your short-term rental's been for 6 months?
Yes, the same person, and you're gonna come back in January. It's a company that the company rebuilding the landfill.
Thank you.
So it's the same person.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No.
Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. With that, I'm ready to follow staff's recommendation this evening for denial of abeyance item number, number 27.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Brenda.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless it's appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 27, abeyance SUP 73829, applicant owner Michael Tresori for 28, excuse me, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report? Thanks, Lou.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard. The site meets the distance separation requirements and can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the surrounding land uses. There have been no recent code enforcement actions associated with this site, therefore staff recommends approval subject to conditions. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant. I just passed out a presentation to you. We didn't have this last month. As I mentioned last month, some of this, Commissioner Quinn wasn't here, but some of this will be, I guess, redundant since I gave a presentation last month for these clients of mine. I mentioned last month that these applicants are model operators, and we always talk about voting to approve special short-term rentals, special use permits based on each individual operator. This one is a model operator who's got experience in this industry. These are the kind of people we want running short-term rentals in our city and in our neighborhoods. As those of you on the commission know, Commissioner DeSalvio had requested of me last month to hold a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors, and we did on last week on October 4th. This, just to give a little perspective, the city sent out 102 postcards and notified 25 HOAs, and 19 people showed up to our neighborhood meeting. There were some issues, obviously, that the neighbors brought up that you all heard last month that I will just go ahead and try to quickly address. My clients do reside out of the state. However, they're experienced operators. They also will be hiring a local property management company, one that's very established, that I've worked with over the years. There are thousands of people that own properties, specifically a lot of people that live in California that own thousands of properties in the Las Vegas Valley that they do long-term rentals. Not all of those are harmonious and compatible with the neighborhood. The issue that some of the neighbors brought up was that a short-term rental doesn't bring a sense of community to the neighborhood. I'm just curious if the 98 assisted living units that are less than 400 feet away from this property bring a sense of community. I'm wondering if the 344 apartment units that are less than 300 feet away from this property bring a sense of community. It's just something to think about. Crime, they brought up crime. That was brought up at the meeting last month. It was brought up at the neighborhood meeting. I'm not really sure what my clients have to do with the current crime in the neighborhood. They're not operating a business currently. They recently purchased the property. This is not just your typical short-term rental. This is what's called an high-end luxury short-term rental. Just for a matter of fact, this is a 2,887 square foot property on a half acre with 5 bedrooms. It was purchased, as I indicated last month, for $515,000, and they're currently renovating it and putting another $100,000 into it. One of the neighbors brought up at the meeting said that my clients should have done better research before they purchased the property. My clients did do research before purchasing this property. In fact, before the short-term rental ordinance was passed, we're already looking for a property, and then when they found out the new ordinance had a 660-foot distance restriction, they made sure to buy a property that met that distance restriction. This is why we're not requesting a waiver here tonight, and staff is recommending approval of this application. Some of the neighbors mentioned in the neighborhood meeting that commercial uses, and that was brought up tonight in the 2-hour hearing that we listened to tonight, that commercial uses are not compatible with residential neighborhoods. However, as I mentioned in my testimony earlier, there are approved commercial uses within RE zones. I went through some of those earlier, horse boarding facilities that we've approved, daycare centers, churches. I could go through the list again. There's so much more I could say other than I would like to apologize on behalf of the city I was born and raised in on how they've been treated. And I just want to put this up here, the overhead, so you can see the type of treatment that my clients have received by their neighbors. Can you guys see that? And, you know, they spent a lot of time doing this the right way. They spent a lot of money following the rules, doing this the right way, hiring people to do things the right way, paying the $500, Commissioner, last month to have the neighborhood meeting, which that's what's cost to do the notification, paying the fee for the application, doing everything that's been asked of them. I can tell you, as I've told you many times before this commission, I put my reputation on the line, that this will be a model short-term rental in the city. My name, my reputation's on the line for my clients, and we would request that you follow staff's recommendation for approval. And if you want to put a 6-month review on this, we'd be happy to accept that. You will never have any problems with this property. Actually, it'll make the neighborhood safer because there's going to be security, all the things that they're going to do. My clients would like to address you, so with that, that ends my presentation.
I need your name and address for the record, sir.
Mike Troisi, 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102. Just going to kind of read a statement on who I am and what I've been doing. I've been successfully managing luxury short-term rental property for more than 10 years in Breckenridge and Steamboat, Colorado. During that time, I have over 50 five-star reviews from satisfied guests and have been designated a premier partner with the vacation rental site VRBO. This designation is only given to a small percentage of their property owners, managers, and is reserved for. The Premier Partner Program recognizes owners and managers who consistently deliver outstanding traveler experiences, and the Premier Partner badge shows travelers that they can expect a great stay at your property. I say that because the reason that they, and in some of the reviews you can see the reason that they awarded me that, and is that I'm very hands-on with all of our guests. I reach out to them, make sure that it's a match. I give them, ideas for things to do and places to go, and they appreciate that. And that's how I would run this business, run it here. Just briefly on what Nathan said, we live in Denver, Colorado. This is a second home for us. It's not going to be just a strictly an Airbnb. We don't even rent to Airbnb. We only do VRBO because the guests that we find that those guests are more like, they're more families. It's not nightly rentals, that kind of thing. In both Breckenridge and Steamboat, I've contributed to the local economy by contracting with local small business owners for housekeeping, landscaping, pool, spa, etc. I pay them fairly and create a family culture that fosters pride in their work and loyalty. I've been a proactive owner and have systems in place to monitor noise, occupancy, and security. This dynamic has been a key to my success in Colorado. I fully intend to follow this blueprint in Las Vegas. This property is more than a rental property to me. It will be a second home and a culmination of a personal dream. I have absolutely zero interest in creating an environment that disturbs the enjoyment of the property and neighbors in any way. I simply will not tolerate it. I've been vacationing in Las Vegas for over 30 years, many times 15 to 20 times a year, and I've always wanted a small piece of Vegas for my own. I've made a substantial monetary investment in this property, followed the rules from the start, and fully intend to be a conscientious and harmonious neighbor and a professional representative for the Las Vegas short-term rental market. I respectfully request that you take the recommendation of your staff and approve my application for the short-term rental at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you for your comments. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard, please come forward.
I was wondering if I could speak. I'm with him.
Okay, I need your name and address for the record. I'll give you a quick minute.
Sorry. Okay, my name's Treva Fulton. My name's spelled Treva. I just wanted to say I know that a lot has gone on here this evening, and we're just asking for you to look at us as individuals. We originally started looking at property 2.5 years ago, and then the situation that ultimately a decision was made for short-term rentals was starting to go down. Ultimately, decision made in June of 2017. We stopped looking for property because we didn't know how it was going to turn out, so that we wouldn't be in the position that we're in here today. And we stopped. We have followed all the rules. We just want you to know, too, kind of in reference to something Commissioner Quinn said, she talked about getting a lot of emails and things. A lot of the opposition, we have one property that turned in 7 of these, one that turned in 5, 4, 10 that turned in 2. So we met these people last week, and they're very nice people, but we just ask that, and also to what Commissioner DeSalvio said, this has been in process for 4 months, and we've spent a lot of money based on following the city's rules, and we are just asking for a sense of justice in regards to that, please.
Okay, thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. If I could have you guys step aside. I see a bunch of people standing up. We have 3 microphones. If you could all come forward. I need your name and address for the record, if you're for or against, and why, please. I'll start with you.
Hello, my name's Raymond Watts. I live at 4020 Mountain View. I was here, if you'll notice the address is, I'm about 150 feet looking right into the front door of this property. I moved out there in 1963, before they had sewer and water there. Raised a family there, and it's a unique area, and I think maybe you should understand this particular street doesn't have that many homes on it, but it has large homes. These are $500,000 homes. It's a nice neighborhood, and it's totally inappropriate for them for you to reclassify this or what is proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Watts.
And I can't impress on you more than I can say.
Thank you.
I oppose the value.
Thank you. And each person has a minute to, if they're for or against. So please name and address for the record.
Ryan Lauer, Lower. My address is 4101 Del Monte Avenue. We bought our home in this neighborhood in 2010. We have young children, and they've sat through this all night long and watched how the process works and endured the earlier hearing. There's 3 schools here. There's Vegas Verde, there's Hyde Park, and there's also the Chabad School right in this area. We do not need additional people coming and going, or we have kids walking to school. We don't need people coming and going that are coming at all hours from the Strip. It's very close to the Strip. We have children that are walking back and forth to school constantly, so I'd ask that you would decline to accept this.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, sir, for the record.
My name is Mike Hedrick, 1505 Banner Circle. They're in Rural Crest. I also am the vice president of the local Arville Okie Neighborhood Watch Association, of which this is one of the homes that are in this area. I was also at the meeting with the applicant the other evening, and I listened to what they had to say. And I'd like to bring up these small points. Number 1, we are a unique community, and we're growing. We're building an actual, if you want to look at it this way, little hamlet in a sense where everybody knows everybody. We're getting to know each other. We're doing projects within the neighborhood to help us, again, become a community of mothers and dads, children, grandparents, people who bought homes and have a vested interest in that property, people that are present to take care of their property. I met these people the other evening. I feel that they're very nice people, but they're going to be absent. They're in Colorado. If they live here, just with the earlier conversations about
Thank you,
short-term
Mike.
rentals.
I have to wrap you up just so we can keep going tonight.
The only point that I wanted to make was we got a neighborhood. We'd like to keep it as a neighborhood.
Thank you.
This doesn't do it.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Joseph Nold, 4029 Mountain View Boulevard. I have an adjoining house. I'm the house directly to the south. I've listened to the commissioners tonight, and you've talked about neighbors. These people right here, these are the neighbors. You've talked about a cul-de-sac. This is a cul-de-sac. It's a very small street. You talked about it being appropriate for some areas and not others. This is not the area that it's appropriate for. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for being brief. Name and address, please, for the
My
record.
name is Dave Seaman, S-S-E-E-M-A-N.
Thank you.
I live at 4008 Del Monte Court, which is the cul-de-sac right next to this one. The one thing I want to just point out, at the last council meeting and at the neighborhood meeting, these folks keep saying, hey, we've followed all the rules, we've dotted the i's, we've done everything that you wanted us to do, thinking that that gives them the right to put in their short-term rental. All that does is give them the right to argue and try and convince you to change our rules. This is a residential neighborhood, very close. They're merely asking permission. Can we change the rules? And we're saying, we don't want you to.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for your comments. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record, sir?
My name is Darren Carlos. I live at 4009 Del Monte Avenue. I lived there for 42 years with my mother, with my spouse for 18 years, and we live in the house that my father built back in 1976. After several years of doing research for where he wanted to choose to build his house, he chose this neighborhood based on the fact that he had seen that there was minimal impact on the growth of Las Vegas in this specific neighborhood. He had been out here since 1957, was also a real estate broker. His vision was that once he built this home, that the minimal impact would stay, and that vision is still true to this day. We've had minimal impact of our neighborhood on the growth of Las Vegas. If this is approved, like you would say, an invisible protective wall around our neighborhood, a door will be opened to a possible concept that we're just not set up for.
Thank you, Dan.
Our neighborhood is set up for relaxation to get away.
Thank you for your comments. I need to wrap up and move on. Thank you. I need your name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening. My name is Susan Henry. I live at 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. I'll keep my presentation brief. Just to illustrate the tone of our neighborhood, it is particularly unique. It's not very transient. People have been here for a while. I'm wanting to send the items here that were of the owner who lived in the house before it was acquired by Michael Troisi. The gentleman's name was Pat Mulhall and his wife Sharon. They were instrumental in what is basically the spirit of this neighborhood. As you can see, we're very diverse. It might be small, but we do things like putting together neighborhood beautification projects. We are also very much in touch with what's going on. We're not about this. We're not about this sort of lifestyle. We're not about having multiple parking. We're not about having parties. We just do not want our quality of life trespassed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. There's 3 microphone folks, so come on up if you want to speak. And please try not to be redundant from what we've heard in the past. And if you want to add something new, please do. If not, just if you're for or against. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, it's Jeff Bagg, 4024 Del Monte Avenue. I moved to Las Vegas about 5.5 years ago. I bought this home to actually fix and sell. I did fix it. It's almost 5,500 square feet livable area, over 5,500. I didn't sell it because I love the neighborhood. My neighbors are great, peaceful. They've lived there from 30 to 60 years, as you heard a few of them earlier. I'm a full believer in capitalism. I want people to make money. When I moved here, I had one friend, and he said to me when he looked at my house, what I should do is turn this into a short-term rental in a different way. Rent the rooms out per hour. I can make money too. What's the difference between what they're doing and what I'm doing? My people would come and go, end of subject. These people stay overnight. I rest my case.
Thank you, Jeff.
And one question I would put to all of you out there, would you like a new short-term rental next door to you?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Chair Cherry, Vice Chair Quinn, and members of the Commission. Marco Henry, for the record, 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. A couple of things first. If you'll indulge me, my neighbors here have sort of delegated their time to me, so if I could just have a little extra...
How many of them have delegated their time?
Hands up who delegated. There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I shan't use all their time by any stretch because...
I'm going to give you 3 minutes, and then we're done, I guess, because there's nobody else.
All right, very good.
She can speak. Go ahead.
All right. First thing, a disclosure. I do work in the office of Councilman Soroka for Ward 2, but I do not represent in any way the position of Ward 2 or Councilman Soroka. I'm here purely as a resident of Ward 1. I live 2 doors down from this proposed short-term rental. We're not in any danger of breaking any records here tonight. I think we've been to 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning before, but nonetheless.
Get to it. Come on.
Yeah. I have presented to you a little pack, which hopefully you should have in front of you, which I wanted to explain and walk through that very quickly. The sign on the front, Artesian Heights, established in 1945. That's a monument in our neighborhood. It's a very old neighborhood, coming on for 75 years old, built on the springs that used to support this valley. If you care to look at page 2, you'll see we are on a cul-de-sac. And I wanted to just give you a visual aid as opposed to just telling you. If you look at this picture on page 2, you'll see red is where the proposed short-term rental is, and the blue and the green alternate are the other houses. It's a very, very small block. We all know each other. People have been talking a lot about the network effects of technology. Well, there's a network effect in a neighborhood. And when you take one house out of 8, that has huge knock-on effects for the sense of community, the people that know each other. I don't know how the short-term rental tenants will know that Sam across the street is in the hospital right now, and so that we shouldn't worry that his car hasn't moved. I don't know how they'll know that Steve across the street, who works nights, shouldn't be disturbed during the day. These are the things that you know when you live in a tight-knit community of only 8 properties, which this picture hopefully explains. If you then turn to pages 3, 4, 5, you'll see petitions. We spent an awful lot of time walking around the neighborhood getting these signatures for a 1,000-foot radius. The lady who lives next door to us, Aldima, is not here tonight because she's so knackered from knocking on doors that she felt unwell and couldn't make it. But you'll see we have close to 60 signatures, and if you turn finally to page 6, you'll see every household in a 1,000-foot radius of the proposed short-term rental in red opposed. Couldn't find a single person in favor of it, not one. And we knocked on a lot of doors. I think we have 80-90% coverage opposed within a 1,000-foot radius of this property. So I'm not going to make any new novel arguments. You've heard them all before. There's no new arguments to be made. I would just like to emphasize the specific nature of our particular neighborhood and ask you to move for denial of this short-term rental. You have it in your power. I know they followed the rules, but it's a special use permit, special, extraordinary. As it says in the code, it's the burden of proof is on the applicant of a special use permit.
Thank you, Marco.
I would appreciate your denial. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had one other person that wanted to come up and speak. Need your name and address for the record, please.
Jamie Lauer, 4101 Del Monte Avenue. I live in this neighborhood. We brought our 2 children. And when we looked for a home, we looked for 3 years before we bought this one. And we decided to move down here because it has larger lots. Our children have more space to play. But the benefit to that also, not is just the space, but I can tell my daughter Morgan, go next door and see if Lee has a cup of sugar. Go down to Ruby's house and see if there's an egg. Let Renelle know that her dog got out. Across the street, they have their gate open. Let them know. I can let my kids walk through our neighborhood with the comfort of knowing that I know my neighbors, that they know me, and that we're looking out for each other. I'm concerned about having people come into the neighborhood that I'm not so comfortable with and letting my children out and about and have that kind of uniqueness that has left a lot of the neighborhoods in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we will now close the public hearing, and I will ask the applicant to please come back up, and I will give you 3 minutes for a rebuttal, and then we will turn over to the commission for discussion and vote.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant. Really don't know where to start. Sat here many nights and watched 50 neighbors stand up here and oppose an application because they just don't want it, not in my backyard. We had some up here tonight. I appreciate their concerns, but let me just address a couple things. Okay, first of all, this cul-de-sac abuts a 344-unit apartment complex. I think that's worth noting. 8 houses on a particular part of a street is not a good point to make in a neighborhood that has over 5,300 residents. So let's make that clear. Children's, families, schools. Children's, families, schools have nothing to do with my clients and the applicant and how they're going to run this business. It has nothing to do with it. It's a red herring. All we've heard is a lot of fear-mongering tonight against my clients who are doing the right thing and doing what's asked of them by the city and following the rules. Fear-mongering. There's nothing to be afraid of here. The city has regulations in place, as you guys all know, that don't allow my clients to be bad neighbors. If they're bad neighbors, they lose their special use permit. It's taken away from them, and all the money that they've invested and all the time we spent going through this process was for nothing. There's no incentive for them to be bad neighbors, not one incentive for them to be bad neighbors. And we've represented they will not be bad neighbors. I can't say it enough. I don't know how else to say it. They're going to be model operators. My name, my reputation on the line. They followed the rules. The current laws say that you can apply for a short-term rental permit without a waiver if it's within 660 feet from another. That's why the city staff recommends approval of this application. One of the neighbors came up here and talked about parties. My clients don't allow parties at their properties. Hinson, as we know, all of us that are from here, Hinson's a busy street. This property is not very far from Hinson. Any representation that this is going to bring something negative to the neighborhood just doesn't play here. There's nothing about this applicant in their past, which is over a decade reputation. There's nothing that says that they're going to do anything that is going to do anything negative to this city. And in fact, they had said in earlier testimony that they rent to families and that they don't use Airbnb because they like to use other avenues to get people to rent their properties because they like to have families and they want to have people that are going to enjoy the property and all the amenities that it has. So with that, we're here to answer any other questions you might have. We respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying I'm sure you guys are very great people in what you do in Colorado. You know, I look at the map and what I see right outside the notification area are two existing short-term rentals to the right and to the left on the map I was looking at in the blue, and hearing so much testimony of people in opposition, hearing so much of what we heard in the past couple hours about what the effect is on neighborhoods. There's neighborhoods where there are fits and neighborhood where there isn't a fit. And for me, when there's an organized neighborhood like this, and I see one to the right and one to the left right outside the notification, it's very difficult for me to get behind, and I just don't see myself supporting it. With that said, you know, these things, they sound like they're personal. I can tell you guys are nice people. I know Nathan's a great representative. He represents great people. But I have to look at this as a land use, and from what I'm seeing and how I feel about the impact on neighborhoods, and if I didn't see the ones adjacent to it, it might be a different story, but I do, and that weighs into me, so that's where I sit at the moment. Anyone else have any comments? Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Nathan knows me very well, and Nathan and I have always had an agreement that, you know, if it meets the ordinance and there's no neighborhood opposition, I'm always with them 100%, because I respect you and I know how hard you work, Nathan, and you do a great job for your applicants. Unfortunately, when there is this much neighborhood opposition, I have to go with the neighbors because that's just who I am. So with that, I am going to make the recommendation this evening for denial of item number 28.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 29, abeyance SUP 73890, applicant Quincy Auto Sale, Inc., owner Sunstone Rancho LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed motor vehicle sales use with a waiver to allow the minimum site area of 24,394 square feet to be designated for the use where 25,000 square feet is the minimum required at the northeast corner of Lone Mountain Road and Serene Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Related item 30, abeyance SDR 73891 for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,890 square foot used car dealership with a waiver to allow the building orientation to not orientate to the corner and to the street front is required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to develop this site with a motor vehicle sales used use. The applicant has requested waivers to allow a reduced site area for the designated use and to not orient the proposed building to the corner and street frontage. Due to the requested waivers, it has been determined that the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends denial of these requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for 29 and 30?
I hope not.
You the applicant, sir, for 29?
The owner.
Okay, so you put in the application?
Yeah, I'm the owner of the...
Okay, can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Solomon Obodu, and I live in 624 Bonanza Plain, Anderson.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
UGBOD.
Okay.
Chairman, if you could probably pull that mic forward, and if you probably hear him a little better.
Yeah, could you pull the mic, the microphone just a little? There you go, closer to you. Perfect.
That sounds good.
There we go.
Actually, we received the report from the staff that they denied it, and we long accepted it. And when I saw the invitation to come in here, it was like we have already overcome those kind of situations, and we are moving forward. We've already got another alternative place to do our business, which we have acquired. And
Okay,
I didn't
so-
want to waste your time because we already accepted the denial. So
Would you like to withdraw the application?
well, I have a board, but they just tell me to come and tell you that we long accepted it. And they didn't give me the mandate to start doing withdrawal and no withdrawal. So
Okay, let me turn it over to the planning.
So my apologies, sir. So to be clear, the staff recommended denial, but this is your opportunity to actually have the body, the Planning Commission, weigh in on whether or not your request is compelling and should be approved regardless of the staff recommendation. As you've already heard this evening, staff makes a recommendation and this body will make an alternative recommendation if they feel that that's more appropriate. So you have the ability, since it appears that there's some confusion, I would recommend that he either obey it, which sounds like that is the best bet because there seems to be that confusion, or allow him to withdraw. But I would suggest an abeyance so he can go back and speak with the operator and determine if they do want to have their hearing before the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And we'll call and make sure that all of this is clear.
Sir, would you like to obey the item for 30 days?
maybe I have to go back to the board, but when we saw this something that is not up to, once something is not up to, then we don't have to contest it at all, because they said the minimum requirement is 25,000 square feet, but it's not up to 25,000 square feet. Well, we don't have anything to contend about it, so we just have to quickly move ahead. And
Okay, so
we'll let him
would
withdraw.
you like to obey or withdraw? If you're going to withdraw, that's what we can vote to do.
just like you recommended, I will go back to the board and let them know that the next step is to withdraw.
Obey for 30 days.
Yeah.
So,
I don't have the full authority.
Solomon,
to do it because
we'll
it's
obey
not-
it for 30 days. We'll have a motion to do that. And then you can go back to your board. In the meantime, staff will contact you and notify you when the meeting time is, and you can come back at that date to discuss the application.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. Turn over to the Planning Commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
I'd like to make a motion to obey for 30 days, please,
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
please.
for 28 and 29. Can I do both at the same time?
Yes, Commissioner, you can. 29 if they're related.
I mean, 29 and 30.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
She said 30 days?
And that motion carries. Okay, moving on to item number 31, abeyance SDR 73335, applicant owner Howard Keys Trust for possible action on request for a major amendment to previously approved site development plan review for proposed 120,000 square foot motor vehicle sales new development with waivers of the two town center development standards to allow reduction of the parking lot landscaping perimeter landscape buffer widths and parking lot in front of the building where parking is only allowed on the side or rear of the buildings on 37.33 acres on the southeast corner of Centennial Center Boulevard and Grand Montecito Parkway, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of an expansion of an existing new motor vehicle sales facility, including additional parking, display, and inventory space. Site circulation would also be addressed by relocating the existing driveway access to the site. A number of waivers and exceptions are being requested regarding parking lot and perimeter landscape requirements in the non-public inventory lot. Screening of the inventory lot proposes chain link fencing with a fabric screening material. Staff does support these requests as the applicant is providing the necessary landscaping along the public right-of-way and in those areas that are accessible to the general public, and is recommending approval of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Derek Williams, 5965 McLeod.
Thank you, Derek.
So Well, I don't have much to present to you. I think it's pretty clear cut. All it is a parking lot expansion. In the back, there is that's an inventory lot. We're not looking to take public back there. We're not looking to draw attention to it. It's just a back-of-house lot in the front. We do need to expand because we are close to permit on a expansion for the building as a whole, about a 30,000 square foot addition, both in the sales and service, which we anticipate will drive more business to the area. So we just need to expand with the business.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Derek.
that's really it.
Fantastic presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on this? Seeing no one, I will close it and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know we've worked hard over, I think, since June on this. It's been
And
a big
thank you.
4 or 5 times to get it to right where we needed to be, and I want to thank Mr. Peter Lowenstein for helping with that, bringing this to tuition. I have zero protests from anybody in the community. I've worked closely with Derek and went out to the property. So with that said, unless any other commissioner has a comment, I would like to make a motion for approval of
Please
item
do.
number 31.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
You're right on. Thank
good
you.
night.
You too. Moving on to item, sorry, Director?
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. That item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 33, GPA 73572, applicant owner VFR Southwest Desert Equities, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from R to SC on 202 acres at southwest east corner of Clark County, 215 and Wallapai Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 34, ZON 73573, for possible action request for rezoning from U, general plan designation to C1. Staff recommends approval. Item 35, SUP 73574, possible action request for special use permit for proposed 3,043 square foot beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment with a waiver to allow 385-foot distance separation from a school where 400 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Related, item 36, SDR 73576, for possible action request for site development plan review for proposed 9,043 square foot commercial development with a waiver to allow buildings to not be orientated to the corner and street frontages where such is required. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a commercial development is proposed at the southeast corner of Clark County 215, excuse me, in a Wallapai Way consisting of 3,000 square feet of inline retail office uses, 3,000 square feet of restaurant space, and a 3,043 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps and canopy. Given its location along a freeway right-of-way and on-ramp where the capacity for higher vehicle traffic has been increased, the site is no longer appropriate for residential uses. The site is in an appropriate location for commercial uses, and the proposed development overall is compatible with the adjacent land uses and districts. The proposed beer, wine cooler on-sale use does not meet the minimum 400-foot separation distance from a school. While staff supports commercial development at this location, this particular use is incompatible with the school, which is located on the same side of the Clark County 215 freeway. Staff recommends approval of the general plan amendment, rezoning and site review, and denial of the special use permit. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please?
Good evening. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, John Carroll. There seems to be no issues with regard to items 33 and 34. With regard to item 35, as you heard from staff, the applicant is requesting a special use permit for a proposed 3,043 square foot beer, wine, cooler, off-sale convenience store, use with a waiver to allow a 385-foot distance separation from a school where 400 feet is required. As you can see, we're only 15 feet short. In addition, and most importantly, we're across the street. It's at least 100 feet right away separating us and the school. Finally, in item 36, the applicant is requesting approval of its site development plan, and Mr. Carroll will give you his thoughts on that.
John Carroll, 1980 Festival Plaza Way. As you can see on here, we have a convenience store that's going to be located on Darling and set back from Wallapai Way with 12 gas pumps in front of it, and we have a 6,000 square foot building close to the 215 that has 3,000 square feet for a restaurant, with one of them having an end cap drive-through, and then about 3,000 square feet for retail. We have no waivers for parking, no waivers for anything on the site except for not being at the corner of the property. With the landscaping, we have adequate landscaping around the property, and we are proposing a wall to the east side towards the land that's currently zoned as residential. The aesthetic of the buildings on the property would be modern and carry the same desert tone throughout that is going on in that area up there. And anything else you guys have questions on?
I'd like to close by saying we held a neighborhood meeting with staff present. The neighbors in attendance approved our application, and we'd ask that you recommend approval as well.
Thank you for the presentation. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be honest with you, I believe that nature of the location, it fits, as I talked to Mr. Brown. I haven't had any pushback from anybody in the area. As a matter of fact, I believe there was a tremendous amount of support for it. I did talk to Mr. Brown about having the issue with the item number 35. If I could speak on that. He knows how I feel about alcohol near schools and churches and all that, but due to the fact there is a 100-foot right-of-way and the nature of the location, and I was adamant when I talked to Mr. Brown on the phone earlier. I said, listen, if the neighborhood shows up with torches and pitchforks, I'm not going to support it. I don't have torches and pitchforks. So I'm going to have to say that I fully support items 33 through 36, and I'll take them individually as motions.
Great.
Unless some other
Can we motion the whole thing?
I'd like to motion.
No, we can't.
Individually, you could, Commissioner.
He's just not going to let me get away with it.
Let's go. Let's do
The
it.
clerk's office, it's not me.
It's a motion to approve items 33, GPA 73572 for approval.
This motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Motion to approve item 34, ZON 73573.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Rao? Thank you. That motion carries.
Motion to approve item 35, SUP 73574.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Good job, buddy.
That motion carries.
And motion to approve item 36, SDR 73576.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on 11/21/18.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item number 37, GPA 74325, applicant Church La Luz del Mundo, owner Church La Luz del Mundo et al., for possible action request for a general plan amendment from L and SC to PF on 2.6 acres, 06 acres at 2412, 2408, 2404, and 2324 Mesquite Avenue, and 2413, 2412, 2408, 2407, 2400, and 2324 Cedar Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 38, ZON 74324, for possible action request from a rezoning from R1 to CV Civic. Staff recommends approval. Item number 39, SDR 74326, for possible action on request for a site development plan review for a proposed parking facility. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to redevelop several single-family residential lots to provide off-street parking for an existing church or house of worship. The requested general plan amendment, rezoning, and site review would affect the existing church site as well as the proposed lots to provide a comprehensive plan for the church, including all amenities. The proposed site meets all requirements of Title 19 and would alleviate any issues with on-street parking throughout the neighborhood during church services, and staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah. Good evening. Oscar O'Keefe, 2256 Savannah River, Henderson, representing the client.
Thank you, Oscar.
All right. This plan here shows the existing church What they've done is they've purchased homes on the north side and on the south side, and they're proposing to convert those to parking lots. And we had a board meeting, town board meeting, and everybody had positive things to say about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, turn over to the commission, go into Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, I've reviewed this application, been by the church many a times, and I feel this is appropriate, feel staff got this one correctly, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 37, GPA 74325, I move to approve following staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 38 is ZON 74324. I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item 39, SDR 74326, move to approve, following staff's recommendation for approval, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their November 21st, 2018 council agenda pre-Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item number 40, GPA 74257, applicant owner International LLC for possible action request for general plan amendment from PCD to M on 10 acres on the north side of Ann Road alignment, 510 feet west of Schomber Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 41, ZON 74258 for possible action request from rezoning from U, general plan to R3. Staff recommends approval. Two approvals. Can I get staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning are compatible with the existing land use designations on properties adjacent to the south. Therefore, staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record, Ron.
Ron Portero, 11256 Rainbow Peak, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89135, on behalf of the applicant.
And Levi Parker, 3425 Cliff Shadows Parkway, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129, on behalf of the owners.
Thank you.
We're here basically to go along with staff's recommendation for approval. This is a totally undeveloped area. We probably won't see any infrastructure in this area for some time, but we wanted to make a application which is consistent with what's been granted already. And so we would request your approval for these two items.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Mr. Chairman, if nobody has any comments, I'd like to just make a motion for approval for item number 40.
Please do. There's a motion on the floor for item number 40 for approval. Please cast your vote. I'm trying to go.
Sorry, Mike.
Roush. That motion carries.
And approval for item number 41, ZON 74258.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward and be a part of the 11/21/18 City Council meeting agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commission. Thank you. Moving on to item 42, GPA 74265, applicant owner Family Promise of Las Vegas for possible action request for general plan amendment from MLA to GC on .34 acres at 1437 Miller Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 43, SCP 74267, possible action request for a special use permit for single room occupancy residence use. Staff recommends approval. Item number 44, SCP 74268, for possible action request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 15 parking spaces where 23 are required. Staff recommends approval. Related item 45, SDR 74266, for possible action request for a site development plan review for 5-unit single room occupancy and social service provider facility. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development consists of a multi-purpose building to be utilized as a transitional living facility and a resource center for homeless families. It is compatible and sensitive to the adjacent development in the subject area. A submitted parking demand analysis concluded that the proposed 15 parking spaces are more than adequate to serve the proposed facility. Staff recommends approval of all other requirements of Title 19 and the West Las Vegas Area Plan are met. Please note, additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Ann Johnson, 210 Quest Park Street. I'm here representing the applicant.
Hi, Ann.
Oh, Claudia Widhelm, 3100 Stern Drive.
Thank you, Claudia.
Terry Lindeman, 3532 Madrid, 89121.
Thank you, Terry.
We thank staff for the time meeting with us throughout this process and the recommendation for approval. We're here to support the application for this Family Navigation Center tonight to be located at MLK and Miller Avenue. It's been a long evening, so I'm just going to make very brief remarks. Family Promise of Las Vegas is a local nonprofit organization that has been in operation for over 22 years and is dedicated to helping homeless families achieve sustainable housing and independence through community response. Annually, 75% of families served by Family Promise of Las Vegas find housing in less than 9 weeks, thanks to their intensive case management and support. There are more statistics that are available, but I will leave that to your discretion to ask questions if you need to. And I do want to emphasize that this is a referral-only facility and has a very low visitor rate. There is not intake off the street. We have canvassed the neighborhood and held community meetings to introduce this new headquarters for Family Promise of Las Vegas and to restate our commitment to being a good neighbor, and this will continue. The neighborhood response at that meeting was very positive, and I will, I guess, leave the rest to your questions.
Thank you, Ann. Thank
Yes.
you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn over to the... Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I apologize. No, come on up. If you guys could just step aside. If you can come to the microphone, get your name and address for the record. Nice to see you again.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. They had tried to come years ago on F and Van Buren, and our community came out in droves saying absolutely not. And where they want to go, we have the paperwork where we tried to purchase that property to go along with the property we already have to build the barber school there, to make it a permanent home for the barber school, and that's commercial property. We don't want it rezoned for no housing, no homeless, nothing there. Because if you go across the street, you got in North Las Vegas, on the North Las Vegas side, you got a social service over there, you got the courthouse over there, you got all of that over there. No, we do not want them, no transitional housing right across the street from Booker School. Absolutely not, because, and then you got a business that's looking to go in on Martin Luther King and Cary. It was supposed to be a gas station and a Popeyes that they still working on to go there. And we want to keep that commercial. And here we got the paperwork right here where we tried to purchase that lot that they got, so we can add it on to the lots we already got to make it a permanent home for the barber school. And I know when she saw me, she had to know, oh, it was how many years ago? You didn't think I wasn't gonna come back down here? I don't care if I didn't live in West Las Vegas. I was coming back down here, because no, why is it that they always wanna approve something in our community? Take this in y'all neighborhoods. Put it in y'all neighborhoods. That's fine. Y'all can have it.
Beatrice, I need to keep this meeting going, so if there's anything else you want to add
got
specific.
enough. We have enough in our community.
Thank you.
And that's it, right across from the Booker School. We got commercial property that's coming in and back of it, and we own the lots that's right next to it, and I'm
Thank you,
here to
Beatrice.
say absolutely not.
Thank you for your
We even
comments.
got the plans right here for the school.
Thank you, Beatrice. Sir, did you want to add anything? I need your name and address for the record if you're going to.
Tilt one of these.
Yeah, just bring it forward. There you go.
Good evening, panel. My name is Royal Byron, and I live at 2000 Eckinger Circle, Ekanger Circle. I'm a lifetime resident here in the community, West Las Vegas community. I also own property on Miller Street that's on the opposite side, 3 parcels there that is zoned commercial. I think this, for one, is a bad investment for my lifetime of living here, wanting to see something positive in my community. And one of the positive things that I've done in my community is I opened the first barber school in the state of Nevada, and I am the first barber instructor. And I've been looking at that property for over 10 years when I opened up in 2008. And that property came available, which I was on the back burner because who was holding it up, and I showed, Ms. Turner had showed my paperwork that I was trying to purchase it. I'm still willing to purchase that, and I'd like to be opposed to it be turned over into a residential because it would kind of put a damper on my property commercial that I already have. I did invest some money in it. I don't want to touch their object. That I did do a future site plan for it, taking into consider all the buffers and everything that's on the city for trying to make those little bitty projects over there work. So I'm deeply opposed of it. I have investment in that property. The property that I own, my mother worked there. May she rest in peace. She worked there for 40 years at Supreme Cleaners, which is not there anymore. And I promised her that I would do something great for the community. I think this is a very good location. If it comes up again for me to purchase, my site plans is there, my structural plans
Thank you,
is
Mr.
there.
Byron. We are land use board specifically, and we don't get into the mechanics of the real estate of purchasing and not purchasing. So if there's another comment you want to add, I got to keep this
As a
meeting going.
lifetime resident, I think this is kind of sad that people want to keep bringing the homeless sector into West Las Vegas. It's historical, it's commercial, and it needs to stay commercial.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the public hearing portion? Seeing no one, I will turn it back over to the applicant, and I'll give you a minute if you want to add a rebuttal, and then it's going to the commission.
Terry Lindeman, I would like to respond to Ms. Turner. The reason that we historically want to be in this neighborhood is that every single year, most of our clients come from City of Las Vegas zip codes, and the majority of them are coming from 89106. Today, we found out there's over 20,000 children currently in Clark County schools under the category of homeless. That means an estimate of about 6,000 families fragilely housed or on the verge of homelessness in our community. All of us nonprofits are trying so hard to get these folks back into housing, and that's exactly what Family Promise does, to the tune of 75% of our families every year go back into housing. We've served families with disabilities, families that are single dads, moms with children, and our goal is just to help these families get back into housing and become productive people in the community.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we are going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. In looking at GPA 74265, we're talking about changing it from medium-low attached density residential to general commercial. And I have not received any complaints from anyone other than Ms. Turner and Mr. Royal here tonight. And I think it's a good thing that we would have transitional housing in our community. And because of that, I move to approve, unless someone has something else on the commission.
Please make the motion.
I move
Thank
to
you.
approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And on SDR 74266, I'd like to...
I think it's 43 SUP.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is it okay?
SUP 74267?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm reading them. I make a recommendation to approve subject to conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
SUP Oh, not yet.
That motion carries.
Okay, SUP 74268, approved, subject to conditions.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Okay, and then I think we're going to SDR.
Yes.
SDR 74266, approved, subject to conditions.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward and be considered as a part of the City Council's agenda on November 21st, 2018.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 50, GPA 74340, applicant owner Investor Equity Homes, LLC et al., for possible action request for a general plan amendment from RNP to R on 4.04 acres at southwest corner of Racell Street and Tenaya Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 51, ZON 74341, for possible action on a request for rezoning from RE to RD. Staff recommends denial. Related item 52, VAR 74344, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no amenity zone to allow a private street with a gate to not be developed to complete street standards where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision. Staff recommends denial. And finally, related item 53, TMP 74347, for possible action on request for a tentative map for a proposed 10-lot residential subdivision with waivers to allow no exterior streetlights and no equestrian trail where such are required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is located within interlocal agreement area, planning area 2, which is designated to have a density of no greater than 2 units per gross acre, and for each lot to maintain a minimum buildable net lot area of at least 18,000 square feet with a goal of at least 18,500 square feet. As proposed, the R rural density residential general plan designation would allow for a 3.59 unit per acre gross acreage, and the proposed zoning of RD, single-family residential restricted, would allow for a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. The proposed general plan amendment and rezoning does not support the intent of the interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested general plan amendment, rezoning, variance, and tentative map. Please note that additional letters of support and protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Angelo Taberti, 500 South Rancho. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant, presenting to you the Racell and Tenaya single-family subdivision, generally located on the southwest corner of Racell Street and Tenaya Way. This project will be constructed on 2 parcels that will end up consisting of essentially a 5-acre land holding. The project was originally approved by the Clark County Board of County Commissioners back in 2009. Since that approval, the property has then been annexed into the city, and as shown onto this exhibit, Silverstone Ranch is bordered to the north and to the east, and then as shown here is a better example, the parcels to the south and to the west are actually within the Clark County jurisdiction for this area. The application in front of you today is a project that has just slight variations from that originally approved Clark County project, and it maintains a very similar layout, a very similar structure. The project consists of 10, whoops, I have it upside down, consists of 10 lots located on a single cul-de-sac that is going to be private. The entrance to the community will be off of Monte Cristo Way. As one of the applications is a variance to remove the gate that would be normally required for a private street. This is to continue the flow of the rural neighborhood and not be exclusionary in that neighborhood. Also, in this development, there's going to be a proposed 20-foot land or public use easement and an equestrian trail. The equestrian trail will be 10 feet. That will be located on the north and then along the east side of the project. Included with the applications is to develop the exterior streets per the Clark County standard rules, rural standards. This is to maintain continuity of the whole neighborhood in general. Included with that is no streetlights on the half sections adjacent to the project, but there are streetlights located directly to the north on Russell and directly to the east of Tenaya. So those will obviously be continued. We had a neighborhood meeting late September. Unfortunately, no neighbors showed up to voice their opinions. But the applicant has been working closely with Clark County Commissioner Kirkpatrick and with Councilwoman Fiore to make sure that this develops both as the city would like and as the county would like. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions and wish for your approval.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will turn over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only question I have for the applicant representative, did I hear you right, the equestrian trail is part?
Yes, we're going to be developing the 10-foot equestrian trail, but we are going to be matching the existing Clark County trail around it for the equestrian.
No, I'm fine with that because I was under the impression out of all of it, I'm basically fine with everything. I just wanted to make sure that that equestrian trail was part of the package.
Yes, yes, sir, that is, as shown on the plans.
Unless any other commissioner has any comments, I'd like to make a motion for approval of item 50.
Please do. There's a motion on the floor for item 50. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Motion for approval of item 51.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Motion for approval of item 52.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And motion for approval of item 53.
This motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you, Commission, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of the November 21st, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to, item 55, ZON 74250. Applicant Silverstein Properties, Inc., owner GGP Meadows Mall, LLC, for possible action request for rezoning from C1 to R4 on 9.63 acres located on the north side of Meadows Lane, approximately 2,120 feet west of Valley View Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 56, VAR 74251, for possible action request for a variance to allow two proposed 6-story, 72-foot tall buildings where 55 is the maximum height allowed. Staff recommends denial. Related item 57, VAR 74518, for possible action request for a variance to allow 482 parking spaces where 528 are required for a proposed multifamily residential development. Staff recommends denial. Related item 58, SUP 74517, possible action request for a special use permit for a community center private accessory use. Staff recommends denial. And finally, related item 59, SDR 74252, for possible action on request for a site development plan review for a proposed 280 multifamily residential development. Staff recommends denial. Before I throw it to staff, if I remember correctly, this is the one where someone came up in the beginning of the meeting, public hearing, in support of the application. I believe they were the neighbor. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, while the proposed multifamily development adheres to some of the objectives of the Las Vegas Master Plan and the Meadows Walkable Community Plan, staff recommends denial due to the associated variances pertaining to parking and building height. Staff does recommend approval of the proposed rezoning as it conforms with the existing MXU mixed-use general plan designation. Staff also notes the subject site contains an existing off-premise sign that is currently in conformance with the existing zoning district. However, the proposed rezoning of the property to R4 high-density residential would create a non-conforming use of land. As such, Staff has added a condition of approval requiring the off-premise sign be removed prior to the issuance of a building permit for the project. Please note, additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing the applicant. Representatives of the developers are here. They're sitting behind me, John Tippins with North Cap, as well as Serge Demigian with Silverstein Properties. By way of just a little bit of background about Silverstein Properties, proud to stand up here and represent them tonight on a project here in Las Vegas. They have built several of the World Trade Towers in New York City, recently completed the Four Seasons hotels, a number of luxury condos, as well as multifamily projects. And they are excited to bring this project to the city of Las Vegas. If you can look at your overhead. Thank you. So this is the site, obviously surrounded in pink with all of the C1 commercial zoning. This is the Meadows Mall. For years, this piece of property right here has been vacant, and that is the piece of property that we're asking today to rezone to R4 and then with the associated applications. I should note for the record that this project, because the land use designation for the area is mixed use, we could have chosen to stay in C1, but because of the amount of commercial that's already in the area, we thought it would be not wise to add additional commercial into the ground floor of our project, so we've instead asked for a conforming zone change to go to R4 to build the project. Now with that came a couple of variances, and I'll walk through them quickly. One of the variances is for the height. We are building a multi-story building with podium parking, meaning parking on the ground floor and then several floors above it. That's for our residents and the benefit of the spectacular views that really you have from all sides, but in particular looking eastbound towards downtown Las Vegas and the Strip. So we are taking advantage of that, and we're asking for that height to go from 55 feet to 75 feet. Again, under the original C1 zoning that we have today, we would be allowed to do that increased height. The other variances are as the result of an amenity that we want to provide to our residents, which is our clubhouse. We are asking to put a fairly large clubhouse. That's the subject for the use permit. It exceeds what your code requires, and along with that, it requires us also to provide additional parking. We are providing parking for all of our residents. We're parked for code for our residents, and our project is gated and not open to the public. The clubhouse, because of the size of it, requires about 46 additional parking spaces, and we're not asking to provide that because the clubhouse is for the use of our residents only, not for any outside people, so therefore the need for additional spaces isn't necessary. We appreciate staff recommending approval on the zone change. The remaining applications, they did recommend denial because it didn't conform to code, but we are excited about this project. We think it makes sense. We appreciate the chairman remembering Dr. Wagner's very kind comments in the beginning of the meeting supporting this project as a business owner in the area. And the only final comment that I would make is because we're changing the zoning to R4, as staff just noted, on condition number 4, it's a new condition number 4, on item number 59, which is the site plan review. It asks us to remove the existing billboard that's there. It's approximately in this location right here, right adjacent to the 95. We would ask that that condition be deleted and instead a condition be inserted that would allow the billboard to remain in its current location. We do not own that billboard. It is owned by the underlying property owner of the mall. It's not in our control to remove it, and so we would ask that a proactive condition be placed on the application to allow it to remain in its current location. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This notice is a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I see someone coming up. If I can get your name and address, if you're for or against, and a minute why.
It's Mike Cohen, 4517 Providence, which is right across the street. I'm really sorry to have to be here. I'm really sorry to the Silverstein properties and to everybody else. Unfortunately, I do not believe that this area has enough resources to hold such a property. There's not enough infrastructure. You'd have to widen the roads, Decatur and Valley View, between Washington and Charleston. Sometimes it takes 3 traffic cycles to get through one of those lights. There are 5 lights between it. The power grid doesn't seem to be able to hold the power in the neighborhood. We have constant outages. The cable is constantly down. There's already not enough parking. We pretty much just, we don't really want a high-rise overlooking us. And there's one other issue, that the school right next to this property is under construction. It's going to be about double the size that it was until last year. It's called Griffith. And once that's built, we are absolutely going to have no parking whatsoever. So I don't really want to interfere with this property. I'm very sorry. I hope that we could possibly revisit this soon, because I really don't want to interfere with progress. And I now understand what you people go through.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Jennifer, if you'd like a minute before we turn it over to the commission.
Yeah, just quickly, as it relates to the traffic, we had our traffic engineer look at a comparison of what the traffic would be like on the surrounding streets if this project were to get developed with commercial development versus what our project is. Commercial would actually generate more traffic to the area than our project would. So I think it's in terms of traffic, I think that that's a positive. You know, again, the school is across the street over here. The parking that he referenced was, as I mentioned, it's funny. Our project is appropriately parked. It's just because of the additional amenity for our own residents that makes it look like we're underparked. We are not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you, Ms. Lazovich. It was nice meeting with you the other day. As a resident of this neighborhood for over 30 years, it's exciting to see anything, but especially this be built on this project, on this property. So with that, we have other comments, and then I'll be happy to make the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Roush, I'll start with you.
I just want to say that I think that this is an exciting project. I think the area desperately needs it. I think the blighted retail will benefit tremendously from more rooftops. Everyone knows that rooftops drive retail, so I think that GGP made the right decision here to try to offload some of its excess land. I applaud you gentlemen for building this. It's a beautiful project. I think that when you see the product built, I think you're going to realize it's not really towering over your neighborhood so much as it's really a good buffer use for the freeway right there. My only concern, and I've talked to Ms. Lazovich about it when we met, was that I do have some concern about the billboard having a little bit of light pollution, if you will. I don't know if there's something that you guys can do for those units that face that billboard. I didn't realize the billboard was owned by GGP, so yes, obviously the billboard will need to remain. I'll be in support of that variance for you so that the billboard can remain. I want to see this project go forward. I think it's wonderful for the area.
Thank you. Sorry, the public hearing is closed.
All right,
So-
just want to add that I was cool with that.
That's all right, Mr. Cohen. Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I just want to state that I did meet with Ms. Lazovich, and everything that she represented tonight was substantially the same that she represented to me when she presented this project to me yesterday, I think it was, and also disclosed that I know John Tippins. I think the majority of us up here knows John Tippins, and so my independence of judgment won't be affected just due to my knowledge and knowing John. I've never worked on a project with Tippins in the past. However, I mean, this is right next door to the Meadows Mall, and I mean, which has been suffering, you know, throughout the past few years. And I'm fearful if it keeps suffering, we could lose a couple of our anchors. And so hopefully this drops a new anchor into the neighborhood and helps rebuild this area. You know, to address the gentleman's comment, with the failing infrastructure and electric outages and things such as that, I'm a builder, developer. Typically, when you have a project like this that comes in, there's not enough power. And so what happens is they have to bring power in from 1, 2, 3 blocks away, which helps everybody out, which alleviates a lot of that burden. And so the new developer is putting in more infrastructure to help you out and help everybody else out. So hopefully that alleviates some of your concerns. But looking forward to having this new anchor right here, right next to the Meadows Mall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlotman. Vice Chair Quinn.
Thank you. Moving right along here, again, thanks for meeting me with me, Jen. It's always a pleasure. Getting right to it, it's my pleasure to make the motion for approval on the zoning of 74250, following staff's recommendation this evening for approval.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Being that I don't think this is going to affect anybody's, the height is not going to bother anybody, I'm going to make the motion again for approval on variance 74251.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
And moving right along to number 57, variance 74518, my motion is also for approval.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to 58, SUP 74517, my motion is also for approval.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And regarding the SDR, Jen and I did some talking, being that I was a little bit concerned about crime encroaching into your development, sir. We did discuss, Jen, raising that fence from 6 feet to 8. You discussed with me earlier that you prefer it to be a wrought iron fence of sort, but I prefer it at 8 feet regardless of what you choose to do. So with that being said, I'm going to increase the height of the fence from 6 to 8 feet as a condition on the SDR.
And that would be, just for clarification, that's on our east boundary?
On the east boundary. Yeah,
And we
I
would
think
be
you'll thank me later.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We would be agreeable to that condition, so an 8-foot fence along the eastern boundary.
Yeah. And you can work it out with the councilwoman in between now and then, but I think it'll be, I just prefer an 8-foot fence on the east side.
We have welcomed that feedback.
Thank you. With that being said, adding that condition of the 8-foot fence, my motion is for approval
Commissioner?
of...
Would you be agreeable to the condition about the billboard?
Well, yeah, the billboard stays. It's not yours, right?
Correct, but I think we have to, your
Yeah,
motion has to include the change for
And I'll
that.
add the condition as well under the SDR that the billboard remains.
Okay.
And what?
I think it's an elimination of a condition, isn't it? Or is it a...
Oh.
I believe
I'm sorry.
If I could speak, I think we need a proactive condition that says it can stay because we're changing the zoning to R4 where you typically wouldn't be allowed to have. Yeah.
I thought it was a condition indicating it must go away.
So I think it's a delete the condition that says I've got to take it down and replace it with a condition that says the billboard can remain in its current location.
So the billboard, under the SDR.
Staff.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So from what I'm getting, we want an added condition that an 8-foot tall wrought iron fence be required along the east perimeter.
Yes.
And then we would amend condition number 4 to simply say the existing off-premise sign shall be allowed to remain.
Yes.
One quick thing, perhaps I could take your direction and we could get a wall exhibit between now and city council, because I think we want to do some decorative pilaster in between the wrought iron just to make it look nice, and so we'll just work on that with staff.
That'd be great. So with that...
And not to complicate it any further, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, if I
That's
might.
okay, my life
I
is
just
a little
want to be
complicated.
clear, because this will no longer be zoned to allow an off-premise sign. No construction related to this project can impact that sign. The second it comes down, it's gone. So I
Correct.
want to be very clear with everybody on this, that even though that condition is in there, should that sign come down as a result of anything related to construction, because we've had this situation before, the zoning would preclude the sign being reestablished. So just keep that in mind as you're moving forward with this project.
Thank you.
Don't knock it down, Jen.
I will knock it down.
Anyway, with that being said, we'll add the condition that the sign remains under the SDR, and we're going to add the condition that an 8-foot sign, an 8-foot fence on the east side of the property be in place. And with that, my motion is for approval on SDR 74252. Thanks a lot, Jen.
Thanks. There's a
Thank
motion
you.
on the floor. Please cast your vote. Thanks, Vicki. That motion carries.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to the City Council and be a part of their agenda on November 21st, 2018.
Thank you.
Girls.
Okay, let's keep rolling. All right, they're the boss. Item number 60, VAR 74309, applicant D.R. Horton, owner Kang Hai Kyung, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a stub street terminus where a cul-de-sac is required to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.11, where 1.30 is the minimum required to allow a deviation from the complete street standards of 9.22 acres at the southwest corner of Eisner Drive and Jones Boulevard, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 61, TMP 74310, for possible action on request for tentative map for a 27-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver to allow no exterior streetlights where such is required to allow private streets without a gate to not be developed to public street standards. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, while the proposed subdivision adheres to the required density requirements of the L Low-Density Residential Master Plan designation, staff recommends denial due to the associated variances and waivers. Please note, additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, the zoning and GPA for this site were before you just several weeks ago. This is a parcel located on Jones Boulevard, just south of Farm. The street immediately to the north is Eisner Drive. We worked closely with the neighbors, particularly on Eisner Drive, that have the RE lots, as well as the community to the west and to the south on the layout. In fact, the neighbors actually drew up a layout very similar to this and handed it to us at the neighborhood meeting. So the design is very much neighborhood driven, as are the variances and the waivers that are before you tonight. They had proposed, I believe, more like 30 lots. We're at 27 lots with this tentative map. They very much wanted the entrance to be on Jones with no access on Eisner, and so we have one entry on Jones. They also wanted a gated entry, and it's not shown here, but the intent is to have this be a gated community, and we've got plenty of queuing room there to provide a gate, so we'd be happy to agree to a condition if the commission wanted to impose that condition on us. All of these are over 10,000 square foot lots with one-story homes, so D.R. Horton's going to do all one-story homes here. As late as this afternoon on the way to the meeting, I spoke with one of the neighbors in this community to the west and the south, who requested that lots 9 and 13 have a limitation that no RV parking be allowed on just the west side. They're okay if it's on the east side, but they did not want RVs immediately adjacent. These are side-loaded lots, and D.R. Horton's fine with that. So we would willingly agree to a condition that lots 9 and 13 be prohibited from having RV on the western portion of the lot, if the commission's willing to do that. And I believe that is it. The waivers and variances are no streetlights, because that's what the neighbors requested. The private streets, that's what the neighbors requested. As far as the connectivity, because there's only one entrance on Jones, that's the request for the variance for connectivity. And I believe the last variance was for the stub streets, again, on these lots, so that we could have the side-loaded lots on the western portion of the property. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we very much appreciate your approval this evening.
Thank you. This is notice of public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I talked to Ms. Allen. The only thing, and I might have missed it, but we talked about the sewer on Eisner.
Correct.
And
we're fine with that condition.
Okay,
Yes.
So with that said, and I must have talked to the same gentleman you did on lots 9 and 13, because he mentioned the same thing to me as far as seeing if they could switch it from where it was to the opposite side, which you mentioned, and then you did mention the gate, which was another concern from the same gentleman.
Yes.
So if you're in agreement with the conditions of the sewer, the RV, and the gates, then I would like to entertain a motion for approval of item number 60.
Commissioner Schlafly.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to state I met with Ms. Allen, and everything that she represented tonight was substantially what She told me in the meeting, and I agree with Commissioner DeSalvio on the gate.
Thank you. Commissioner Savio?
With that said, motion for approval of item number 60.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And I entertain a motion for approval on item 61, please.
There's a motion on the floor,
With
please.
conditions.
With the conditions. Please, motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office in 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 62, moving on, VAR 74336, applicant owner, State of Nevada Division of Lands for possible action request for a variance to allow proposed building not to be placed at the established setback line to allow the proposed parking lot to be located along the street frontage where such is not allowed in the civic zoning district on 22.77 acres at 555 East Washington Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 63, SDR 74337, for a possible action request for a major amendment to a previously approved civic review for a proposed one-story, 6,148 square foot building and parking lot expansion to an existing 250,000 square foot government facility. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a fleet services maintenance facility is proposed in an open space area in the northeast corner of the State of Nevada Grant Sawyer campus. It will be placed such that it can be screened from view of the adjacent streets. The existing primary access will remain from Washington Avenue to the south of the proposed building location, with a new gated access provided along Classic Car Lane for fleet service vehicles only. This entry will not be used by the public and consequently will not negatively affect neighborhood traffic, as a vehicle maintenance facility would not be an appropriate use to place at the front of the property or directly along Classic Car Lane, and that parking is already established in front of the buildings in this area. Staff finds that the applicant has a compelling hardship. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address to the record, please?
Hello, my name is Jason Georgiorian with LGA 241 West Charleston, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here on behalf of State of Nevada Public Service, Public Works. Staff gave a pretty good report with the nature of the facility. It's a small mechanical shop. It's a routine checkup of Grant Sawyer fleet service vehicles, and will not have any public access. The entire the site will be accessed from the existing parking lot. The connection to Classic Car Lane will be for emergency or private use only. So,
okay.
We agree with staff recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Since there is no opposition here, I would move to approve item 62.
So there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
On 62? Got it.
That motion carries.
Motion to approve item 63.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless they're appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. All right. Item number 64, SCP 74297, applicant, the DRH Company owner, Nevada State Bank, for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed drive-through use at the northwest corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Fort Apache Road, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Related item 65, SDR 74298. You want me to go slower? For possible action or request for a site development plan review for a proposed commercial development consisting of a single-story, 3,330 square foot financial institution with drive-through and 2 proposed building pad sites. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this project proposes to construct a drive-through use which will operate in conjunction with a financial institution totaling 3,330 square feet in floor area. The subject site has a zoning designation of O for office, which allows the proposed financial institution general use as a permitted land use and the drive-through as a conditional land use. A special use permit is required for the proposed drive-through as the use does not meet screening requirements listed in conditional use regulations, which requires the drive-through to be screened from the residential property to the west by an intervening building. The submitted drawings indicate the subject site will be developed with 3 building pads, which are designated A, B, and C, with the proposed financial institution located on pad C, located in the southeast corner of the subject site. Pads A and B are both designated to be utilized as medical or dental office uses. However, these 2 building pads will remain vacant at this time. Upon future development of building pad B, the proposed drive-through will become screened by the intervening building from the existing residential uses. Staff has determined that the requested special use permit to allow insufficient screening of the proposed drive-through will not have a negative impact to the existing residential development in the surrounding area as it has been oriented to the eastern perimeter of the subject site and is appropriate for the area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this project with conditions. Please note that additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Jake Tate, 2010 North Redwood Road, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84116. I think staff did an excellent job explaining. I fully support their recommendation for approval, and I'm really here just to answer any questions.
Thanks for being brief, Jake. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing, and I will turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Toussaint?
Yes, I'm over here all the time. I'm really excited about seeing this being developed, and if there are no other problems, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Williams, did your lights on? Oh, okay. There's a motion on the floor to approve.
Approve item number 64.
Item number 64, thank you. And Commissioner Williams? Thank you. That motion passes.
Item number 65, SDR 74298 for approval, please.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Thank you.
And, Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on. We are almost home free. Item number 66, SUP 74299, applicant owner Samwell Inc. et al. For possible action request for a special use permit for an automobile rental use at the southwest corner of Ogden Avenue and 3rd Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 67, SUP 74300, for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 22,200 square foot expansion to an existing gaming establishment, non-restricted use. Staff recommends approval. Related item 68, SUP 74301, for possible action request for a special use permit to allow a proposed 320-foot building height within the 200-foot airport overlay district. Staff recommends approval. Related item 69, SUP 74302, for possible action on request for a special use permit to allow valet parking. Staff recommends approval. Related item 70, VAC 74304, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public alley generally located on the south side of Ogden Avenue, approximately 150 feet west of 3rd Street. Staff recommends approval. And related item 71, SDR 74303, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a 610,463 square foot phase expansion to an existing hotel casino, including a new 320-foot tall hotel tower, exterior facade improvements, and a new parking garage with waivers of Title 19 Appendix F development standards. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a phased expansion of an existing hotel casino to include a new hotel tower, parking garage, expanded casino floor, and improvements to 3rd Street. Facade improvements to the existing structures would also be included. A number of waivers of the downtown development standards have been requested. Staff is supporting these requests due to the existing constraints and conditions of the site. Staff is recommending approval of the requested development as it is appropriate for the downtown casino core. The proposed improvements are consistent with other similar uses in the area. If approved, condition of approval number 4 of item 70, VAC 74304, should be amended to correct the SDR case number and eliminate the reference to a tentative map. It should read as follows. A drainage plan and technical drainage study must be submitted to and approved by the Department of Public Works prior to the recordation of the order of vacation for this application. Appropriate drainage easement shall be reserved if recommended by the approved drainage plan study. The drainage study required by SDR 74303 may be used to satisfy this requirement, provided that it addresses the area to be vacated. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commission Russell Rose, 7435 Southeastern Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant, Fremont Hotel and Boyd Gaming Corporation. I actually prepared like 2 pages of notes to walk through this project with you guys, but given the hour, I'm going to shorten it up. Thank you. And you can ask any question you'd like, and we're happy to answer them. So this is an expansion of the existing Fremont Hotel. It's a 3-phase project. Phase 1 is the construction of a brand-new hotel tower at the northeast corner of the existing site. That's I can show you here, a 25-story, 265-foot tower. This elevation is actually the east elevation, so you'd be looking at it from 3rd Street. Phase 2 is a modification. Actually, I can show you a larger rendering. Phase 2 is modification of 3rd Street. As you know, right now it's a pedestrian mall between Ogden and Fremont Street. And what we're proposing is to open it back up to vehicular access, create a cul-de-sac and an area for drop-off and pickup, both at the cul-de-sac as well as an additional lane adjacent to the Fremont Hotel for drop-off and pickup, and as well as valet service during the demolition and construction of the parking garage, as well as new ride-sharing spaces on the east side of 3rd Street, which are desperately needed in this part of town, particularly for the experience as well. So we think this overall will be a tremendous improvement for 3rd Street, not just for this property, but for moving traffic between the Fremont Street experience and Ma Museum and everything in between. And lastly, on 3rd Street would be an outdoor dining experience, which we think overall is just going to create a whole new vibrancy for 3rd Street and create additional traffic. And then finally, Phase 3, which I referenced at least implicitly, is the demolition and reconstruction of the parking garage that exists on the Fremont Hotel, as well as remodeling the existing tower by combining 2 rooms into 1, creating larger rooms, as well as repainting the facade to bring back the look to what it originally looked like when it was built. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you for being brief on the presentation. This is a substantial project. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by quickly saying I met with the applicant's representative, Mr. Rowe, that's in front of us, and he addressed all my concerns or questions that were about the 3rd Street alleyway, and it's, I think, going to be a wonderful project, and I agree that staff has it right, so I will be supporting it. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Rowe, how are you? I guess I didn't work with your mother back in the day. I worked for Jane Rowe Realty, and I asked Mr. Rowe if he perhaps might be her son, but apparently not. I think this is an outstanding project, and it's just great to see new things come downtown. It really is. It's going to bring more business downtown. And with that being said, since there is no opposition.
Commissioner Williams, before you make a motion,
Yes.
I see Commissioner Schlotman's light. If I could just throw it to him really quick.
Please, go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, through you, just want to state that I met with Mr. Rowe a couple of weeks ago about the project. Everything he represented tonight was the same that he represented to me in person. I like this project. I hope that more of the casino project or casinos downtown follow suit, like the D, Golden Gate, Golden Nugget, the new casinos, and then this one, and we can turn Fremont around. And I really do like the idea of activating that what is it, 3rd Street, because it's dead. I mean, there's nothing going on that'll help activate it and keep pedestrians walking up and down. I have no further comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Tucson, I passed right
No,
over. I
that's okay.
apologize.
I just want to say I'm so excited about this project. I remember when the Fremont was built, it was the tallest place in the valley, and we just thought it was great. My mom worked there when it first opened, so this is near and dear to my heart, and I did meet with Mr. Rowe, and thank you for doing this. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Williams, I promise
Okay,
you're up.
this is it. You know, I can tell these stories too. As a matter of fact, I danced at the top of the Fremont with my first baby and had the baby 6 hours later. So that was the Fremont Hotel. Okay.
It's a good disclosure.
With all of that said, all of these great stories, I move to approve item number 66.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
I move to approve item 67.
This motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Approval of item 68.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item 69, move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Move to approve item 70.
There are some amended conditions on there.
Are there conditions on that one?
Does the applicant agree to the amended conditions?
With conditions?
As I understand them, Mr. Chairman, yes, and if there's any questions, I'm sure we'll work it out with staff.
Great, thank you. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Item 71?
Yeah, we're on item 71, yep.
Yes. Move to approve.
So motion on the floor for item 71. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, all of those items will move forward to City Council at the 11/21 City Council meeting, and I promise that'll be during daylight.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you to staff as well for all their hard work on this project with us.
Thanks. All right, we're going to get there. Item number 72, SUP 74305, applicant owner, Citibank National Association, for possible action request for special use permit for a car wash, full service or auto detailing use on the south side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 413 feet west of Lake Sahara Drive. I can hear you. Staff recommends approval. And related item 73 SDR 74306 for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 844 square foot general retail store other than listed in a 4,617 square foot car wash, full service with a waiver to allow a 4-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where the 8-foot is required. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to develop a car wash facility and restaurant with drive-through on an irregularly shaped lot that is a remnant from a commercial subdivision. The proposed development meets Title 19 requirements with the exception of a requested landscape waiver and an exception for parking lot landscaping. These requests have been offset by the provision of additional landscape materials within the perimeter landscape buffers and additional landscaping throughout the interior of the site. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can you issue your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Andrea Carroll, and this is John Carroll. We're architects on behalf of the applicant. Our address is 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, 89135. If I can direct you to the overhead. As I'm sure you've noticed, this is a pretty unusually shaped site, but we worked to make the proposed uses workable and pleasing. This is a Citibank-owned property. Our client is purchasing it from Citibank, and there is an existing Citibank building here. Citibank approves this project as well. This 2.82 acre site is located on Sahara, and we're proposing a left turn in only and a right turn out, and right turn in, obviously. The two uses are our drive-through coffee shop with 17 car stacking and our full-service car wash with vacuum stations. We're requesting a special use permit for the car wash, and we have 2 landscape waivers. on the east and west side of the property. We have 5 feet of landscaping where 8 is required and 4 feet of landscape where 8 is required. We believe both uses will be a positive impact to the neighborhood, and staff recommends approval, and we hope that you guys will recommend approval as well. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing to the commission. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. I have just discovered that I cannot vote on this item. I have to abstain as my position as Director for Nevada of Cushman & Wakefield Commercial Real Estate. One of my employees is handling the sale of this property, so I have a conflict of interest. I have not met with this applicant, nor have they met with the councilman. I'm going to have to excuse myself, and I'm going to leave it up to you guys to make a decision on this.
Thank you. I'd be happy to.
Vice Chair Quinn?
Commissioner Roush. Regarding number 72, SUP 74305, I'm going to follow staff's recommendations this evening for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Me?
No,
Oh.
you're married.
Oh, that motion carries.
Over it. Moving on to SDR 74306, also following staff's recommendations this evening for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your
Have
vote.
a nice evening, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on 11/21/18.
Thank you all for your time.
Have a good night. Moving on to item 74, SUP 74477, applicant Intrigue Shows owner Stratosphere Gaming LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed tavern limited establishment for a 202,200 square foot commercial recreation amusement outdoor use at 1850 South Main Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item 75, SDR 74478, for possible action on request for a site development plan review for a proposed 202,200 square foot commercial recreation amusement facility with waivers of the Title 19 Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas development standard. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a commercial recreation and amusement facility consisting of a show tent and outdoor entertainment areas, and is requesting a special use permit to allow the sale of alcohol in conjunction with the facility. The facility is located to the north of the Stratosphere Resort Hotel and will share amenities including parking. While the proposed facility will be considered a permanent development, the temporary nature of the tent structure requires the approval of a number of waivers to the interim downtown development standards. Staff is supporting the request as the facility will provide unique entertainment opportunities for tourists and locals alike. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Chairman, Terry, Sean Higgins, 6595 South Jones, Chief Legal Officer for Golden Entertainment. Appreciate your time tonight. I'm going to try to make it quick, but I do want to go through this with you.
Thanks.
We're here in front of you today because, oddly enough, our liquor license ends at the lot right next to this lot. So we have to come in front of you for the special use for the Tavern Limited. What we have here is on our property, which we own, which is directly adjacent to the hotel to the north. And what we're proposing is a show called Celestia. They're currently, you've seen the tent because that is the actual tent. It's out at Craig Ranch Park right now, and they're rehearsing now. So, and I want to thank Mr. Summerfield and staff for their yeoman's job in getting us here before you in this short of a time and working with us for our temporary permits until we get our permanent sometime down the road. But I want to just give you a little background on the show so you understand it. What we have is a tented facility with seating capacity for 1,300 guests, and I'll call it a Cirque type show. What we are trying to do, obviously, since we purchased this property almost exactly a year ago, is to bring some life back to this part, we'll call it the gateway to downtown Las Vegas. We are in the midst of remodeling the exterior. We just finished the porte cochere literally 2 days ago. Our new signage will be going up in the next 2 to 3 months. On the interior side, we've closed down part of it. We'll have a new sports book, restaurant, brew pub opened by the end of the year. We are redoing our coffee shop on the inside. I apologize for being long-winded here, but I kind of want to let you talk about our master plan. So we're really trying to put some money back into this and really show some improvement here and bring some life back here to this end of the Las Vegas Boulevard. Just showing you conceptuals. As part of this, we're improving the streetscape. We're going to put in a decorative 6-foot fence all the way around it, along Main Street and along the back side. And obviously, we are applying for the liquor tavern limited license here, simply to serve alcohol in the show during the show times. There'll be 2 times a day, 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock, 5 days a week, potentially matinees on Saturday and Sunday for the show. Just wanted to give that short presentation. Happy to answer questions if you have any, but I do want to again thank staff for their efforts to get this in front of you in such a quick time period.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Would anyone from the public like to be heard? Lucian, you want to be heard? No? We will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman.
You got a question?
Mr. Klein, did you have any comments?
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, we've been working with the facility and the tent owners and the operators and reviewed all these things. It's a unique situation because it is a temporary type facility until it's a permanent facility when at some future date. We're going to work diligently and continue to work diligently with the ownership to make sure it's completely safe, structurally, mechanically, fire prevention, everything we need to do to make sure this is good. We've already done some preliminary site visits on hydrant relocation, fire protection access. We've already been working quite closely with the ownership.
Just a question for Mr. Klein through the chair. Not that it's really a concern of the Planning Commission, but are these buildings or tents required to be sprinkled or not?
In temporary nature, no, it wouldn't be sprinklered. The last time this was anywhere even thought of done this was at the Mirage when they did the original Cirque du Soleil show, and they put deluge cannons in it with water, and it proved to be a very problematic situation. We're going to staff this up with the appropriate staffing and all the fire prevention needs that we have, no cooking, those kind of things inside. It's a pretty high occupant load for this facility, but we'll have all the proper exiting and the proper amount of staffing and fire safety and fire watch and fire wardens and all those other items which are all within the prescriptive codes and building fire codes that we have available to us.
All right, so it looks like you're going to get some overtime.
No, it will be safe.
All right. Hey, I like the project. I love it that we're bringing a showdown to downtown, and not everybody's going to have to go to the Strip. They can start heading downtown. Really like what you're doing. I'll be ready to make a motion. I think before I do, I think another commissioner wants to make some comments.
Commissioner DeSalvia. That's more of a question than comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the questions I have is, when I was pouring the last few floors of that Stratosphere Tower, first of all, let me back up. What are the hours of operation?
As of right now, it is Wednesday through Sunday, so 5 days a week, dark Monday, Tuesdays, 7 p.m. show, 9 p.m. show, possibly matinees Saturday and Sunday.
And that's what brings me to this one. There was a lot of nights we had to come in there and pour because of the temperature. And there was a lot of nights that we were setting up to pour that we were being shot at, literally, for making noise. So my concern, honestly, it's an honest concern, because I've been pinned down many a times behind that tower. What do you have in place? Because, listen, we all know it's the Naked City, and I don't know if it's gotten any better since I put that last few floors on that tower. Do you have something in place that's going to keep the people from that community getting irate at those hours of the night on whatever they're on from putting holes through that tent? I mean, that's my concern. I'm just asking.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. DeSalvio, through you. Obviously, the first thing we're doing is putting the perimeter fencing around the whole site, which does put a setback, especially from, obviously, Main Street is the main thoroughfare. We're talking about Chicago and the streets back to the west side. We own most of the property directly behind it, which is empty lots right now. The neighborhood really starts further. I was with Councilman Coffin today and his staff discussing cleaning up that area and the problems we're having there. So obviously those exist today. We understand them. We deal with them every single day. Our security personnel know and understand it. They're constantly going outside the perimeter. There's no guarantee that any of that doesn't happen, but certainly, obviously we're cognizant of the neighborhood we're in, and we are working with the city council and their staff literally on a weekly basis to talk about what we can do to improve that area and get that improved down there. And our opinion and what we're trying to do is be the catalyst for that improvement. And we think by doing these type of projects, we are going to be the catalyst, and we're going to move that portion of Las Vegas Boulevard into downtown, and we're going to meet somewhere in the middle so that as the art district comes to the south, we're going to move to the north, and we're going to help be part of that catalyst.
I appreciate that response, and I think it's great to bring that kind of venue to downtown. It doesn't have anything like that. I mean, I could support that. I was just worried about the safety concern. As soon as the sun goes down, it's a total different animal back there.
Lou, and if I could, Commissioner DeSalvio, if I could add to that, I remember the opening of Stratosphere and when they diverted traffic going out into Naked City and people kind of being solicited, like going that way. But I will say it has changed dramatically. I mean, there's Stupak Park where I play soccer at. They have a little outdoor field there. There's the Red Dragon, which is now bust, but it is an improvement there. There's where the Golden Steer restaurant, that shopping center that has some stuff. So there's been a lot of activity, not to mention what the Stratosphere has done is accumulating land in that area. And I know this because I live a mile away from it, right on Las Vegas Boulevard. So I'm down in that area all the time, and definitely concerns, but it's improved a lot since when you were pouring that concrete, I can say. So, Commissioner Roush.
Couple of things. Hi, Sean. Sean and I know each other from high school, so I'm disclosing that. Secondly, I'm disclosing that I own properties at Casino Center in Utah and Casino Center in Imperial. It's a nicer neighborhood than it used to be, for sure. But with that disclosure, I do want to say that I don't feel that it's going to affect my judgment one way or the other, so I'm going to go ahead and vote on this. I had a couple of questions for Mr. Klein. I could hardly hear what you were saying earlier, and I apologize, David, but can you please just make me feel a little bit better and help me understand on this temporary structure? I'm going to use Vicki Quinn's line. There's nothing so permanent as a temporary structure. So I just want to know if we're going to take a hard look at the fire exiting. The structure itself is a building department issue. And Sean, maybe you can comment on how long you expect the show to run. I know that's impossible for you to know, but if it were a huge success like a Cirque du Soleil, this could be ostensibly a permanent structure, correct?
Sure, Commissioner, and I'll start, then I'll hand it off. Obviously, we are starting with a special event permit and a temporary permit because obviously we have to see how it goes. Look, we hope we've got a contract in place for long term, but we also have a short term window. If it doesn't work, then we understand that. We also understand the city's requirements. If we go past the year, and we're in the middle of planning, we got to pour a foundation. We got to put underground permanent plumbing, sewer, restrooms. Inside the tent, there's additional structure requirements and additional fire sprinklers. All of those things, we understand that, and we're working on those things now, assuming that this is going to be a success. But obviously, those dollars aren't going to be put in there today. Today we're still talking, 7 figures of investment here at this site just to get this show up and operating right now. Obviously, there's a much bigger investment, and we're ready to make that. We're taking the steps so that we're going to be ready to do those things when it becomes permanent, to make sure that obviously staff from the fire department to all of your building people are satisfied that we're taking the appropriate steps. So with that.
I can confirm all of that. That's exactly correct. We're gonna take a very, very close look at this project because you are correct. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary structure. We have a few buildings over there by that area, World Market, that is temporary. Now, Lady Lock, and I remember all these. Yes, we're going to take a very good look at this for a long time and make sure we're not making any rash decisions. Exiting is going to be primary in this because it will not be protected by fire protection, but we will have everything else but that until it becomes permanent nature. It's very interesting. The code speaks about 180-day periods on temporary. It's a little bit different than a one-year temporary use. So we're going to have to make some accommodations on how we handle that through the building and the fire department, with planning, with communication, to make sure we're all over this thing correctly, and we will make sure we have it staffed up. We'll make sure it's safe for everybody.
And thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm in favor of the project. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think it brings a lot of really nice enhancements to downtown, just like Commissioner Schlottman said. I just want to make sure we're running all the traps and taking all the necessary steps to keep everyone safe. So thank you for that.
More than likely, by the time this is done, they're not going to want to talk to us anymore. We're taking this over and above. This is a very, very large project and a very large facility. You basically can put a 747 inside of this thing. It's giant. If you haven't visited it over at North Las Vegas Regional Park, it's substantial. It's very impressive.
Well, we have good experience with the World Market tent that was the largest tent in the world, wasn't it?
Not anymore.
Not anymore,
I think
yeah.
this is going to...
Yeah, it's going away, but yeah, for a long time. Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, in addition to what the chairman said, we also have the lower tower that went up in the neighborhood, and we also did a charity project about 5 years ago and rebuilt Casa de Luz in Neckett City, and I was a little concerned about taking on that project because I was thinking our tools and everything would be stolen every day out of the back of our trucks, and but we actually had really good luck with it, and it's really starting to clean up, and I think the more that we can put in this area, and Commissioner Roush building in from the south end of the arts district, I think we can try to turn this neighborhood around. And so with all that being said, I would like to make a motion 74 SUP 74477, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item 75 SDR 74478, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. So permit review in 10 days, provided no appeals.
Thank you.
very much.
Good night. To our city attorney, can I open 76 and 77 at the same time? It's the same applicant. Thank you. Item number 76, SDR 74323, applicant Blue Marble Development, owner Sharon Development LLC. Proposal action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed 114-unit multifamily residential development consisting of three 35-foot tall, three-story buildings on 5.5-acre portion of a 30.25-acre parcel at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway in Tenaya Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And item 77, waiver 74320, applicant Blue Marble Development, owner Sharon Development LLC. Process action request for a waiver of the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow no trees within a portion of the Centennial Parkway Loop Road median. Amenity zone and landscape setback were such as required on a 16.06-acre portion of the 30.25-acre parcel at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway in Tenaya Way, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we got the staff report, please? Ooh, he got the short straw tonight, huh? Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is the third phase of a multifamily residential development at this location. The proposed three-story buildings will have a similar architectural features as those constructed through phases 1 and 2. The SXTC density and parking requirements are met through this phase and the overall site. A double row of Mondale pine and bottle trees has been provided along the north property line along Darling Road for additional screening purposes, continuing the theme established by phases 1 and 2. The associated waiver request covers phases 2 and phase 2A of the adjacent multifamily residential development. The applicant has demonstrated a hardship in that no required trees can be planted in a 50-foot wide gas line easement that covers all of the Centennial Loop Road amenity zone and large portions of the Loop Road landscape setback area. Most of the streetscape trees required by the Town Center Development Standards Manual occur in these areas. Where possible, required trees have been moved back outside of the easement towards the existing and proposed multifamily buildings. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the associated project. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please, and your brief presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant and property owner on these two applications. Your staff has done a tremendous job in reviewing this application and the recommendations, and so we'd ask you to follow those recommendations.
Wow, thank you. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Seeing no one from the public, we'll close that portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
With that said, if no other comment, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 76.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Yay, Bob.
That motion carries.
And
Thank you.
please prove item number 77. Motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Save the best for last.
Yeah, okay.
We're not quite done yet. Mr. Chairman, both of those items are final action this evening unless appealed within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
And our last item, number 86, DAR 74527, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on request to approve the 2019 Planning Commission meeting schedule. Staff recommends approval. Is there a staff report on this? I don't think there is, no? So is this the one to go to 3 Planning Commission meetings a month? No, that's not nice. That's not nice. This is noticed as a public hearing. Seeing no one from the public, we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, through you, there is no staff report, but in your blue sheet materials is a corrected schedule that just corrects some date typos that were in your backup.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
A motion to deny.
Thank you. Second.
2019 Planning Commission meeting schedule based on the 2 meetings a month situation.
So there is a motion on the floor to deny the schedule with the 2 meeting a month. Please. Yes, motion is to deny. All right. That motion carries.
I only voted yes.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward for City Council to ratify a Planning Commission schedule in keeping with their adjustments to the bylaws.
Thank you, Director. Good luck with that one. Item number 87, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Seeing no one, we will close it, and the meeting is adjourned.